testing. Check 1 2. Test. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Check testing 1 2. Check sound check testing. Sound check testing. Third Mena Regtech. Warm welcome to the third Mena Regtech. That's just a holding slide. On the audio. No, no problem. The audio. No, no, no. Check, check 1 2. Test, test 1 2. Check testing. Check, check, check 1 2. Testing.
Hello.
Check, test, 1, 2, check, testing.
Hello.
Turn on your camera.
Hello.
Just turn on your camera.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Just hold on. Hmm. बस ना स्पीकर भी होता सा हाइड करते हैं हमसे
ये देखिएगा आवाज आपकी आ रही है वहां से अभी वो डिपेंड करता है सिस्टम का माइक्रोफोन कैसा है या फिर जो स्पीकर है वो हेडसेट यूज कर रहे थे हाँ बस उसके ऊपर उसकी आवाज डिपेंड करेगी बाकी सब ठीक है अब म्यूट
चेक
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Great. So thank you so much for joining us today to the third edition of the Mena Regtech Forum. So to give a kickstart to this event, we all know that money laundering and terrorist financing are pressing points in the nation. Money laundering can damage the soundness of a country's financial sector, as well as the stability of financial institutions like banks. A great deal can be done to fight money laundering, and indeed, governments have already established comprehensive anti-money laundering systems. The aim here is to increase awareness of the phenomenon, both within the government as well as in the private business sector. And then this indeed provides the necessary legal or regulatory tools that are required for authorities to charge organizations that do not combat to these policies. The UAE is committed to combating illegal financial activities such as money laundering and financing of terrorism. The country's policies and strategies detect and deter financial crimes on its soil, and to prevent the use of its land to transit route or to transfer funds resulting from any criminal activity. Just to sum it up with some statistics, between 2019 and 2021, the UAE's 243 money laundering cases secured an almost 94% conviction rate. And last year, the country confiscated more than 625 million as part of its anti-money laundering and terrorist combating procedures. On August 2021, at the directive of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, Dubai Courts has announced the establishment of a specialized new court that will focus on combating money laundering. The establishment of this organization is the latest in a long line and investments by the Emirate to build an effective framework to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. The UAE cabinet has also approved the establishment of the Executive Office of the Anti-Money Laundering, which is basically an organization which will oversee the implementation of the UAE's national AML and CFT strategy and the National Action Plan. Additionally, UAE has also introduced strict penalties for those flouting its anti-money laundering laws. If we move to Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Central Bank has also, as well as the Capital Market Authority and the Saudi Arabia Financial Investigation Unit, regularly assesses the country's financial system and takes corrective measures to ensure compliance within the international standards that are set by FATF. David Lewis, the former executive secretary of FATF, enumerated new and existing risks that technology and cultural change have ushered. The current pandemic, we all know, has affected every economy. Critical sectors such as healthcare, retail, BFSI, telcos, governments are all dealing with the new regulatory and compliance risk, money laundering. Cyber criminals have adopted to the new normal. The main reason for this event that we are organizing today is to talk about the use of technology in enhancing these regulatory processes. We will understand from experts and industry leaders how they've identified these potentials for innovation and how are they evaluating these new technologies. So welcome everyone once again. We look forward to some great sessions. And with this, I would go ahead and welcome my first speaker for the day. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Mohammad Jawad Shalo, who is joining us today as a keynote speaker. He is the chair of UAE AML CFT Public-Private Partnership Committee, as well as the Director, National Risks and Policies at the AML CFT Executive Office. Before I invite Mr. Mohammad Shalo, just a quick brief. He is among the founding teams of AML CFT Executive Office. He is responsible for leading national risks and policy efforts and developing sound practices to mitigate money laundering and TF risks in cooperation and coordination with various stakeholders. Good morning, Mr. Mohammed.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. We all look forward to listening to you today.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well. So,
yes, we can.
Good morning. Yep. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be with you here today And since we are in a tech conference, thanks to technology, that despite the current conditions, we are still able to meet and discuss and conference. So let me start by what addressed in this keynote is how important the collaboration between the public and the private sector in combating money laundering and terrorist financing. And the simple answer would say that it's extremely challenging to think of effective combating of money laundering and terrorist financing without a close collaboration between the public and the private sector. I will try to stick to the time. They have prepared three key, I would say, pillars that I would like to touch base on during my brief keynote. The first, strategically, how public-private partnership is important in combating money laundering and terrorist financing. And then second, operationally, what's expected from the private sector, especially in such a conference where we have a lot of tech players collaborating with financial institutions. And then I will conclude with, I would say, shedding light on what UAE has been doing in the past few months in terms of public-private partnership. So let me start first how we define private sector. From a financial action task force, private sector is usually referring to the licensed financial institutions and designated non-financial business and professions, which is the non-financial activities such as lawyers, accountants, auditors, and real estate agents and dealers and precious metals and stones. However, from a wider perspective, as you know, to combat or to effective combat money laundering and terrorist financing, we look beyond those sectors. And today in such a conference, I would say a big role is definitely rely on technology players. We can give an examples of an emerging, I would say, sectors like the virtual assets, where technology companies play a vital role in combating money laundering through providing solutions that I will come to in a few minutes. So strategically, sorry.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Are you trying to share a screen? Because we cannot see a screen.
No, I'm not. I just put the camera on.
Okay, no problem. Just thought we'll check. Thank you.
Thank you. So strategically, how the public-private partnership is important. If we look at recent cases of Panama Papers, Pandora Papers, all these different cases, which is extremely showing how, I would say, the role of private sector players like banks or lawyers can be, I would say, on the two sides. They can play a role in being engaged in this, I would say, illegal activities, whether with intention or without an intention or unintentionally, or being a gatekeeper to ensure that what policies, rules, regulations that regulators and policymakers are developing are actually implemented on day-to-day basis. I used an example of the virtual assets just a few seconds ago, and this is one of the key sectors that I'm sure everyone here has been, I would say, engaged with directly or indirectly, or have been following up the news around the emerging of Bitcoin and other, I would say, virtual assets. A lot of these, I would say, technologies has been relying on companies and tech companies. And I recall a few years ago when we started this project and we were meeting a lot of stakeholders. Many of them, they were coming from unregulated sectors. Again, they are the tech sector or the tech companies who are used to high innovation. And slowly we have started to discuss the regulations, how we can implement the regulatory environment into these, I would say, sector. It was extremely important to make sure that this sector is aware of what the meaning of combating money laundering and terrorist finances. What are the risks of money laundering? How these new instruments and products can be misused to, I would say, hide the illegal activities or to transfer illegal funds from one place to another. Operationally, what do we expect from the private sector? In such a conference, a lot of tech players, again, we expect the private sector to invest a lot in the compliance development from technological aspects. A lot of KYC, CDD processes nowadays are not held through the very traditional way, where we use documents and papers. While a lot of, I would say, technological instruments like the digital ID, digital pass, using biometric checks are becoming into the day-to-day systems and controls used by the banks and other financial institutions. So investing in compliance development in technology is one pillar that we are investing in a lot, and we want to ensure that the private sector is also paying attention to invest in the technology to mitigate the risks of the financial crimes. If these instruments are vulnerable to, I would say, money laundering and terrorist financing, we can use them definitely to mitigate these risks. Another expectation is building capacity. I'm a strong believer that the role of the private sector and the private sector goes beyond, I would say, the traditional government. I would say the private sector has a lot of capacities, has a lot of experience and expertise to be deployed in developing policies and procedures. And I will touch base on what we have done in the UAE public-private partnership soon and how we are collaborating. Another example beyond the digital ID is using artificial intelligence, machine learning to ensure a proper detection and monitoring of transactions, to ensure that these transactions are well monitored by the banks and other financial institutions. The third aspect that's linked to building capacity is R&D, research and development. Again, with the evolving technologies, with a lot of changes on the way of doing business and the models of doing business, a lot of banks now rely on non-face-to-face business relationships. These are extremely, I would say, efficient in doing business, but also vulnerable to, I would say, money laundering and terrorist financing risks. So a lot of investment in the research and development will ensure that we use technology to mitigate financial crimes. The third point I would like to touch base is to brief the audience on what we have done in the UAE recently. So the UAE Public-Private Partnership Committee has been established in July last year. Since then, in the past 8 months or so, we have invested a lot of, I would say, time and effort in putting the fundamentals, ensuring a proper governance, but most important, to ensure that the culture and the compliance culture, partnership culture is there. This is not something new to the country. It's in the DNA of the country to deal with the private sector through different business councils since long time ago. So the key challenge was basically one, I would say, aspect, which is sharing information or intelligence between the public and the private sector, and how we can ensure that the public sector speaks more to the private sector and vice versa. And the relationship do not stop on a regulatory relationship where regulators like Central Bank, Ministry of Economy, and others just rely on their supervisory powers to obtain information, but to have a real partnership where the private sector come on the table with the public sector beyond the supervisory authorities, including law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence unit, and others, and speak freely without being, I would say, hesitant to share any information. To do so, we have established this committee and chaired by the AML CFT Executive Office, and has a members of over 17 different public agencies, including the 6 regulatory authorities, the financial intelligence unit, the law enforcement agencies, and other relevant stakeholders like the Ministry of Finance, the Federal Tax Authority, and others. It's also include over 25 participants from the private sector, including banks, including asset managers, non-financial activities like lawyers, accountants, real estate agents, and also certain associations like the UAE Accountants Associations. So we all sit together to ensure that we build up a system where we can have a real partnership to have an effective system to combat money laundering. What has been done so far, besides what I have mentioned on investing on a lot of building the culture, a real partnership culture, we have developed a 3-year strategic plan that focuses on developing a legal framework to share information, but also investing a lot in what we call strategic partnership in terms of working on joint white papers, joint typologies, and joint working groups. We are also working on joint secondment programs between the public and the private sector to ensure that there is a proper exchange of information and experience between the two sectors. Another aspect is the global engagement and ensure that the UAE agenda globally is well known and recognized. This is something that also goes beyond the Public-Private Partnership Committee. The UAE leadership, under the Higher Committee of Anti-Money Laundering, CFT, which is chaired by His Highness the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, invested a lot in ensuring that we engage strongly with our global stakeholders, whether it's the Financial Action Task Force, the World Bank Group, or other global think tanks and global players. For that, to ensure that all the practices we have adopted in the public and the private sector as well, is well, I would say, recognized by the global community. I don't want to make this much longer, but going back to the first point, it's extremely challenging to imagine or to have an idea of the money laundering and terrorist financing effect collaboration between the public and the private sector. Your role is extremely important and no less important than the role of the public agencies. And in this, we consider you a real partners through your engagement to the, I would say, prosperity of the society and the also sustainable growth of our economy. Thank you very much. And I do wish you a very good day and a very successful event.
For that lovely presentation. I'd like to check with our audience. Do we have any questions for Mr. Mohammed? Okay. I don't seem like there are any questions, Mr. Mohammed, but I do urge our attendees that are joining us virtually, you do have an option to raise hand, or you can put down your questions on the Q&A option that is on the event platform. Please do key in your questions. We will share these questions with our speakers for them to get in touch with you. So thank you again, Mr. Mohammed. Wish you a good day.
Thank you.
Great. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I move on to our next presentation for the day. I have Mr. Mohammed Daud, Director, Business Development Governance, Risk and Compliance, GRC at Moody's Analytics, who is joining us to talk about digital onboarding and KYC lifecycle management in driving customer loyalty, advocacy, and growth. Mr. Mohammed?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I cannot stand there. I am Mediterranean, I need to dance. So I'm going to focus on what we can do with the Regtech through a survey that has been performed last summer in UK, which is frankly very similar what most of the countries and most of the jurisdiction will face when we are talking about this type of this type of issues need to be solved. So the question here is how a good compliance will bring loyalty, advocacy, and new business and business growth. And to do so, let me first tell you maybe some story. But before going there, let me just introduce myself. I am Moody's Business Development Director, and I'm focusing on compliance. I have 20 years plus banking and finance experience in US, Europe, and Middle East. And I have been stepping down in the anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing, and anything linked to finance crime fighting for the last 20 years, just after the 9/11 and the USA Patriot Act and the FATF. This morning, I was in the lobby taking coffee, and somebody came to see me and say, Moody's? Moody's? But you are specialized in credit risk, credit scoring, rating. What are you doing here? Well, Moody's is having a strategy to bring the next generation of anti-money laundering solution in this market. You know, I had yesterday a meeting with one of the prominent bank, and their question was, we have implemented a lot of tools, we have a lot of process, but apparently we need to get to the next level, and we are looking to see what we can do with the new technology. This is what Moody's is bringing. So we are having a very, big division, only focusing on the next generation related to anti-money laundering, whether screening, PEP, sanction, but everybody knows what is this data. The issue is how come that still a lot of corporate and banking are overwhelmed with a false positive? The same thing, how to introduce the buzzword artificial intelligence in this type of business. And we are very well equipped to do it with the Moody's Analytics. We have the biggest, just one word, we have the biggest entity and ownership. So Moody's is known as, when you are looking for a company information, you have a huge information database about companies. But not only that, the ultimate beneficiary owner, which is part of the FATF requirement, is part of our data. It's when you are a company and you are dealing with another company, or you are a financial institution and you want to onboard a company, you have to go and you have to check one by one the director and the ownership or the shareholder of this company. We do it automatically. We get the information and we do that. So just to give you some highlights about what we do with the Moody's. Now, let me just go very quickly and start talking about the survey. And before that, I told you, I will tell you a story happened. I was based in Kuwait sometimes, and I was a VIP customer in one of the banks. I moved to Dubai. I was working on that time with Thomson Reuters, and I had to open an account. So I went to the bank and asked them, what do you need from me? Passport, this, ID, letter of the employee and everything. I have the file, and I want one of the large banks because they have an advertisement saying, if we will open your account and give you a credit card within 30 minutes. And I give them my document, and from 30 minutes it became 3 hours, and from 3 hours it became 3 days, and from 3 days it became 3 weeks. And I remember, I am part of this business. Oh, my name, Mohammed Dawood, similar name, remember, are in OFAC, UNT. So they probably have a problem, but they didn't want to talk to me. So I took the same file, went to the next bank, given them the file, and you guess what? They give me an account number and a credit card with 20 minutes. Then I decided to go to the first bank. I met one of the manager of the bank, and I told him, you have a lousy customer services and a lousy compliance process. You know what? You lost a VIP customer. This is what we are going to talk today. The balance between the compliance process and the customer service. So many institutions, whether banks or the corporate, will say the compliance is a burden. But the compliance, if it is a burden, depending on how you implement it, depending on the tools that, because if it's a burden that you have to implement anyhow because it's mandatory, let's do it intelligently. So the message here is the key role of the KYC compliance in driving customer loyalty. The banks thinks, and the corporate, the study is for the financial sector because you understand that can be applied completely to the corporate sector. The banks think that the compliance process is invisible to the customer. It is invisible until when you do the transfer and this transfer is blocked, or you do transaction, you are a corporate, and the transaction the bank have 10,000 questions. So therefore, the reality is, as soon as there is a little bit complexity, or the banks or the institution or the corporate do not have the right information, they will have tendency to block or to slow down the transaction. So in the reality, the compliance process is not completely invisible because you have to explain to the customer why you need this KYC information. You have to explain what is the process and how he has to go through. And this is sometimes very frustrating. So there is a survey that has been done in summer 2021 with the Regtech Associate, mandated by Passport. Maybe you don't know Passport, but Passport is a Moody's company. It is what we call a KYC lifecycle management solution, where you collect the, okay? And the survey has been involving 500 customers from a different banking sector in the UK, okay? The age and the background of the population reflect the UK, case. And the age was different age. The gender was almost equal, and different level of the background of the people. The banking sector that the survey was focusing on was the building society, Challenger Bank, which is the tier 2, 3 banks, okay? The mobile and the fintech technology that provide wallet and a lot of financial services, and the largest, the tier 1 largest bank. And the survey was focusing specifically on the onboarding journey, the experience of getting customers. And as I told you, this can apply very well to the corporate sector. And focusing on 4 themes: the awareness of the customer. Is the customer aware of the process? Is aware of what is the risk? Is he aware of what the institution need from him and what is the type of risk? The second thing is the experience that he has with this onboarding. What was his experience when we are hiring him and onboarding him, and we are asking him all these questions, or we are sending him some of the questionnaire which is related to the compliance process, example, to onboard a corporate. His perception at the end. What was his perception? Good? Negative? Is it logic? If you think that the experience and the process has been considered to be positive, negative, and what was the outcome of this experience? Awareness of risk. When you are onboarding customer, whether you are a financial institution or you are a corporate, do you perceive that your counterparty, your third party, your customer, your partner, your distributor, your agent, understand the risk that he's posing to you from an anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing point of view? Well, over the 500 UK banking and financing customer, the 2/3 thought they didn't have any risk, personal risk. So why you are asking me this question about this, and you are asking me to justify my income, and the majority don't perceive that the bank are having any risk. And another, segment think the bank do the right thing when things went wrong, which means that in the process of onboarding, in the process of acquisition of this customer or this, there are a big population, the big portion of a percentage of the 500 who think that the institution did what they should do and they went beyond what is necessary to do, which is a good thing. Let's just talk about the compliance experience. And in this, I would like to focus on 2 aspects. The survey divided the responses by the process was normal, standard, as expected, and the group, which is less worse than expected, and the happy group, which is better than expected. And we will focus on the worse than expected and the better than expected because you consider this as a standard or normal. Why? You know why? Because worse than expected will impact you, will impact the institution. And better than expected will also impact, probably maybe positively, the onboarding and the perception of the customer. The perception. The question here was thinking about the way in which your financial service provider meets its compliance obligation. Would you describe them as trustworthy, understanding, efficient, effective, to be recommended? And you see the result. So the group that has been better than expected would say, yes, trustworthy, yes, understanding, yes, efficient, yes, effective. I would recommend them. And the group, worse than expected, had less this opinion, which means that if you have the right process in onboarding the customer, if you are using the right tools, if the process makes sense, then you will have your customer advocacy and your customer recommending you that it is a very good experience in onboarding. And you all experience that. You get very frustrated when you are doing a transaction or when you are doing, any business with a corporate or with a financial institution, and this process is break down and take lengthy time and have a lot of steps. The outcomes. 77% of the customer more likely to recommend their institution. So we are talking about those group better than expected. 50% less likely to make a complaint. 60% more likely to buy more product and services and to do more business with you. 49% less likely to switch a provider or to change the institution or to change the... So I told you this study has been done from Regtech, point of view for the financial sector, and you can very well apply it in the corporate sector. Because in the corporate sector, you are dealing with a third party, you are having a supplier, you are having a partner, you have a distributor. I can tell you that if the onboarding of this supplier or distributor is perceived as negative, they will move to another company and they don't work with you. So the role of KYC compliance Regtech in driving customer loyalty, advocacy, and the new business is very important. And you know all this. If you have to collect information about the customer, it is not logic that you are going to ask over the lifetime of the customer, a lot of questions. Sometimes it's frustrated when the customer, when your banks or your institution ask you the copy of your passport. But I give it to you 6 months ago or 1 year ago, and the ID. But you already have, I uploaded the ID because, and you have, excuse me, Mr., because we are the credit department. We only have this information. Oh, you were talking to the branch, or you were talking to the trade finance division, or you were talking to procurement. You have to have a tools that became a central of truth of the information about your customer in order to please your customer and to give him this confidence that he can trust you and work with you and continue working with you. And you cannot do it through Excel, you cannot do it manually, and you can do it most of the time with the core operation system that you have. Many people say, but we have technology, but most of the technology that you are now having is not adapted to anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing. A lot of, in the anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing information that you are collecting, most of the core system that you are having is hard fact. The information about your customer, birthday, nationality, this is the hard fact. And most of the information that you need to have for anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing is soft fact. And the soft fact, 90% of the core system that you are having doesn't handle this soft fact information. They cannot even collect it. Even when you collect it, it's spread out in a different system. So you need to have one system, and this system is the front line. Whether you are having your operation system, your core system, and the system KYC is behind, or you put the KYC system in front and then collect this information, and you collect it once. And the system should be able to be designed that when you are uploading the ID of the passport, the system say, excuse me, I have this information. I know the passport will expire in March 2022. I will automatically send an email and message to the customer reminding him, excuse me, Mr. Customer, your passport is going to expire in March 22, and therefore we are expecting another one. And the system will be sending you a reminder. And if you ever didn't send this information to your institution, the institution will have a warning saying, excuse me, as per the UAE law, we cannot keep your ID information more than 3 months after expiry, and therefore we are going to block your transaction. But at least you did your work. In this survey, you understand that I was talking only about the better than expected, but there is on the flip side, which is from the group worse than expected, because from the group of worse than expected, they are planning a nice percentage is planning to put you on social media. This institution, don't talk about, forget them. I had a terrible experience with them, and you know what is the damage can be done through social media. So you are not going, this is why I told you in this type of survey, and I will recommend that you might be doing some internal survey or another survey. You should not focus on the one which is the standard expected. You should focus on why customers are getting frustrated, and also things to know very well why they like, why it is better than expected, because this is how you are going to improve your process, you improve your interaction with your customer, and develop your business and increase your business. So just to summarize, there is 5 key takeaways on this study. And by the way, the study that I'm talking about, this survey, it is on the cloud. You can download the report if you want to. Acknowledge that compliance is a key element of the customer journey. And when we say compliance, we are talking about the whole process of compliance, okay? Including tools, process, policy, the way you interact with the customer, okay? Leverage the benefit of high performance. Compliance should be used. Compliance should be used as a marketing. There are different markets where I remember in Australia and the US, where the institution was making a publicity on how we are good in compliance, and therefore we are protecting you, we are trustworthy, and we don't bother you, just come to do business with us. You should not confuse between talking to the customer about the process of compliance and the fact that you should not leak to this customer that he may be listed or blacklisted. This is completely different. You can very well talk to your customer and explain him what is the mandatory process from a regulatory point of view through very nice, email, without leaking or without giving any confidential information how you are doing your process from a FATF or from a compliance point of view. Minimize the threat of negative outcome. We just talk about it. be aware of new regulation related to consumer right. There is a huge number of regulation that you will be seeing coming, and beside and in addition to the different FATF regulation, FATF mandatory things, the central bank, I don't know, how many financial institutions are in the room? Please. Have you had the auditing of the Central Bank of UAE recently? The last bank I was talking to, 40 auditors, 40 auditor went to the bank because the FATF, remember the pressure of the FATF? So frankly, it is very, very important to understand that they will be tougher and tougher regulation, and this regulation will comply with the FATF and also with other mandates such as privacy of data, consumer. So if you are going to take QIC, Regtech information or tools, you need to think about that, which means that I don't have the Regtech only for this purpose. I have a Regtech and compliance solution for a different purpose. The last point is facilitating the QIC digital onboarding and encourage customers to use their digital identity. The only way that you have to improve this system is to do a lot of digitalization. Don't make me wrong, buzzword, you are having a lot of already technology, which means that a lot of information is only digitalized. What we are talking here, we are talking about the fact that you need to interact with the customer remotely, and therefore you need to put an interface that he can interact with you remotely, opening an account with a mobile, doing a notification of the customer automatically through his ID. There are different tools, technologies. There are a lot of fintech solutions, including in UAE, by the way, that help you to do that. You can download the report at passport.com. This is the study that has been happening in UK last year. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, we will be very pleased to address it now. Otherwise, in the booth. Do you have any question about the study? Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Mohammed. We now have on stage Mr. Wissam Abid, Leader Global Investigation, Western Union. Mr. Wissam will be talking to us about an overview of all financial crimes from Western Union perspectives. Thank you, Mr. Wissam.
Thank you, Regina. Can everyone hear me? Thank you, Regina, for having me for the second time. First time it was virtual. This time is in person, and I'm happy that I'm with you representing Western Union from FIU. I'm from Financial Intelligence Unit, focusing on law enforcement outreach and investigation. The reason I'm here is the same reason other speakers were mentioning: anti-money laundering and terrorist financing and all of this. This is what I do day in, day out. And I work closely with law enforcement, Dubai CID, Abu Dhabi, AML section, cybercrime, in the region that I cover, which is, it says here, MESA, Middle East, South Asia. I cover Middle East, I cover Turkey and Egypt, in addition to Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and the surrounding countries. India is a large inbound market, #1 inbound country in the world, in the globe, because everybody's working outside India and sending money to their loved one in India. So I focus in South Asia, India. Of course, I cover Nepal, Maldives, and all these countries in South Asia, and including Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, so on and so forth. So my main role here, even though I do have a large number of countries that I cover, around 22, I'm in the regional office in Dubai, But the fact, because I have a large number of countries, but because I focus on responding day in, day out to inquiries from law enforcement, from public prosecutors and courts, sometimes subpoenas or court order, and giving them the data back about suspicious transaction related to, again, money laundering, terrorist financing, human trafficking, human smuggling, drug trafficking, counterfeit goods, and now we're even getting involved with, believe it or not, wildlife trafficking. I'm attending a forum tomorrow with the Royal Foundation and about United for Life. So wildlife trafficking comes in also. So my main message from this is not only to come and present and everybody goes home, is for me to make sure you have my contact details to support you in your investigation with financial crime. Because I see sometimes there's law enforcement present. I know for a fact we have our agent here from exchange houses that are present. And I know for a fact there's people representing FIUs. So I deal with FIUs and regulators in central bank, and as well as law enforcement all type. So a little bit about Western Union. This is just a fact statement. The largest money service business in the world, one of the largest. In 2019, we served 150 million customers, retailers and digitals, and we have a global network. We are present in more than 200 countries and territories. We have digital presence in more than 70 countries already, and it's no longer the traditional cash to cash where people send money to their loved one. That's a traditional Western Union transaction. When I have my son studying in the UK, for example, I send him money cash to cash. And then people working in Saudi Arabia sending money to Jordan, for example, to their loved one and their parents. So it's not a more cash to cash, it's also online, it's direct to from the bank account, it is business payment and it's money order, it is also account to credit card, or cash to credit card, cash to account, or the other way around, digital wallet, so on and so forth. So since I work with Financial Intelligence Unit, I want to tell you a little bit about it. Now, our mission is to deliver high-quality, actionable intelligence to law enforcement in order to investigate, protect our network, customers, and our partners. So we have a payment network monitoring investigation. We have a network monitoring team. We have a strategic intelligence unit, consumer monitoring, and law enforcement support. This is where I work with law enforcement support. So we have detailed subject investigation. We provide strategic intelligence to our partners. So just to give you a little bit of background, the partners depends on the central bank and what kind of license they inquire from central bank. We have partners in some countries with only banks because the central bank is giving license to bank to make money transfer. In the UAE, for example, it's exchange companies. These are our partners. They use our policy, procedure, and product to send money in and out, correct? In the US, you can go to a supermarket and send Western Union transfer. In Lebanon and some other countries, it can be in a phone shop or a barber shop. So it depends on the central bank of that country that allows the companies, whether financial or non-financial, to make a transfer or to have license to transfer money. This is our department within the Financial Intelligence Unit, and we strive and we try to be one of the top financial intelligence unit in the world. We work very hard on establishing our ground and missions and vision. So we have Office of Administration Oversight. We have Office of Strategic Intelligence that take a deep dive on this investigation, because when I receive something from law enforcement, this is about a suspect or multiple suspects involved with terrorist financing. This is very sensitive. So this subject has a name and date of birth and have identifiers such as phone number, identification, whether ID or passport, and address. And So all these identifiers I require in order to send data back to law enforcement for their ongoing investigation related to any typology or any financial crime. So the Office of Strategic Intelligence, they do deep dive. I will show you slides from them on how they take a deeper dive. What is the counterparties? What is this person counterparties and their counterparts? So you start with one suspect, you could end up with an organized crime, with an infrastructure, with people working for them all over the world, because it's not about one suspect. It could be related to organized crime. So everybody's benefit in this room. Our speaker in the beginning, Mr. Muhammad, spoke about public-private partnership. That's why I'm here. I represent the private sector, but I do work very close with the public sector. We are also partners with multiple NGOs and so on and so forth. So we have the network monitoring investigation, we have the consumer monitoring, and we have the payment monitoring. And I'm within this department that handles the law enforcement outreach. Tactical investigation from our FIU, we conduct money laundering, terrorist financing investigation to all high-risk issues. We identify new subject of interest to give it back to law enforcement, because you could give me one person, but I can give you back 10 related to the same case. Maintain broad investigative mandate and global remit of support oversight of consumers. Again, in terms of topology, our FIU strategic intelligence mission is to identify and evaluate Western Union current exposure to significant illicit activity and readily detected at the agent and consumer. That's reactive. And being proactive is to identify and evaluate emerging threats in order to mitigate risk. Because once you give me a law enforcement, I have an email this morning from Dubai CID about a suspect, correct? This suspect, they require data. They can easily go, if the sender is through UAE exchange or through Al Fardan exchange, as an example, I'm using this as an example, or the other way around, he's a sender, but he also may have received the money in here. But the local agent may not be able to give you the detail of what happened in the other side of the world, correct? Someone is sending a person in UAE from Australia. The agent would not know the details. They would know it came from Australia. But I would know who the sender from Australia, his address, his phone number, his identification, and all the details they needed to know, in addition to multiple other transactions that the local agent may not have. If they go to a local agent and say, the sender from the UAE, I know everything about him, but what if that sender for the last 5 years has gone to other UAE, to other agent, correct? Or in other countries. I have all that data because the law enforcement comes to me because I have the full data from the sender side and from the receiver side, from the sending agent side and the receiving agent side for all the transaction globally to that customer, which I can give it to them on a silver plate for the last 10 years because I have a legal obligation to do so. So what happened is that I give the customers back, I give the detail of the transactions, and they will decide. I'm not law enforcement. I support them with their investigation. They decide whether they have enough evidence to submit to public prosecutor, then to court for detaining them or for prosecute them. Sometimes I had to go to court to represent the company as a technical witness to say what happened and how it happened and what are the details of the transfer. Now, in terms of program, our program within Strategic Intelligence Unit expands on tactical investigation, production, dissemination, project evaluation, planning and scoping, intelligence collection, analysis, and so on and so forth. Again, I did say we don't only focus on one customer sending a transaction to another, but we do focus on corridors, on countries and regions. Sometimes there is a sensitive matter that the UAE government is working on, and they have suspicious of money laundering to a certain country or terrorist financing. Then through a legal means, through a subpoena, through a way of they can send us some legal request saying, I want the corridor. What is happening between UAE and X country? I needed to know, or the other way around. In terms of law enforcement outreach, we work on intelligence collection, meaning I can meet law enforcement, but also the other way around. They can give me some intelligence so we can work together on certain cases and have some background information on certain financial crime type so we can take a deep dive and give them data back. Strategic relationship, that's what we have with law enforcement and output from Western Union. Now, this is how we spread it as a team. We have a large number of teams in Europe. We have North America and Denver and Miami and Costa Rica covering the Americas. We have a large number of Europe, Eastern Europe, and I'm in Dubai covering the region I mentioned. And I am under Asia Pacific and Middle East region, which also have Malaysia. We have a partner, a colleague in Malaysia and colleague in Philippines and Sydney covering Australia and New Zealand. So law enforcement investigation, these are our partners. Sometimes I can see some of the sponsors probably mentioned here, but in terms of partners throughout the globe, we have a lot of partners, Europol and Australian Federal Police, and all these Homeland Security, US Secret Service, so on and so forth, because we do have obligation not only to send data, but we do interdict the consumers. If the police is telling us this person is involved with terrorist financing or human trafficking or drug trafficking, narcotics, we do block this person for life, meaning that he will never ever use Western Union to make any transfer anymore. And also, we have obligation, just like our agent partners have obligation to submit STARS and SARS, suspicious transaction report and suspicious activity report to the central bank. We have obligation to do so as well in certain countries where we are obligated to submit the STARS and SARS. And this is our agent. We do work a lot with, I want to just a little focus on NODC. I participate in most of their events in this region because United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes is very active. They have programs in all type of typology all over the world. In my region, they come in here all the time. I'm a guest speaker with UN, and I speak in their event. Sometimes it's specific to certain typology, sometimes it's general, to training and awareness and education. And these are also our partners throughout the globe in which we work with. Now, this is one of my favorite slides, when I will explain to you if we have a target, how do we establish typology? If you see building the typology cycle, meaning the financial crime, if you have a target, you send me the detail of that person, name, date of birth, or name with ID. I need 2 identifiers to match the information. You give me one single identifier. I don't want to give you data if you've law enforcement or public prosecutor on a person that is genuine. So I need an additional data to match the information. If you give me a name, I need date of birth because there's so much name mentioning, people using same names all over the world. The ID or phone number can be used by someone else. So once I have a target, I put it in our system, and I'm acting right now on intelligence. I search Western Union transaction, I analyze the results, I build the network, and I show you later a slide on building a network, because I start with the 1 customer, but he's sending to 10. Those 10 receivers have no familial relation with that customers. It's not like me, Wissam Abid. Abid is sending to his son, ending last name with Abid. That's a family, correct? But if it's not, if I am sending to multiple people from multiple countries, They have nothing to do with me in terms of race and country and language. And those 10 customers receiving transactions from me, that's suspicious. So those 10 customers become suspicious. Those 10 might be sending to another 100, and I'll show you a picture. So once I build the network, I update our topology, and I establish a topology characteristics that tells me, well, this is sex trafficking. If I see transaction, for example, Morocco, I could be suspecting sex trafficking in certain part of Morocco, as I'm using this as an example. I can see transaction to Hatay at the border of Syria and Turkey. I might suspect to be a terrorist financing. I could see transaction to Colombia. First thing comes to mind as an investigator that could be drug trafficking, so on and so forth. But I don't build it on just thoughts or assumption, build it on network. We have a topology characteristic that prove there is transaction happens in certain country and it is related to so on and so forth. And this statement supported by law enforcement. So once established topology characteristic, I generate new targets. Now the other way around, so this is a target and I establish the topology because not all the time the investigation is ongoing. Police is not able to tell me this is suspected terrorist financing or money laundering. He cannot tell me that because he does not know. He just have a suspect. Either he doesn't want to tell me, he doesn't have enough information, he has his own reason not to tell me, or he doesn't have the topology. So this is how we help them establish topology. Now the other way around, when I have a topology, but I don't have the target, I don't have the identifiers or the consumers or the suspect. So I put this topology characteristics in our system, I make an analytical process flow, and that depends on our library, all the subpoenas we receive from the world, all from the NGOs, anything we have in our system. We scan this topology characteristics, we search Western Union transaction, we analyze the result, and then we identify questionable activities and customers. Then we build a network. Accordingly, we enhance and update our topology. So you have a target, we establish topology, and we have a topology, we establish target. This is our partners and the open source that we use in terms of topology database. As you can see, for example, LexisNexis, they are our, we work with them and they're mentioned here as sponsor. We have Thomson Reuters, we have subpoenas from law enforcement intelligence. And I also want to mention that also, for example, I want to mention this on the side because I'm sure it could come up with the Q&A for the team that's handling financial crime, that what happened during COVID-19, what happened during the pandemic. From our perspective, we know basically there's a lot of fraud and counterfeit goods that's increased. When people were desperate to buy masks, there's a lot of people advertising masks, but there's no mask. They send Western Union transaction and they make the payment, but there is no mask, and the masks are not delivered. So we have mask non-delivery, we have fraud, we have counterfeit, but more importantly, during the pandemic, what we see and what we're focusing on is child sexual exploitation, and I apologize for focusing on that, because this comes under the umbrella of human trafficking. We see an increase during the pandemic for online sexual exploitation of children in Philippines, in India, and multiple countries. And the bad guys could be from US or Europe, and this has increased because the children or the victims are sitting at home during weekend prior to pandemic at home, and now they sit every day at home because they're online. So the exposure and the time is a lot more than we used to see in the past, because every day is an option for them because they are all sitting home and they are all online all the time because they're just not going to school as they used to. I just want to appreciate it. Something I mentioned to Regina because I just because the last minute found out there's media and there is photography or videos. I don't want to take pictures of the slides and go public because I don't have a permission to do that. So make sure we don't take photos of a picture. Now, again, in terms of source, in terms of systems and tools we use to analyze the data and give you back intelligence, data query tools, visual analytics, Tableau, we have geospatial analysis, and we have link social network analysis, and more importantly, this IBM i2 analytic notebook that we use, and I'll give you an example. Is a case study. I've received an identifier on one suspect. Now, if you tell me that suspect is involved with certain crime type, I will do the needful to submit SARS and STARS report to the central bank or wherever I'm legally obligated, our agent partner, whether it's sender or receiver in any country, because if you have a customer sending to someone or to 10, it could be 10 countries. So anywhere we have obligation, and we have also obligation to interdict and block. However, this customer, I was given an ID of a customer or a phone number only. So based on this, we've established this network. Every dot is a customer that directly or indirectly was involved with this single identifier, single consumer that was suspect. Because this customer has sent to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and then you have a global network, which is organized crime globally, operating globally. So by doing that, we can group them by geography, by corridor, because you might be you are an investigator and you're focused on certain corridor in certain countries. We will group them by geography for you, by country, by region, by continent, and we can also group them for you, let's say group 1, group 4, group 5 by topology type. Group 5 are focusing on human trafficking in this part of the world. I can make group 3 for you because I tell you this group is focusing on human trafficking or drug trafficking or terrorist financing. So we will group them for you by geography or by financial crime type. I don't want to spend too much time on scams, but also scams comes in the picture where we have a lot of consumers sending money, but based on consumer scams. And by the way, if you are an investigator in this room or you're law enforcement, in addition to what sources you have your own tool and investigation, but you can still go to the internet, go to Google, put that suspect name and put scam ++ after that, you might get something. Because if you're scammed, you could put a review on Google or anywhere, and that goes all over the world, and you've been scammed and you report it. That comes on Google, and then you could find out by only just an additional information to you. By putting this name X, scam ++, and you realize that there's a lot of people talking about this, turn out to be a bad guy. Now, we have a lot of posting photos on Instagram, which turn out to be related to internet fraud, prize lottery scam. I know a lot of people receive calls here in the UAE, so you've won a lottery prize. In order to give you this 100,000 that you won in lottery, you need to make a transfer to Western Union to open an application or to register or to make the logistics, so on and so forth, and you pay 1,000 dirham, turn out to be fraud, and there's no lottery. Romance scam, a lot of people get into romance scam through Facebook or internet, whatever. And they get into romance scam with someone. That victim thinks that this is actually gonna be my boyfriend, but eventually, when you start sending money, oh, I need ticket, I will visit you, I need support, I have financial problems, then they start sending Western Union to support, and there is no romance. He just disappears. TOEFL exam, a lot of people wants to travel US, they want to pass the TOEFL English language exam, and then say, we can help you. If you can't pass, we can help you, give you fake certificate. Send us this money, Western Union transfer, and we will give you some kind of fake certificate. And I've seen it happen in some part of the world. Of course, job scams is very popular. Everybody is desperate to find a job, and then you advertise a job, and you go even through interview, and then you ask them, say, we want to process your residence visa and do the application. You pay us now, and we will add it to your salary, and so on and so forth. And they actually do an interview with that person, and then once they get the money, they disappear. There's no job, and there is no nothing advertised as such. So this is the end of presentation. This is my, if you're law enforcement government agency, partners needed support with law enforcement inquiry, subpoena, court order. This is my email and phone number, and I believe I'm done. If you have any questions, do we have time for questions?
Do we have any questions for Mr. Wissam?
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
I think there's
Oh, you
one
do?
more.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Thomas Landgraf from Bartlett Asset Manager. I just have a question regarding any trends you have seen in recent years, because you have said you talk about typologies and how they change and they keep monitoring them. Have you seen any changes in the last year, how certain financial crimes have changed in terms of finance procedures?
We see a lot of increase in human trafficking, unfortunately, and we are in, thanks for raising this, we see a lot of pockets of ISIS resurfacing and making small cells in Syria and Lebanon. That's related to terrorist financing. They're now being reactive, and they're kind of like putting their act together, and we've seen it in the news, and we've seen it in terms of other partners and transactions. ISIS, by law enforcement, specifically law enforcement is telling us they are being active more than ever. In the 2022 even, we see a lot of increase in human trafficking. Child sexual exploitation is one, other than labor trafficking and sex trafficking. But also we've seen an increase or importance in wildlife trafficking, and that's the reason I'm attending for the first time MENA chapter tomorrow in Dubai Expo. The Royal Foundation and United for Life is doing a presentation, doing a forum in Dubai Expo for establishing wildlife trafficking and environmental protection and these kind of things. So this is what I have so far lately. Good question, thank you. Any more questions, please?
Peter Shaw-Smith from Thomson Reuters Regulatory Intelligence. It was very interesting what you said about organized crime. When you look at, perhaps if I may select the Italian mafia, Japanese Yakuza, organized crime in the US, when you look at the money trail footprint, what comment would you have about the globalization of crime associated with these organizations? Do they have reach into every corner of the world today?
Well, I have limited information on that. I would rather have law enforcement officials' response to that, but we see trends going up and down. We see pockets. We focus on certain countries, sometimes more sending, more receiving. We have a flavor, we have an idea, but sometimes we try to not to comment on analytics, because at the end of the day, law enforcement are the bodies who can tell us exactly what's happening specifically to your question. But we do have indications, we do have trends, and we share with law enforcement. Any more questions? Thank you for having me. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Sam. Just one. Oh, there's one.
Sorry if I may. Ben Muller, Stern Advisory. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. There's been a lot of talk about the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to process these vast amounts of data that an organization such as yours obviously collects, semi-supervised, totally unsupervised. Can you talk a little bit, if you can share with us, what Western Union's thoughts are on that, where you see some of the more trusted providers
question,
going?
Great question. Last time we had a chat, we had our all hands call with our financial intelligence unit. The strategic intelligence unit spoke about artificial intelligence. It's a different department. I know, but they are very much taking a deep dive into artificial intelligence. I don't have informational background. That unit does have. If you need any information, we can chat on the side after the break. But artificial intelligence is one of the core subject matter that's been discussed with our strategic intelligence unit.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Wissam, for that presentation. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have questions, Mr. Wissam will be around. If not, you can drop us an email. We'll connect you with him to get your doubts clarified. I just want to give an update. We are running late on time, but the main purpose of this event is to make sure all doubts, all questions are clarified through the thought leaders that I have on stage today. So once again, I apologize for the delay in time. So I move on to my next presentation for the day. We have Mr. Aniset Fantar, EMEA Risk and Compliance Specialist at Dow Jones, who's joining us on stage to talk about Middle East sanctions, developments, and compliance challenges. Welcome, Mr. Aniset.
Hi, hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Aniset Fantar. I'm a risk and compliance specialist at Dow Jones. And today I'm going to be talking to you about Middle East sanctions developments and compliance challenges. So as a way of introduction, I would like to give a few facts and figures about the region. So the GCC countries make up a total population of 54 million people with a total GDP estimated at $3.5 trillion. Some of the GCC nations are the largest exporter of natural resources, such as oil, gas, and liquefied natural gas, amongst others. Over the past decades, the GCC has become an attractive hub and has indeed one of the fastest growing population in the world. The GCC has become a global hub for commerce, import and exports, transshipments, and is ideally positioned in the middle of the world as a gateway from Europe to Asia and vice versa. It is needless to say that economic activity has grown drastically in the region over the past couple decades. However, the complexity of the region makes it a moderate to high-risk area to be doing business in relation to the political risk that remains in some countries, alongside with financial schemes that sometimes support financing of terrorism or regional business trade, which exposes firms to do business with high-risk jurisdictions, individuals, and entities. The Middle East is the region of the world where international sanction regimes are the most enforced and are regularly updated to include or delete names, add components, or have a broader application, which is what business players, compliance officers, head of legals, compliance managers must pay attention to the most. So the topic that I'm going to try and address are what are the key challenges that remains in the region when it comes to sanction, export control, and trade compliance. What can the business do to avoid the consequences of breaching sanctions in the future? So my first slide is about sort of like an update on the sanctions in the region and which country they apply to and what that means for professionals like yourselves. So one of the sanction regime that I want to talk about first is CAATSA, which is Countering America's Adversary Through Sanction Act, which is a U.S. sanction that is applied, intended to apply in the region. For instance, America tried to sanction Turkey for the purchase of Russian missile. And it was a sanction that was also going to apply to Egypt, but Egypt being an ally of Israel, they sort of like used that to leverage their way out of it. So, what my point here is sanctions, especially this kind, the CATSA, could apply to several other countries in the region, Iraq, UAE, Saudi Arabia. However, the US is keen to maintain its good standards diplomatic relationships with countries in the region. So unlike some other sanctions programs, such as EU or UN, the US sanctions program, OFAC, CATSA, etc., are very much in place to support foreign policy objectives. So there's two factors to consider when you're looking at US sanctions. It's the evolution of the text of law and the foreign policy. Another update on sanctions in the region. So there are some countries in the GCC that have been normalizing relationships with Syria again. They have been warned not to do that in order to avoid economic sanctions. Like Syria is one of the most severely sanctioned country in the world at the moment. Some of the GCC countries have reopened their embassies in Syria because they need to maintain diplomatic relationship for personal reasons, I guess. But the Assad's regime has been sanctioned for human rights violation again in July 2021. So it's very important to stay away from that, to stay away from doing business with Syrian entities. Other countries such as Saudi, Egypt, Bahrain, UAE have lifted the sanctions in Qatar in January 2021. So there was, alleged support from Qatar to militant groups. And so like those sort of like regional sanctions have been lifted. And this has released GCC firms from conducting EDD, so enhanced due diligence on Qatari firms. Those sanctions were lifted following a UN report showing that the sanctions on Qatar had an impact on human rights in the country, which could apply to a lot of other countries in the region that were sanctioned, I guess. So, a quick update on Afghanistan as well. So obviously the Taliban takeover of Kabul in 2021 sort of like strengthen the sanctions that were already in place in the country. So sanctions against Afghanistan have been in place for a long time, since the bombing of US Embassy in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in the late 1990s, and obviously September 11, 2021. So the UN and OFAC sanctions, like the sanction individual terrorists, the sanction members of Al-Qaeda, and the sanctioned, like the Taliban terrorist entity as a group. The EU and the UK echo the UN financial sanctions, and they also perform asset freeze, again, Afghan individuals and members of the Taliban new cabinet. So as part of the latest update, there has been the Prime Minister of the Afghan government, 2 deputy prime ministers, and a foreign minister. And the UN sanction list also designate 135 members of the Taliban, 5 entities, 4 Hawalas, and an entire Haqqani network. So the OFAC existing designation against Afghanistan enabled the Biden administration to freeze Afghan government reserves in US banks. So that's billions of dollars that are frozen. And it also enables the Biden administration to render anyone connected to the group to sanction and asset freeze. Where we have a problem, where there is a problem in regard to that at the moment, is because Afghanistan is one of the poorest and most aid-dependent country in the world. So how do you channel aid? How do you channel medical supplies to Afghanistan without breaching US OFAC? It's what what is kind of the challenge at the moment. My next slide is about like the Middle East sanctions regime. So the Middle East, as I said before, is one of the largest exporter of natural resources and precious metals in the world, and the US dollar is the currency that is the most widely used for the trade of goods and the trade of such goods. Indeed, the application, I mean, the use of US dollar currency triggers the application of US sanctions. In 2018, as you know, most of you know, I imagine, the Trump administration withdrew from the JCPOA in an effort to sort of like pressure Iran through an extensive sanctions program, which resulted in Iran's oil exports drastically dropping. You know, like, so they crashed by 90% from 2018 to late 2019, and this demonstrates the strong impact that, you know, US sanctions can have in the region. They found a way to get around that by dealing with other US sanctioned countries such as Syria or China, but still they took a massive hit. So we are witnessing right now a sort of like re-entering of the JCPOA by the Biden administration. Biden is lifting a multitude of US sanctions against Iran. So this is something that we've witnessed as, you know, there's been a further lifting of sanctions last Friday. So it's the US is very much willing to renegotiate the terms of that agreement. However, there has been a recent election in Iran of their conservative party, Ibrahim Raisi, and you know, Iran can sort of like set up the terms of that reintroduction of US to JCPOA, and it's a very important topic because 68% of, you know, SDN and secondary sanctions program are actually related to Iran, which complicate things because there's no US nexus, and there's arm's length and commercial activity. So it's primarily a concern from UAE or from like a Middle East point of view, because there's a lot of activity in the region. So Raisi, the Iranian leader, has been sanctioned for crimes against humanity. There's also been an Iran missile attack on an Israeli tanker near the coast of Oman earlier last year. So the US officials are looking to target the country's procurement network, you know, especially for drone and precision guided missile parts. So firms, in the end, firms need to pay attention to not doing business with Syria, Russia, China, all countries that are sanctioned by the EU, US, UK for human rights abuses is one of the key components. I also wanted to talk about trade compliance and export control regulation in the Middle East. So there has been some development in that regard as well. On May 6, 2021, the UAE Executive Office of the Committee for Commodities Subject to Import and Export Control has issued updated guidance on the measures that, you know, people in the UAE. So this, you know, was issued in accordance with Cabinet Resolution 74 of 2020, which addresses mostly terrorism, financing of terrorism, and support of terrorism group. So, you know, financial institutions, designated non-financial businesses and profession must comply with the UAE's targeted financial sanctions regime. So there's been two key areas where there's been an update in that regard. So the UAE used to have a more limited implementation of multilateral sanction, and it has actually broadened its scope to like a own, you know, unilateral targeted sanctions, which includes the inevitable asset freeze and reporting requirements, and, you know, like, this is very much tackled towards the identification and screening of terrorism-related activities. So this probably follows the UAE FATF evaluation that happened in 2020. So this is really one of the key components of export control regulations. So this new regime applies to all persons, companies, business, non-profits, universities as well. So there's an obligation for businesses to register with the executive office. They will receive electronic notification. They will be able to screen their potential and existing customers against sanction lists, freeze existing funds where applicable, and hold any funds to any individual or entity that is on those lists. There in June 2021, the UAE has also adopted a national agenda for non-oil export development. And this is, essentially a whole of a government framework to expand the legitimacy, reputation, and further strengthen the opportunity for international trade and investments. So the penalties that that are implied for not complying with the trade compliance update regime includes obviously fines, imprisonment as well, and the canceling of trade license for businesses that do not comply. So right, so sanctions in the Middle East is very much related to the region's unique geopolitical landscape as a major transshipment hub. There's like a number of corridor countries with long porous borders that enable illicit trade between jurisdictions. There's a complex regional oil landscape which facilitates Iran oil export into gray markets, labyrinthine production facilities and trading hubs, teaming and adjusting of shipping lanes. So in the end, that results in a blending of domestic crude oil with international bulk cargoes via ship-to-ship transfers to conceal and sort of like, obfuscate the origin. So it is a practice that is bolstered by endemic corruption in shipping ports. And this is particularly the case in the Middle Eastern businesses as regards to Iran. Iran being just above the UAE. There's a lot of corruption happening at the ports. So in regard to the risks that are presented by transshipments, it is important to understand that there is sort of like two definitions of transshipment. There is the commerce definition of transshipment, a good that goes, like from one place to the other and changes, like the way of transportation. So it is a good that can go from ship to air to truck to rail and end up in another country from a commerce perspective. But from a regulatory perspective, it is an end-to-end transaction that moves from a country to potentially a sanctioned country. And there is an obligation on whoever is sending the good to make sure that the supply chain is controlled, monitored, and that there is not a sanctioned destination or a sanctioned user at the end. Otherwise, sanctions could apply. So there's, also what is characteristic of the region is an unstable political situation and economic turmoil in the region. There are fragile and careful diplomatic relationship with the West, which involves people that are in power at the time. It is, however, vital yet difficult for companies operating in the region to keep abreast of sanctions development and ensure enforcement and compliance. So, there's been a new guidance from. There's been some new guidance from the UAE Central Bank in July 2021, which focuses on licensed financial institutions to implement like an actual monitoring and screening of financial sanctions. So firms are expected to develop, implement, regularly update an appropriate sanctions program that must include a robust risk assessment, screening process, and training of staff. All branches and subsidiaries of entities in which the firm hold a majority interest are registered to take part in this exercise. The registration on the executive office website, like I just explained before, is mandatory. And it's mandatory to screen against sanctions. It's mandatory to screen against indirect sanctions as well, OFAC 50% rule, for instance. And so from a FATF perspective, compliance with financial sanctions is vital to stop financing of terrorism flow. So what is expected from businesses is to have a clear understanding of OFAC sanctions, their applications, and you know, like the risk have a like a proper risk exposure evaluation in place. So, you know, the customer screening, transaction monitoring are foundational pillars of an effective compliance program. And, you know, like the businesses that are going to be targeted the most are currency exchange, statutory and local auditors, accountants, legal, notarial and tax advisory services, trust and company services providers, so like free zone registries, for instance, estate agents, casino operators, entities dealing with or in precious metals or stones. So, you know, there's a customer screening that must identify a sanctioned individual when establishing relationship. And from a transactional screening point of view, you know, there must be an isolation from payments that involve designated entities as part of an ongoing monitoring and suspicious transaction monitoring. So, you know, the ongoing screening, which is a term, a practice that I believe a lot of you here are familiar with, monitors changes in internal or external lists or customer information. Transactions are, you know, meant to monitor and focus on real-time threats like cross-border or high-risk currency transactions. Enhanced due diligence is you know, is important on the whole supply chain of a company. So there's been surveys in the region that show that a majority of firms express concerns towards sanctions and do question the robustness of the deployment that they have in place. So, you know, this is something that needs to be addressed. Firms must immediately inform OFAC, OFSI, sorry, UAE Central Bank if they have suspicion of dealing with designated entity. They must also freeze assets. The Wolfsburg Group provides, you know, like quite good guidance on sanction screening, and it also advises organizations to identify and assess sanction risk before crafting a program. So, you know, they will recommend that you look into the nature of your business, the size, the complexity, the volume of distribution, the distribution channels, the type of customer, the geography and business interest. So all of that will be taken into consideration for you to like measure your risk exposure and put in place, you know, like a risk program that will be, you know, a reflection of your actual risk exposure. So what's also really important, obviously, is the screening technology that you have in place, the efficacy of which is contingent to the integrity, the reliability and richness of the data. So, you know, high quality data with secondary identifiers, data enrichment is a good way to enhance the accuracy of matches. There's obviously going to be a limitation. You can't identify each and every risk, but you can broaden the sets of your non-screening tools. You know, you can do, you know, you can do reports, you can do databases. There's a lot of options for you to actually tailor your risk. So I'm also going to be talking to you about a few cases in the region, a few of the penalties that have resulted from non-compliance. So, you know, some of the violations have resulted in billions of dollars in fines. Some banks in the region have been fined above billions for violating Iran and Syria sanctions. You know, some of them have operated dollar accounts on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lines, and this has resulted in legal prosecution and penalties. So OFAC has, you know, significantly ramped up its punitive efforts in the recent years. You know, there's been billions of dollars of cases in 2019. There's been prison sentences. There's been, you know, over $15 million in settlements in 2019, let alone. There has been, financial institutions that have been sanctioned for doing business with sanctioned Syrian institutions. There's been in July 2021 $500,000 for the Dubai unit of Alpha Laval. And the case for this one was that Alpha Laval claimed that they had a storage tank cleaning export from US to Dubai between 2015 and 2016 when the end user was actually in Iran. So when OFAC realized that was a bit of an issue, obviously. So the fines are not just the problem. You will also have a supply chain risk, a customer that is unhappy. US and risk-averse countries might not want to deal with you as well. And it's the case of a shipping company, Maersk, that doesn't deal in Iran anymore because they were more concerned about losing their US business than maintaining their Iranian business. So they dropped it. So the non-compliance in the end results in significant financial, regulatory, and reputational risk to firms, and every company in the Middle East with client money in cross-border business would have some exposure to it. And I'm going to conclude here by saying that many of the rapidly evolving and shifting global sanctions program pivot around the Middle East with its complex history of fraud and tactical relationship with the West, rich oil and uranium reserves, and turbulent political landscape. The region also carries inherent geopolitical risks, which increase the threat of sanction exposure for many organizations on the ground. In light of this heightened vulnerability, businesses in the region must implement and maintain an efficient sanctions screening program and utilize robust technology solutions. That is it for me. It was a pleasure to address this audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Anisette. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a panel discussion. But before I move on to the panel discussion, a quick reminder to our attendees, we do have a hashtag for our event, which is CSE2022. The AV team will be displaying it on screen. It'll be great to hear from you on your feedback. As an organizer, it's amazing to see the crowd, the audience supporting us for this event. We'd really like to hear from you. Do let us know your feedback. Truly appreciate your support today. Thank you so much. So with this, we move on to a very interesting panel discussion for now, which is talking about the changing AML and CFT landscape. We will assess the present and prepare for the future. I'm pleased to invite on stage Mr. Colin Lobo, Chief Compliance Officer, Middle East, North Africa, HSBC Bank Middle East Limited. Mr. Scott Ramsey, Group Head of Compliance and Money Laundering Reporting Officer at Mashreq Bank, UAE. Mr. Wael Sekali, Head of AML and CFT at Credit Bank SAL from Lebanon. Mr. Wael is joining us virtually. Thank you so much.
Morning. Mic check.
Testing.
Yep. Morning. Morning, everyone. Lovely to be in a room with so many people after a very long time. We got Wael.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, but I cannot start the video, so I don't know if there's a technical issue here. So shall we proceed without the video?
Yes, Mr. Wael, we can proceed.
I don't think you can see the video.
First, I would like to thank CS Event Management for this opportunity, allowing us to be here speaking with all of you. As Regina said, the panel discussion will be about the AML landscape, the changes and the effects of COVID-19, and the whole compliance process in the future. We have two very experienced professionals here, and we're looking forward to hear from them. So I'll start directly with the questions. Mr. Lobo, you know, we've been living in the COVID era for more than 2 years now. We had several lockdowns. We have a very limitation on our working from home, and this surely have affected the financial sector. So if you can please share with us what was the impact of COVID-19 pandemic generally on the financial sector, and how do you think perpetrators of financial crime have took advantage of this pandemic?
Thanks for that question, Wael. So, I mean, obviously 2 years on, COVID-19, pandemic, lockdowns, the whole gambit. I mean, clearly the financial sector, you know, had to deal with the financial issues, the operational risk issues, and obviously trying to build up commercial resilience. Moving forward 2 years on from that, you know, we've had to adapt to new risks and new emerging risks on a daily basis. I think the first thing is obviously we moved from in-house or kind of in-person account opening, in-person account dealings, etc., to everything going virtual. So clearly the risk landscape changed. We didn't actually have that face-to-face connectivity with our clients who were coming to be onboarded, so on and so forth. So our whole kind of risk assessment, the controls that we had to apply had to evolve and change. That also kind of gave an opportunity to fraudsters or financial criminals, whatever you want to call them. And we did see an uptick in the fraudulent activity that our customers were experiencing, or indeed that where we were being victims of fraud. So perpetrators of fraud trying to actually defraud the bank, you know, through personal loan applications on the consumer side, or indeed on the commercial side as well, where, you know, financial statement misrepresentation risk is increased, so on and so forth. So the financial crime landscape changed, and it also elevated itself. Scott, do you want to add?
Yeah, no, look, definitely, because as we've moved to that more digital way of doing things, you know, our staff are stuck in different countries, our clients are stuck in different countries. As we go to that more remote dealing with the customer, it's a little bit easier for the customer or the bad guy customer to try something on. You don't have to go meet your RM and, you know, sit in front of someone and have that bit of sweat showing and work on that. So we've seen a change in the typology that's come along. But as banks, we've also adjusted ourselves. We've kind of gone to that, we could work from anywhere, we can do this remotely, we can partner with other people, we can co-create new technology, and it's enabled us to start again and just to step back, step on the balcony, have a look down, and really think to ourselves, can we do this differently? So COVID gave us a reason to pause. And from my experience, it was both working in Hong Kong at the start for the first year and for the last bit here in the UAE, to really kind of step back and look at what's going on and how things are connected between Middle East, China, Russia, other places, and really kind of figure out, see what those patterns are. Like we saw earlier on the presentation, when you have all those groupings, those different countries, you can able to see those patterns. Do you call them?
Yeah.
Hopefully that answered the question. Well, back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's quite interesting doing this hybrid thing.
Yes.
It's a little bit complicated. So were there any type of typologies that you discovered during this area? Were there any surge of a certain type of financial crime transactions that were abused during this pandemic?
Changing trends. I mean, certainly I think Wissam kind of highlighted a few of those in terms of the lottery scams. You know, those are the issue. I think a couple of the things that we have seen is in relation to pet scams. Because of the various lockdowns, you know, across countries, etc. Families were locked indoors, so what did they do? They were looking to kind of entertain kids, etc. One of the things was buy a pet, right? And what we've seen is a number of fraudulent websites or fictitious websites promising all types of dogs, cats, etc., in exchange for a deposit, so on and so forth, and transport fees, etc., only to find that those were completely fictitious and fake. And we've actually seen that here in the UAE as well. The other thing, as I said, is, again, the age-old fraudulent documents. People getting desperate because of business downturn, so they're kind of, what do you call them, beefing up their financial statements and presenting them to the banks, fraudulent documents in terms from a receivable finance perspective, etc. So, we have seen those types of increase. And then linked to COVID is obviously fictitious PPE contracts. We've seen people, an increase in smishing, vishing, phishing, and all of that because people are, kind of moved to online shopping, online e-commerce, etc. And the fraudsters have evolved. I'm sure that a number of you in this room would have received emails from the postal service saying that you need to pay your 10 dirhams to actually get a parcel. 9 times out of 10, people will actually say, well, that's a fake website or email. But when you actually think about it, that one person is going to fall foul to it. And then once that's done, the account details are compromised and you end up with a victim of, kind of, in some cases, quite significant amounts of money being lost to fraud.
Yep, so to follow on, so personally, I know that my house painter fell for the pet scam. And I know my landlord almost fell for the business email compromise scam. So all their tenants got emailed and said, there's a problem, don't send me a check, remit the money to this account. They gave me a bit of a call, we had a bit of a chat. So, but definitely business email compromise, we've seen a huge increase of that globally. And, even like talking to people, you say, look, you really need to put in checks and balances here because we're not meeting people, it's just online or having a call, and most of that can be faked. So that's definitely been an increase for us.
What about the NGO activities? Did you face any issues with the NGOs and all this related issues for the pandemic?
The NGOs.
In what sense, Wael? Can you elaborate?
Sending humanitarian assistance and something like that. Were these type of activities compromised during the pandemic?
So if the question is, have we seen like an increase in like charity fraud or charity schemes?
Yes.
Actually, not too much from my side. How about your side, Colin?
No, we haven't really seen it from that aspect that I can think of. That would that we would consider a significant, move or trend. I mean, fake charity sites and fictitious charity sites or front charities for terrorist financing, etc., is an inherent risk that we kind of deal with and manage on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, I suppose, well, if people have had time on their hands, you're sitting in a square room looking at a computer, you've probably seen a bit of a rise in crypto schemes, gaming schemes, like, for your Xbox or your PlayStation, if you're lucky enough to have one. We've seen those increase, but the other side, not so much, because everyone, just like with the pets, everyone's been a bit more insular, what can I do, rather than what they can do for other people.
Yeah. I suppose the one trend that we have seen, or rather an increase, is the age-old mule accounts. So where we've had, very, very good long-standing customers, either both on the personal side and on the corporate side, that have fallen foul to mule activity. And that's either out of desperation or, again, linked to a job scam, etc., where unfortunately, they've fallen foul to that.
Thank you for that. Okay, the public is betting that traditional banks will not be able to follow the digital era. So do you have an idea if financial institutions can better leverage the new norms, or can they take advantage of this and reimagine financial crime controls after the pandemic?
I'll go first, you like. So look, it's clear that we're moving away from branches. You don't need as many. If your customers are not here, well, you don't need someone in a branch sitting waiting for them. So you look at the Ministry of Interior, they're doing partnerships with banks, so you can do online liveness verification checks. If you ever sat down for the demo through that, it's pretty smart. And the amount of detail they have and the data they're giving to banks to able to verify, we can be smarter, we can be faster. As banks, you kind of have to sit down and start right now and go, do we really need to do this? Is there a better way to do it? And I must get 10 to 15 approaches a week, I'm sure Colin gets more, of Regtech companies looking at a problem, coming up with a solution and wanting to implement it. We no longer need paper. Like, I know I've got my notes here, but generally in our interaction with our customers, we're trying to make it as digital based as possible. And the more we digitize that, the easier it is for our compliance systems to work. When it comes to looking at the right systems to bring in, I'm a big believer in co-creating. So some of these people have approached us at Mushrak. We've sat down and said, look, can we have a bit of a go and we'll give you some feedback and let's see how we can make this work for you and work for us. We've looked at doing proof of concept type work to make sure we've got what we want from it. If you go back, 2, 4, 6 years ago, it's a big contract you had to sign for your sanctions provider, for your AML provider, and you weren't sure whether or not it was going to work. That's a big outlay at the start. So being more agile and being able to get that proof of concept across the line means that you can go to your board, you can go to your senior management and say, look, this is what I can do, this is how I can change our risk profile with this, and here's the benefits. The next thing is you also need to sit down with your business and really think to yourself, what type of technology do I have here that you can reuse from us and that we can reuse from you? If I go back to 15 years ago, I'll sit down and people say, KYC is important for me just as it is for you. You want to sell stuff. I want them to know what they're selling and who they're dealing with. Now it's a case of we can all use advanced analytics. We can all get the same data going to our relationship managers, going to our financial crime investigators, so we can understand what's going on. And we can do that better, we can do that quicker. So it's that there is a strong change now, and we can see a lot of people kind of coming in. Over to you, Colin.
I think I'd echo what Scott said. I think certainly what we are looking at in our trialing is what we call intelligence-led financial crime risk management. So basically, if you think about it, all of us as banks and even in our own organizations, plus what's on the internet, etc., there's a whole heap of information out there. Computing power is relatively cheap now. So using that, to Scott's point, kind of being agile, being able to kind of analyze big data and actually apply a financial crime lens over that data is actually helping to kind of drive out the hotspots or areas of focus or risk that we need to look at. The other thing as well is to kind of, we're also looking at technology to kind of move away from your standard kind of rules-based transaction monitoring to kind of make it more around the dynamic risk assessment of a customer. Because if you think about it, you can actually play with the rules. The fraudsters or the money launderers pretty much know what the rules are, what your thresholds are, and they will kind of abuse that to their advantage. So by trying to use technology with all of the analytics capability, the computing power that's relatively cheap, to kind of become more agile, more responsive to the risk that we are seeing in our book or elsewhere.
So in this same area, we're talking about KYC and customer due diligence, enhanced due diligence. You see, right now, there's a person assisting the client to fill his KYC, and all the information is mainly not very decisive, and you have to go and do your due diligence and even enhanced due diligence, and you might even not reach a conclusive decision about this client. So do you think after this online and this pandemic issues that we faced, are there any best practices that we can use or can to avoid such things, or maybe even use it in a better way?
Well, I think certainly data and the usage of data is going to be key to that. And I think with all of the new technology, I think Scott kind of mentioned, what the governments are doing, the Ministry of Interior with the digital IDs, with, kind of unified IDs, etc., making sure that you're actually exploiting that to kind of verify identity, verify the veracity that this is an actual individual. And then using that information with information that is available in other data sources, and probably linking back to what Mohammed mentioned in his opening, the public-private partnership.
Yes.
Right? That's going to be key as well, because just having the data, etc., is one aspect of it. But when you bring in data that we normally wouldn't have, i.e. that law enforcement has, etc., or regulators have, then it actually gives you potentially a fuller view of the puzzle that we're kind of trying to put together.
I know it's not our subject to talk about here, but doesn't this raise a question about data privacy and GDPR and these rules?
Well, I was going to say Scott's the lawyer amongst the two of us, but I'll give it to you. You're absolutely right. I mean, if you're talking about one of the risks, that we're having to manage, is absolutely that data privacy, but also data sharing, because data is seen as a national asset, and so there are laws and regulations that differ in every country, in every jurisdiction. Which we need to kind of take into account and make sure that we are compliant with across, and ultimately it's also for the protection of our customers, because we always have to put our customers at the center of it on that front. But it is a challenge, and the different laws and regulations makes it even more difficult because they're not uniform.
Yes. We have here in Lebanon banking secrecy, so I can't imagine how can we apply such issues here.
I was actually thinking I was going to pass on that question. Look, we've got competing legal principles. We've got law enforcement who want to find bad actors, and we find bad actors to change behavior in society. And change in behavior in society is good for us because we are society. But then you've also got the element of individual privacy, trying to weigh that up. So for us, it's about working in the legislative framework that we've given. As Colin was saying, as a bank, we'll have one piece of the jigsaw puzzle. Someone else, like customs, may have another piece, the police another piece, and the whole concept is to try to get those pieces together so we can see what's going on, or the picture. Not necessarily the bank, but whoever needs to see it at law enforcement. So we're playing our part. We're promoting public-private partnerships to see if we can use the hive mind of all the banks, of all of society, to make good. So that's got to be a good thing within the framework that we have.
Maybe if I can just add one more thing, is obviously, you mentioned data and data privacy. The other aspect to think about is also data ethics, because when you're kind of creating models and you're using, AI and machine learning, etc., it is important to actually make sure that you have a data ethics framework that will actually put you in a defensible position so that there's no unconscious bias that actually goes into a machine learning bot, or whatever you want to call them, that you deploy, which would then kind of put your organization at risk later on, from legal risk or regulatory risk, etc. So it's that's the other aspect as well.
Yes. Thank you for that. You know, we can go on till the afternoon like this if you want, but we have very limited time. So does anyone in the room have any question to the panel?
Yep, just wait for the microphone over there. This is the part we're looking forward to. We actually didn't want to speak. We just want to get on stage and listen to everyone's questions.
Hi everyone, my name is Ranjit. I am from Digila Gold. From the line of industry that I am from, dealers in precious metals and jewelry. So what is the major risk that the bank perceives from people who are from the industry of precious metals and stones? Because most of the banks are very reluctant these days to open up accounts for dealers in precious metals and again cryptocurrency also, onboarding of cryptocurrencies, and what are the risks that you see whilst onboarding cryptocurrency clients?
I'll go first and then Colin will correct me. Look, as banks, it's easy for us to work in like a safe harbor. And a safe harbor is something where if we do X, Y, Z, we know we're okay. In terms of precious metals, do banks really know about the Kimberley process? Do they really know about conflict gold? Does the market have rules? Is the market regulated? And if you look in the UAE context, there have been rules in place for a while, but you've seen those increase. So I think it's taking a while for banks to get comfortable in the veracity of the compliance framework of those operators, similar to shipping. If you look at shipping, shipping was wide open for a long time, but shipping in this region is high risk goods, high risk locations, as the previous speaker was talking about in respect for sanctions. If you look at cryptocurrency, again, is there a safe harbor framework? What are the obligations on me as a bank to the underlying person, as well as the kind of anonymity and the lack of traceability sometimes between the good moving. So for those are things that make banks nervous. We're already busy enough with our day-to-day, what we have in front of us, that cryptocurrency is a learning curve for us. But banks are exploring it. They're looking at it. Colin?
Well, before I answer, I was going to ask Weil if he had anything to say.
Well, yes. Yeah. I'm going to echo what Scott said. We try to avoid so many variables. We try to go to something that we can identify, especially when we talk about pricing, when we talk about shipping. Also, in addition to precious materials, like you mentioned, we can also add sculptures and auctions. These are something that we consider high risk, and we try to, if not avoid dealing with such customers, we try to take as many due diligence measures as we can take.
Thanks, Weil, and I'll just echo what Weil and Scott said. It is about risk appetite. It's about also kind of understanding the sector, and I'm going to steal Scott's the safe harbor. I mean, is it a regulated industry? Do you have a framework? Can we do the due diligence? Do you have traceability of the goods, etc.? Right? And that's what it kind of boils down to. It's not that, you know, nobody will open an account for a precious metals dealer or a gold refinery, etc. Of course we do. But it also kind of depends on the ability to actually meet the due diligence standards. Hopefully that answers your question.
Sure, just throw a bit of light onto it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Next question.
I can see the room. So is there anybody who has any other question?
Yeah, there was a question in the back.
There's a question coming.
Yeah.
Hi, both. Myself, Purna from Money Corp. So, as we all know, the cryptocurrency it's on its way, and most of the regulators are, trying to regulate a framework for it. So, as a banks down 3 years down the line, so as a compliance, what are the risks you face, and what's your take on it?
Excuse me, I just missed the start of the question. I heard that back half, but just can you repeat the first half? I think it's the mask.
Okay, so as we all know, the cryptocurrency is getting on its way. So even the regulators are trying to form a legal framework on that. So just wanted to know your take on this as a financial crime, and what are the risks we face, and what should be the framework as a compliance?
It's a very good question. Should I go first?
You go first.
Okay. Look, it is coming, and I think once we've actually got the regulation in place, it would make things a little bit better. Look, what's the risk with it? It's basically the opaqueness of it. Where does it go? How can you trace it? How can you track it? I mean, right now, one of the things that we do see when it comes back down to fraud is the money ends up in cryptos, right? So investigating and trying to follow that is almost, I won't say impossible, it's very, very difficult, right? So that's one of the biggest risks. That's why a lot of banks are currently kind of assessing their risk appetite towards that. It is going to come down to, is it going to be a regulated crypto? I mean, you've got the, what do you call them? Central bank digital currencies, et cetera, which are kind of going to be fiat currency backed, et cetera. You've got cryptos right now that are backed with what? Right? So that's, for me, I think, is the opaqueness, the lack of a regulated framework, et cetera, that kind of makes it challenging.
Yep. And what I'll add to it is, look, as banks, we're not geared to that. There's the likes of chain analysis, who have got the specialist tools, know-how, and ability to be able to trace stuff. Banks generally don't have that. As Colin was saying, some of my colleagues think crypto is a gigantic pyramid scheme. In terms of, well, what is the value of this? And if the value of this is variable, that's ideal for someone who wants to do money laundering, because you can just up and down it as you wish. So as a bank, that's a little bit difficult. As a bank, you're also wondering, okay, are my customers being taken advantage of here? And that's kind of hard to know. So those are all kind of things that we need to overcome, as well as the regulatory framework. And look, it's understood that cryptocurrency is successful because it is a little bit anti-establishment. They're trying to get away from the regulations. The regulations do give you safety. So it's a kind of a catch-22 on that.
Warren?
So the keywords here are regulations and the IT systems that we have. Are we able to identify the parties involved in a cryptocurrency activity? Are we able to follow the money, as they say? So as long as there's no clear regulations about this issue, and some central banks are even forbidding dealing in digital currencies and the crypto. So I think it will be a vague issue for these couple of years going on before taking any major steps in it.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Another question over here.
Ms. Pai.
Hi, Colin. Hi, Scott. My name is Namita. I represent Barclays. And I guess this is maybe not necessarily on topic, but what do you guys see as the skill set that compliance officers and MLROs have to develop in the future, considering the context of the pandemic, the focus on the payment sector now, and cryptos and NFTs, et cetera?
Great question. The compliance officer of the future. Well, certainly from my perspective, we need to kind of upskill on ESG and what are the compliance risks involved with that for us to be able to actually advise our businesses that are obviously committed to ESG and net zero, et cetera. Certainly from a data perspective, understanding data, understanding what the tools are that are available out there, and being able to actually articulate to the techies what it is that you are trying to look for, right? Because what I've found in the number of years that I'm working is a compliance officer is very good at kind of looking at the risk, but we're quite inept at explaining in plain terms to a data scientist or a data analyst what it is that you are trying to look. So trying to find that common language, and I'm getting that common language going, I think is going to be key. And the last thing is making sure, for me, is conduct. That's going to become even more from a financial crime perspective as well, because with the data sharing, the data regs, etc., getting a good understanding of the conduct-related risks and consumer and how it interacts with consumer protection, etc., will be key, because you've got to be a well-rounded compliance officer, not just a financial crime or an MLRO, because you need to think enterprise-wide.
Okay, so I'll add to that. I think there are key attributes. One is to be able to work agile, and there are different agile structures, customer journeys, sprints, whatever. You can't say, give me a paper, I'll come back in 2 months. That's not going to cut it in today's world. As Colin said, explainability is key. As a MLRO or a compliance officer, often you have to explain how the box works, how the rules work. So being able to have that grasp of the fundamentals, to have those explanations from the board to the data scientists to the regulator, and also learning agility, because we're going to have to keep learning. We're going to have to keep adapting. What we did, our core tasks will remain the same. How we do them are fundamentally going to change. And sometimes those jobs, it may just be the box that does it in 2-3 years' time. So if you're a compliance officer who thinks you know everything right now, you're going to be out of date in 3 to 4 years' time. Quite simply, you need to keep evolving with it.
Well,
yes, that's true. The main thing is training and learning, because as Scott said, whatever we know right now might not be very useful to us in 3 or 4 years. So, but this is also something that each compliance officer individually has to work on. In addition, that the institution and the compliance division and the compliance culture should encourage training and learning. You don't have anymore the luxury to take a document for 1 week and review it in order to decide. You have to give your decision on the spot. Maybe you have to be quick and fast in order to be, for your business to be competitive also. So it's going to be challenging for us, but we have to learn as we go.
thank you. Any more? We've got one more question. Preeti, the bonuses haven't been paid, is it?
Yeah.
I'll still take my chance.
You can ask the question to Scott or Weil.
Well, it's a question for all three. I'm Preeti Bhagwat from HSBC. My question is, I've heard about AI, data, what the compliance officer should look like. It's more about how we collectively, as a group together, influence the change. So what can we do?
Well, I suppose, look, one of the examples is that Colin and myself are co-sponsors of the trade-based financial crime project. So as compliance people, it's kind of like a profession. We've got a duty to kind of give back, a duty to share. And that collaboration amongst different people is the way we move the whole industry ahead. And those are the type of things that we're already committed. We've already spoken about, there is a thing tomorrow for international wildlife trafficking, which a number of us are going along and joining up to. Those are the things, as a collective, we do.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's about collaboration. This is one aspect where we're not really in competition. It's compliance, and in particular, financial crime compliance, as Scott mentioned, and one of the I think Mr. Wissam mentioned, the United for Wildlife thing. That's a a big issue globally. It's being a focus, etc. The UAE government is behind it, etc. So that's an example. You're talking about public-private partnerships. Again, it's about collaboration. It's partnership. That's the only way that we're going to actually stay at pace, or at least try and keep up with the money launderers. Because tell you what, they don't have regulations to deal with. They don't have cross-border issues to deal with, and they're far better at collaborating cross-border than we are. So for me, that's going to be key. While
Yes, if we look where we were 10 or 15 years ago, we will find it difficult to fill a KYC. So we've gone a long trip on the way, and I imagine that by working together, by participating in PPP or in trying to induce this culture in our organization and in the community where we work, I think that's the key question here.
keep fighting the good fight.
Thank you.
I think we're out of time. We still up?
Do we have any more questions?
I think there's one down here on the
There's
right.
one there.
Regina, you're getting your money's worth.
I'm Richard, Chief Compliance Officer for DIM Finance. I think my question is, when we look back to the last 10 years, majority of the enforcement actions and fines that have been issued have heavily been issued to banks that are expected to have the best compliance practices in the market. And so as we go into the UAE where the enforcement networks have started and the regulator locally has started to sort of issue fines, what have been the learning points that you need to share with us to understand why there has been continued fines to banks that are expected to sort of have the best systems in place? Is it a question of conduct? Is it a question of risk appetite? Or it's a question that systems are not operating the way they're expected to operate?
I think it's about risk appetite. Wherever the bank is bigger, they have a higher risk appetite to take more risks and chances. In small banks, they don't dare to go there, if you want it bluntly like this. I think systems are very well equipped in the huge banks and the big banks, but it's more about risk appetite. I don't know, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, certainly risk appetite is one. Banks have got it wrong in the past. And I think the challenge is being agile and being able to respond to the risk. And I think, as you kind of move west towards east, the pace and maturity of regulation and regulators has also evolved, right? So that as a result of that, you've got to improve your systems and controls to comply with that. But it's also making sure that you actually understand the risk. And as a compliance officer, making sure that you are telling your stakeholders and risk owners what the risk of non-compliance is. It is not just about money. It's about reputation. It's about the legal risk, so on and so forth. So really kind of driving the message home. It's not really about conduct. I mean, when you look at it, it was a lack of systems and controls, lack of investment, etc., or deprioritization, right? Now, if you ask any board member, etc., across the industry, what keeps you awake at night is regulatory conduct, right? Managing financial crime, reputational risk. So it's on everybody's agenda.
Look, I would just agree with what Colin said. You've seen a real fast forward in the UAE the last 4 or 5 years. And every year, it's just gone quicker. We've seen the regulator upskill. We've seen the regulator embrace technology, sometimes even before the market has embraced that same technology. So whenever there are differences, that's when these things come out. But you can see that there's more accountability on compliance officers. Compliance officers at banks have to report to the board. The board has to be trained. When the central bank comes in, they want to see the board discussing these matters. Hence, this is what they think about at night. So it's a learning curve for everyone. Some have not got it right. Some are getting it right. And we're all still on that journey. I think that's the best answer I can give for that one.
I think the lessons learned, one piece of advice is document in the famous kind of, if you know, Matt Gamble used to kind of keep that. You need to be able to provide evidence that you do discuss it, you do take action, etc. Because it's no point if a regulator comes in or you're in an investigation and you say, well, yes, I did mention it in that governance meeting. If you can't show it, you can't prove it, it didn't happen.
Yeah. And I think that goes to my old saying of, governance is kind of like a shield and a sword. It's a sword for you used to get stuff done, and it's a shield to protect yourself over what you have done. Regulators aren't going to expect you to be 100% right all the time, but they expect you to follow the right process. And that's where it really helps.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Collin. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Truly a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Weil, most importantly.
Mr. Weil, thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Weil, shukran. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more session. I'm sure we are hungry. After the session, we'll all break for a quick 15 to 20 minutes break. We now have Mr. Daniel Hewitt, Regional Head, LexisNexis, joining us on stage to talk about enabling anti-fraud and risk management in frictionless banking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Hewitt. As mentioned, I'm Regional Head for LexisNexis Risk Solutions. Unlike my Mediterranean friend from Moody's earlier, I'm not a dancer, so I'm going to stay firmly placed here today. I do see some familiar faces in the audience. For those that might know us by different names, we are known as Bankers Almanac, we are known as Acuity, we are known as Furcosoft. All of these actually now sit under the LexisNexis Risk Solutions brand. Today I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the topic of enabling anti-fraud and risk management in frictionless banking. My background is mainly sanctions and AML compliance, so this is a new topic for me, but it is something that I'm learning a lot about, and it is something that's very pertinent to the world that we live in today. So just before we... Okay, sorry, so moving on then. So the data that we look at here is derived from the LNRS Global Digital Identity Network, which analyzes 55 billion transactions globally across all different types of services, from banking to fintech to media, gambling, travel, and so on and so forth. For many different use cases as well, whether that's going to be new account logins, payments, as well as usual logins for online channels as well. This data shows the fraud trends within the network based on the risk decision made by the users of the network solutions. In EMEA, that equated to 9.4 billion transactions, and utilization split across desktop and mobile with a strong movement to app-based services. In terms of trends, an increase in automated bot attacks of 13% year on year, building on growth from previous years, showing that attacks are moving to digital portfolio and getting faster and wider in scale. Interesting note here as well is that you'll see towards the right of the screen, when we look at the top 5 attack origin destinations, we will see that Saudi Arabia is in there. So not a destination where entities are specifically attacking, but attacks are coming from Saudi Arabia. So we are definitely seeing that in the Middle East area. Moving on, when we look at finance trends and particular use cases, it shows that for new account opening, 7% transactions are designated high risk or attempted fraud, and this is growing. That is nearly 1 in 10, with desktop being the most prevalent attack point. For logins, nearly 1% on desktop are high risk, which is unauthorized user access attempts, although it may seem a small percentage if you consider the volume of activity in the login space. It is a considerable amount of attempts to compromise genuine users. Payments is still a focus area and a wider concern, considering not only fraud, but use of accounts as mules for account money laundering, something that both Scott and Colin mentioned on the previous session. This chart shows high-risk events highlighted in the network over time. We've highlighted some specific events where these equate to identical targeted network fraud attacks. It can be seen that these attacks are happening continuously over the year, but targeting multiple countries and business sectors at the same time. This shows that no individual company can look at their own data or own environment in an isolated manner, especially in the digital world. To effectively prevent issues and manage customer experience, you need to be able to understand and analyze your organization in a global picture, otherwise you will expose yourself to attack. This slide highlights an example from the network where a mule network was discovered. It shows how the attackers process their attacks and scams through multiple banks in order to quickly facilitate the revenue out of the system, and often will then initiate further payments down a dispersed chain of locations and internationally in order to evade detection and capture. Within this network, we can analyze not only the initiator of transactions, but also analyze the beneficiaries allocated, enabling the identification of mule networks to prevent loss. Here is an example of a fraud network discovered using the LNRS Digital Identity Network. It highlights the scale of the attack and shows how multiple accounts are compromised across multiple verticals and multiple countries to initiate the attack. Digital fraud is global in nature. You cannot focus on your own data in your own country in the digital world. Digital fraud takes advantage of multiple players, multiple banks, multiple industries such as telco, travel. So again, you cannot look at banking in its own. It needs a global view. To fight a fraud network, it takes a network of insight. Crime pathways are converging, blurring traditional distinctions between cyber breaches, fraud, and financial crimes. Multiple functions all trying to solve the same 3 basic questions using disparate data and tools. Identification, who is my customer? Monitoring, what transactions are legitimate? Response, how do I respond to a threat? It's an opportunity to better combat emerging risks and drive efficiencies using shared data, resources, and technology. Fraud and financial crime are linked. If a fraudster is generating revenue, they need the means and ways to move it and access it globally. The network doesn't have to know who you are to know you are not who you say you are. Some of the key differentiators are multi-billions of real-time transactions, multi-country and multi-vertical, covering all use cases and risks, providing prevention capability to stop fraud and risk, enables monitoring of customer and user interaction to help identify trusted customers and potential risks from bad actors, management, providing flexible application of rules and policies and fully integrated investigation and analysis. What we're going to show you here is just a very simple day in the life. If you think about the device you use at home, this could be a mobile device, this could be an iPad. you start to build up trends of how you use that device. You go through points in the day where the system will pick up that you are annually at the same time logging into certain devices, maybe looking at the same websites, accessing online banking. All of this data can be built up to identify trends. Where we want to identify the criminals is when there's behavior that is outside the norm that sits within your own personal digital identity behavioral network. So each one of us has multiple devices. We use those devices for different ways and means, and it's a way of detecting that if you're using something that is not in your usual behavior, what can we do to detect that and ultimately stop a fraudulent or a bad actor from taking advantage of your device? Given we live in a digital world, this is only going to be one way, and this is the only way we can move forward to try and stop it. So, how do we help? The main element here, without going through each of the points, is we can prevent and manage risk. We can identify trusted customers in real time and help and improve and manage customer experience and impact. The customer experience is something that many of the session leaders have spoken about today. What can we do to make sure that that customer experience is seamless? Make sure that they don't see some of the elements of compliance and fraud technology on the background that we implement to try and make their life seamless. It can be quite common that they come to the bank and they can blame the bank when things go wrong. That technology in the background is made to sure that the experience remains seamless, it makes the consumer protected, and ultimately it should make the life of the FIs easy as well. So to finish, as I'm conscious I'm stopping you between lunch and I think a coffee. Here is a case study for a Middle Eastern bank. So we already have banks in the UAE that have already adopted the latest in fraud and identity verification technology. They've identified the risks on a global scale, and they've identified that it's only a matter of time before these risks continue to extrapolate in the UAE and the wider GCC countries. The aim was to detect risk, but still maintain a friction-free customer experience. The charts show how effective decisioning is in the system. Ultimately, we're looking to detect high fraud recognition with very false positive rate. The term false positive rate is something that we all hear day in, day out. It can apply to compliance, it can apply to fraud, operational risk. Ultimately, how do we ensure seamless customer experience? How do we keep operational costs low? And how do we ensure that we mitigate risk to the entities at all costs? A lot of this comes down to in a growing world where we continue to see an increase in population, we continue to see an increase in transactions, and we continue to see an increase in bad actors. It is inevitable that there are going to be false positives. It's how we can manage them, detect them, and keep those levels low for the FI community such as yours. If anyone is particularly interested in learning which bank this is about, rather than giving you the name now, I do encourage you to visit our booth outside where we can go through this case study with you in a lot more detail. I've left 5 minutes for any questions. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you for the event organizers for organizing today, and I look forward to hearing from the audience. I think we have a question.
Well, thank you for your good speech. My name is Shiaz. I'm from Bank Sadarat, Iran, from the regulatory side of the bank. I want to have this third slide or on the fourth slide, you show some figure regarding, can you go back? Some country-wise study. Can you read that one? Because
which one, sorry?
It is not visible. The top 5 attacks.
Was it this slide?
Yeah. The top 5 attack originations. What is the country name? It's not visible here.
So okay. So the top 5 attack originations. So number 1 is the UK. Number 2, Saudi Arabia. Number 3, Germany. Number 4, Russia. And number 5, France. So this is where attacks are originating out of.
by the monetary wise we are calculating, or the case wise? That means the amount wise or the case wise?
Mobile devices.
Amount wise.
All online applications.
Okay. So based on which study it is? It is the study based on some survey, or the cases reported, or from some reports from some other regulatories like?
Yeah, completely correct. So we can share the LexisNexis Cybercrime report. You can download that on our website, where it will provide full details on the survey that was conducted with those results. For the UAE, obviously where we are based, whilst it's not in the top 5, it is in the top 20. So we do provide data that goes just beyond the figures that we've shown today.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to get this information a little bit more.
Yes, absolutely. Please find me at the booth afterwards, and we can share that information.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. If there's no more questions, I'll let everyone take a bathroom break, a network break, and I look forward to seeing you at the LexisNexis Risk Solutions booth. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go in for a short break. We will be back at 12:40. So see you after a short break, where we will talk about cryptocurrencies in detail, mitigating risk, as well as talk about driving data-driven compliance organizations. See you all later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we now move on to our next presentation after the break. We will be joined by Mr. Matthew Long, Head of AML Solutions, EMEA and APAC Quentexa. Mr. Matt is here to talk about enabling a data-driven compliance vision, contextual monitoring for trade-based money laundering. You with us, Mr. Matthew?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Thank you. Should I share my screen? Are we good to go?
Certainly, you can share your screen.
Excellent. Can I ask if everybody can see that? Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, excellent. So everybody, thank you for attending the session after the break. Three main goals to really outline in the next 15 minutes plus some time for questions. I really want to give you an insight into a concept that Quentexa has been pioneering for a few years around the concept of contextual decision intelligence within the AML-CFT space. Very much a focus on contextual monitoring. I'll outline this concept in the context of a real-life example, which will be trade-based anti-money laundering, and really drill into the technology and some of the differentiators that we see between traditional rules-based or just simple AI machine learning capabilities and this whole concept of context. And looking to use trade as a real example, give a short introduction to who Quentexa is. We'll look at how entity resolution network generation provides the cornerstone for the solutions that I'll walk you through. And then we'll pick through how we go into taking some trade documentation and how we use the data within that trade documentation and transactions, etc., to be able to build up a view of risk outside of traditional transaction-focused monitoring and so on. Just a couple of slides in terms of who we are, not to go into too much detail, but we have a number of clients around the world, a number of offices globally, including hopefully soon within region, to be able to support a growing client base who are looking to really leverage the most innovative AML KYC technologies. Interestingly, and for the purpose of this particular focal point, the Quentexa trade risk solution currently monitors around 20% of global trade, 40% of Asia trade. So what I'll talk you through today is widely accepted as becoming a de facto way of monitoring trade finance risk. And there's lots of publicly available information to be able to go into that fact and details in a little more granularity. So just in terms of some of the concepts that I'll talk you through today, particularly around contextual decision intelligence and some of the differentiators in terms of technological approach. So there are a number of documents out there which talk about the limitations of traditional rules-based transaction monitoring, KYC, CLM systems, etc., very much based on rules and thresholds, etc. Rather than being able to take those rules and take those behaviors in context and be able to look not just at a transactional money movement or a particular trade in isolation, it's about looking at the entirety of the information about both the buyer, the seller, the importer, the exporter, everything that we can glean about those individuals and institutions, and start to look at the holistic risk rather than the granularity of the actual trade itself. We realize the limitations in terms of financial exclusion, misunderstood risk, and operational burden when we just simply look at the transaction. And it doesn't reflect the complexity of criminal networks. We see in our client base, as well as within a lot of industry papers and enforcement alerts, etc., that there is an increasingly complex criminal network-based behavior. And the traditional solutions have not been equipped to deal with that complexity and interconnectivity of behaviors and data points to be able to identify things like professional enablers or shell companies, or differentiate between a shell company and a legitimate business, etc. And even within the recent or fairly recent UAE Mutual Evaluation Report, there is a reference to the fact of inconsistency of understanding the interactivity of threats and vulnerabilities. And the example that's highlighted on screen from that is around the lack of consistency in understanding TBAML and corporate structures, for example. We also see within the FATF report around what contextual monitoring is, and I'll drill into that in a little more detail. Technology does exist, and clients are using this technology to be able to overcome the limitations of legacy, transactional-focused, rules-based systems to look at that more dynamic and holistic view of counterparties, customers, and broader risk, etc. So in terms of what this means, and in terms of the technology that I'll talk you through today and touch on, really it will start with entity resolution and network generation. So what this effectively means in practice, and I'll walk you through some examples, is being able to take all of your internal institutional data, KYC records, watch lists, transactional data, trade data, any other lists that you may hold about prior alerts, SARS, et cetera, and build out a view of those individuals and entities involved, and then start to look for behaviors and start to look for interconnectivity of relationships. A simple one being a director of a company, but it can equally be a connection to an address, an IP address, a physical address, an office, an email address, and so on. And then once we've created those entities and made those networks, is then around running analytics that will identify risk. So this is around the consolidation of all of those different pools of data held within institutions, enriching that with external data from corporate registry records, external data such as Panama paper leaks and other OCCRP data, et cetera, and then looking for those connections, running analytics, and then visualizing that risk and being able to then provide that to, for example, an investigator or a KYC analyst to then act on. Equally, it can also be used to generate business opportunities as well. Once you have that interconnected view of customers and counterparties, there's a multiple of focal points that you can have on them. So in the context of trade, I want to spend maybe 5-10 minutes before opening up to questions, how you can create that risk-based view of all of your counterparties and customers and all of those interaction points between them to be able to identify where you may have direct or indirect exposure to risk. And in terms of the solution that we have that we'll focus on today, it is part of a broader solution suite. And we have case studies and references from the likes of HSBC who have been very public in terms of the benefits that this solution has brought. I'm very happy to share those with you, including my colleague who's in the room today. So in terms of the architecture and a walkthrough of what that technology looks like at the highest level is around bringing in external and internal data together. We can see on screen the kinds of data points that we bring in, including new data sources such as cryptocurrency type data. Again, as you start to move away from fiat to non-traditional data, having a technology that can still make those joins to then drive risk insight is becoming more critical by the day. So entity resolution network generation is the first step of that process. The application then of analytics to be able to then identify an outcome is a natural next step. Now, without the entity resolution network generation, the data that feeds into those machine learning algorithms would be limited. So there's a lot of value that our clients are seeing from having that upfront work into the data itself, followed then by a prioritized outcome, followed then by an investigative or review decision. It's also supporting more open collaborative information. We touched a little earlier in the session around public-private partnerships and being able to see interconnectivity between institutions, and the technology is a great enabler of that cross-border or cross-institutional level perspective. So in terms of building that view and in terms of going into those documents and pools of data to build out the views and the risks and the networks that I've just described, I'll walk you through some very simple examples, starting with a KYC application form. We recognize there are certain data points within that we can look to then build entities, and then from those entities look for interconnectivity. Again, it can be a telephone address, a signatory, but also the role that they play and such like, and being able to then visualize that within a network. From there, we'd go into the details over how do we enrich that data view. So where we have that KYC perspective, that really is just the start of the journey for us, because we realize there is a huge amount of external data which you may not immediately have access to systemically, but perhaps your KYC investigators would then need to go in online or use open source intelligence, go to open corporates, go to another source to be able to find out what else is available about that individual or about that institution. So by enriching that internal view, we can start to then look for commonality, and we can start to then see, for example, the things make sense. So where we have a business name within a KYC record, does it match against any external data that we can identify, for example, within corporate registries? The same for addresses, the same for authorized signatories. And we can start to build out, for example, legal hierarchy views, really deep dive into the complex structures of different institutions and who owns what and what jurisdiction they're based in, that when you look at your own data alone can be limiting. From a network and a visualization perspective, start to get a view of your customer in a hopefully a very easy to digest way where we can see who they are, where they connect, who they are, where they're based, what accounts do they hold in a visualized way. But then equally, we can start to find hidden connectivity, start to build out a picture and add the context that I referenced right at the beginning. So that you can see an enrichment, we can see what that risk brings, sorry, that insight brings. We can then apply risk analytics. So the next step, if we look at the trade aspects of this, if we build out the relationships and see, well, who's trading with who, and many things like under and over invoicing or price manipulation or any of those require a degree of collusion, which we can start to identify, and I'll run you through some examples of that. And by the way, if you have that data on pricing and goods and commodity lists, etc., it's a valuable input, but it's not the only one. And many of our clients, as I'll touch on in a second, don't have digitized data, don't have OCR data, but is still able to utilize this technology to find risk within the trade book. Part of that is around looking into the settlements. So recognizing there's a richness of data within the SWIFT messages, within the 4 and 7 series, for example, we can then start to do exactly the same process on our counterparties and our trading parties. So for example, by taking the SWIFT message, looking at where are the funds and settlements coming from, who's on the other end of the transaction, and what does that settlement counterparty risk bring to you? And this applies as well in correspondent banking, retail, other areas as well, but the principles are the same. Who is the counterparty and what risk do they bring to you? Here, for example, we can see we've got exposure to potentially funds coming in from Russia. And we'll know that from enriching our counterparty details using external data again. From a network perspective, we then start to see a richness of risk. So we can see, for example, here, who your clients are trading with. Now, without an enrichment of data, you can see funds leaving, you can see the trade relationship, you can see the nature of the trade, and you can analyze that, but it is still only a limited view based on a very small set of data points. We can see the trade, but we don't see really what counterparty risk there is. But what we can then do is look at the counterparty and say, okay, well, who controls that counterparty? What influence do they have? What risk do they bring? What both direct and indirect? And more often than not, we actually find that there is hidden connectivity or hidden collusion or hidden controlling influences that really can underpin and support many of the risks that are traditional within trade finance, such as, again, under-over invoicing or phantom shipping or any of the more classical trade-based anti-money laundering activities. Here we were able to see, well, how can that happen? Who are the professional enablers? For example, on the other end in our counterparties, are they a shell company? Who are the controlling influences and what risk do they bring directly and indirectly? So that we start to then see a broadening of the risk that you can see. Now, this also brings opportunity as well. This is all post-alert detection. Many of our clients are also using exactly the same process to start to look at pre-trade and whether you would even make a credit decision around around your customers, knowing the kind of activity that they have, knowing the kind of counterparties that they are trading with. It also allows us, by bringing in corporate registry information, to look for non-economic activities. Sanctions risk is another one we'll touch on, but also, does the trade make economic sense? So I think somebody asked around precious metals before. By having access to the NAT code or the SIC code and the industry classifiers, you're able to then do a review to see, does it make economic sense for those two industry classifiers to be trading with one another? And if you have a precious metals on one side and agriculture on the other, there is a natural potential for discrepancy, which you can highlight when you've enriched that trade view, supported by the settlement view as well. So I appreciate, have a couple of minutes left in terms of outlining what this is, and then very happy to take questions for the next 5 minutes. But really just to talk through, traditional rules-based would look at the money movement itself. It would look at what are the thresholds, whether the pricing makes sense against peers, et cetera, et cetera. There is a whole degree of context around the trade itself, around the settlement itself, which historically has not been looked at all, or been done manually by experts within the trade area, or the relationship manager would know whether it makes economic sense, et cetera, et cetera. And for areas such as your own, where you have free trade zones and many other areas that stimulate and encourage trade, having this richness of insight and control is allowing our customers to do more, is allowing them to take a more measured view of trade risk, et cetera, because they have more intelligence, they can drive their controls to be able to do much more, because a lot of this data actively exists already. So just in terms of measurability, and I'll wrap up with this slide to give you an idea of the benefits some of our clients are getting from the application of this, and some of the challenges that we're helping clients address is, one is around digitized data, and this belief, I believe, around you need digitized data to identify risk within trade. The reality is you don't. And what we're finding with the clients, and HSBC have been very vocal around this as a standard chartered, et cetera, don't need to wait for this OCR-led digitized data to be able to identify risk within trade relationships and trade transactions and settlements. So we'll walk you through that. In terms of low risk detection and no holistic view, again, a very common challenge that we are brought in to address. Very often our clients have had no prior ability to identify this risk at all, or have used a traditional rules-based, based on maybe retail or other corporate monitoring to identify risk, which is simply not executed well. Looking for self-sufficiency and being able to take ownership over this technology. Again, we'll talk through that as well. And then finally, the minimal counterparty insights and profiles. So the lack of ability to see really that non-customer view and the direct and indirect risk that it brings. So just in terms of some statistics to back up what I've walked you through, some of it is around a reduction of alerts. So on the other end of the spectrum of having no insight is a very high number of false positives that have come from traditional TM, where effectively the TM rules are constantly being breached because it doesn't take into account the profiles of the counterparties, et cetera. It's just purely looking at money movement. We've been able to demonstrate a reduction of false positive alerts from 7,000 down to 200. We've been able to increase accuracy, detection, efficiency in terms of the measurability up to level 3 investigations of upwards of 35%. We've also been able to demonstrate with this approach, you can still find the traditional rules-based TM alerts that you're mandated to find in many areas. So that coverage doesn't go away. It's just enriched and it's taken into context. We also utilize something called mitigating factors, which are analytical approaches to be able to downweight risks based on human level inputs. And it is very, very transparent in terms of its ability to pass model risk governance. And the same on the trade finance fraud aspect. Measurability over being able to identify fraud loss. Again, we've done a number of case studies that we could walk you through. with regards to being able to demonstrate real bottom line benefits, this intelligence and insight, together with high accuracy in detection, again with a reduction in effort, but no deterioration in risk cover. So I think I just have a couple of minutes left. Apologies for slightly overrunning in terms of leaving time for questions, but really want you to take away this kind of technique and this kind of technology is very accessible today. It's not futuristic and next generation, etc. It is, but it's available right now. It is providing benefit to clients globally. This internal view enriched with external data is also available and can make a measurable difference to both your risk profile and your bottom line. And for that, I'll pause there and open up to questions. And again, thank the organizers for allowing me the opportunity to present today.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Matthew. Do we have any questions for Mr. Matthew? Sure.
Hi. Thanks, Matthew. Very comprehensive and interesting subject. Just one question. In the trade finance type of transaction, we have structured data that you just talk about, how to collect it, how to, and unstructured data. Can the solution read unstructured data like a PDF, documentary credit, and or free text, free field, and detect automatically not only the structured data, which is the trade transaction, but also the unstructured information like a PDF and compare them with the data that the system is collecting?
A great question. So we don't provide, for example, OCR capabilities to be able to extract meaning from a PDF. We would need to have that digitized data provided. In terms of unstructured data, absolutely. But in terms of our technology being able to strip out data directly from the PDF, we do require OCR before that. So the technology doesn't do that. In terms of other unstructured data, absolutely it does. In terms of free text fields, again, it does. And one of the capabilities that we also utilize is keyword trigger points. And we'll use that in, for example, looking for keywords around terrorism financing or any other trigger word within a narrative description or within a document to be able to identify certain trigger words or keywords which would indicate some degree of risk. Again, we use that in all of the things that we monitor for, not just trade. And it's a very powerful additional insight when we look through those notes or look through those other unstructured areas for keyword triggers. But to go back to your point, we don't provide the OCR capabilities to digitize data. We would bring that in, but we do utilize unstructured data once it's within a big data environment, for example.
Thanks.
Thank you for answering that, Mr. Matthew. So with this, we'd like to move on to our next presentation. Mr. Matthew, you can stay connected to the platform. There are attendees virtually as well who will definitely reach out to you through the platform.
Thanks again for your time and thank you for the question. It's a great conference.
Thank you. So with this, I move on to our next session. We will be joined by Mr. Ryan Manika, third-party risk solutions engineer at OneTrust, who's here to talk about 7 best practices for conducting third-party due diligence for ethics and compliance. Welcome, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for joining. My name is Ryan Manika. I'm a solutions engineer at OneTrust and help consulting businesses in choosing the right modules to support their compliance programs, whether that's privacy, security, governance, or ESG. Today we're going to be focusing on the 7 practices for conducting third-party due diligence for ethics and compliance. And the reason for this talk today is consumer scrutiny has obviously increased when we're looking at businesses, and the spotlight really is right across reputational risks, unethical issues when we're looking at third parties. Now more than ever, ethics, compliance, due diligence is critical to identifying trustworthy third parties. And it's important for you to obviously have that in your process in regards to how you assess a third party, but also what you have in place to ensure they align to your principles and the levels of privacy and security within your business. In the webinar, we're going to be looking at things like what third-party due diligence is, but also looking at how monitoring and intelligence tools can help with this when you're looking at some of the key areas such as PEPs, anti-money laundering, modern slavery, and many more other specific areas. So for the agenda, we're going to be looking at TPDD goals and top challenges that we see in the market. We'll look at 7 best practices so we can look at the practical side of what do you actually need to do as an organization, departmentally, to help you with your TPDD program. And then we'll look at some questions at the end as well. All right, so we'll start with the definition of what third-party due diligence is. So third-party due diligence is the process of vetting and continuous monitoring of third parties. These can be vendors, suppliers, or individuals for critical red flags across ethics, compliance, legal, ESG, finance, and other categories. So it's really, really wide scope in regards to how you can visualize a third party and assess them to ensure they're in line with the standards that are required to do business with you. The key word, I think, in this definition is continuous. Traditionally, these assessments have been done in such a way that people think that it's just a checkbox exercise. You do that, and then you can get this new vendor on board and start working with them. But nowadays, what you find is it's a continuous culture where you need to have a culture of continuous improvement and iterative analysis. So continually assessing those vendors to ensure that they're meeting the requirements that are required by you as a controller, but also ensuring that you're keeping them honest. So certifications are kept up to date, but that vendor is also doing as has been agreed within your contracts. All right, so the goals and top challenges of this, really, you've got to think about what's at stake. You don't have to look very wide and far to see a lot of cases in the media, both huge and small companies being affected by third parties. The famous Cambridge Analytica case with Facebook is one that comes to mind, but many other industries, as you can see, have been affected by where they've obviously not done their due diligence in regards to third parties. And the onus always comes back on the organization that has engaged the third party, not the third party themselves. So it just brings into focus why it's important to have really thorough process when engaging third parties. Another investigation done by the FCPA found 80% of enforcement actions, 80% were linked to a third party. So it's very clear where the loopholes come in when it comes to things like incidents, breaches, or standards not being met. It's usually linked to third parties, sometimes fourth parties, where there's an extension of that process. All right, so in terms of objectives, the first one really is to ensure there's integrity in the relationships. So when you are engaging a third party, really important that within the business there's a process for not only vetting externally, but also vetting internally to ensure that there is actually a number of steps that an individual or a department has to go through before they can start looking to assess a new vendor and going through the due diligence process. The second is being able to make informed decisions at scale. This is important because, as we know in this room, when you're dealing with vendors, it's not just one or two, and the volume of vendors that you deal with grows very quickly when you're looking at the different departments, from ESG to finance, to IT, to privacy. So having some consistency and being able to make decisions at scale really helps that process. And thirdly, as I mentioned at the beginning, continuous monitoring of a third party is really important and imperative in your program to not make this a checkbox exercise, make this business as usual in regards to high-risk vendors being assessed once every quarter, medium risk maybe once every half year, to low risk maybe once every year, and making that clear across the business in regards to your policies and procedures. This obviously reduces your risk of reputational damage and financial penalties when we're thinking of, for example, of GDPR and some of the other frameworks out there. The onus is on you as a controller in regards to where the penalties will lie if there's an issue with the third party. So in terms of program challenges, number one that we see out there as a challenge is the volume of third parties. Now more than ever, you find organizations are using third parties for plenty of things, from service to product. And this extends, again, across the different jurisdictions that you're operating, the different departments that you operate as a business. So it becomes a data sprawl if there is inconsistency in how you manage and assess your third parties. So very often we see implementations now, you go into business and say, what's the process for managing third parties? You find marketing are doing one thing, HR do their own thing. There's a different tool there, a different spreadsheet there, and very quickly it's very clear you can't report on your third parties to understand how data is being utilized outside of the business. The other one is lack of processes and procedures. So that's linked to what I've described there. If there isn't process for it in regards to how a third party is onboarded, what assessments we send out if somebody is a security vendor versus someone that's a privacy vendor versus somebody that's a finance vendor, then it leads to, again, that data sprawl where there's no consistency in the reporting or the metrics that you get out. And then false positives as well. So as a result of that, you end up with data that's not very clear and not getting much clarity in regards to what you're reporting against or what you'd provide to an auditor, whether it's internal or external. So 3 key areas and challenges that you find as a result of mismanagement of vendor information. The result of this is the inability to scale due to resource constraints. So if you haven't got a very centralized way of visualizing vendors in terms of how you assess them, in terms of what assessments should be sent to them, and what due diligence is put in place, it's very difficult then for you to scale as you grow as a business. And again, the constraints on your resources are paramount. And then, of course, this is something I think you guys have picked up from today, just how extensive the risk actually looks. The risk appetite, depending on the type of business that you're working with, varies a lot across the business. And we've been talking today about things like PEP lists. Now, of course, you can leverage when you're assessing a vendor. You could be looking at government-owned or controlled corporations. There's, of course, specific channels that you can call APIs for that as well. Shell corporations, if you're dealing with that, how do you make that check prior to engaging with the business? Trade sanctions, financial insolvency. So you could have a specific section looking at just finance and ensuring that's assessed adequately. Geographical risk, when you're thinking now about the different frameworks that are being passed from GDPR, LGPD in Brazil, CCPA in the US, and of course we've got one that's been passed here in Dubai as well. It's important for you to understand as a business, based on where we're operating, what does that mean for us in regards to regulation and what we need to be adhering to. Reputational risk is the obvious one when we're looking at incidents and breaches. There's obviously the cost that comes with that, but the biggest impact is usually reputational. Ports, intermediaries, ownership, and also things like vessel tracking. So again, that's specific to industry, but just going as far as to show how varied the type of risks that you could be looking at are. So this points out as why it's important to have a central view in regards to the assessment of vendors, because very often it's actually a shared exercise where everybody, you've got lots of stakeholders that are interested in understanding what the risk means for them as a department or a business unit or as a team. So having a centralized view and being able to share inventories, for example, or be able to share the types of assessments that are going to go out, gives you a very holistic view in regards to a vendor and what sort of risk they pose to you as a business prior to engagement. So how do we overcome these challenges and meet the specific goals that we have in regards to due diligence? Really important for you to have an inherent risk calculation and triaging process. So what I mean by this is, as an organization, what's your appetite for risk management and how do you score it? Do you have a very clear matrix as a business that we rely on in regards to whether it's a 4x4, 6x6, 8x8? How do we actually score that when we send out an assessment? How do we design the automation of risk identification based on the responses that we're getting back? So many tools do that now, but it's important to actually implement that. So when you do send out these assessments and they return, it's not really, again, just a case of looking at what you receive back in a spreadsheet or yes or no answers. It's understanding, based on what we received back, what's the risk posture or the risk that's posed to us as a business based on the nature of this third party. Automated screening, really important to leverage the tools that are in line with your industry, from things like Dow Jones, where you're looking at the specific fields that come from there. For us as an organization, we have an open API framework. So we can call any of these systems where you might already have existing data sets to understand different types of risks that are posed by a business as you engage the assessment process. And this allows you to get a risk score before actually going out to do your own assessments. Risk-based assessments, this has been around for, of course, decades. These assessments are not done just to go through the process of having a record, but actually doing the risk-based approach to understand as a business what's the risk posed to us and what can we do about it. Can we share that risk back with a third party, or is it something that we have to accept internally and put controls in place to address that? Enhanced due diligence, as we know, certain frameworks give guidance around, if you assess a specific vendor, let's say they are processing special categories of data, sensitive data, high volume data, there is a need for you to do additional assessments. So things like DPIAs come to mind when you're thinking about GDPR and the like. It's important for you to identify within your business what's a risk-based process, what's a risk-based asset, and where do we need to do a further additional assessment or trigger an additional assessment based on these specific these risks being applied. And then lastly, ongoing monitoring, and I think I've spoken about this from the beginning, but important for it to be ongoing in a cyclical manner. So not something that sits there and say, we assessed this vendor 4 years ago, that's why we're still using them. They've got to be assessed more often than that to ensure that that inventory, first and foremost, stays up to date if you're audited by a supervisory authority, for example, but also ensuring that you as a business are keeping them honest. Because it's very easy for a vendor to sign a contract and then stop doing the things that they agreed to do in the first year throughout the process of that contract. So cyclical assessments ensures that they know that they're always kept in line, but also you get the most up-to-date version. Things like updates to certifications, any new tools that are in place to address that will also help. So in terms of the 7 best practices that we see, number 1 is, first and foremost, manage the scope of your TPDD program. Understand the resources that you have in place, what budget you have, and the business units that are involved, and if they can share data, rather than having everybody using many different tools. Understand where you're operating as an organization. Is it only domestic, and what does that mean in regards to the frameworks that you're adhering to, in regards to the legal frameworks that you need to adhere to, but also the requirements of that industry, versus internationally, where maybe it's the same process, but it's viewed very differently depending on when you're operating. If that's the case, when you've done that, also important to run a pilot program, maybe run the program with one business unit first to see how they operate in regards to going through the end-to-end life cycle of onboarding a vendor, doing the due diligence internally, doing some automated screening and understanding that, and then being able to push that out to the risk-based approach of assessing that vendor. Define the risk concerns. I've spoken about lots of different types of risks today, but they're not applicable to every business. So understand within your business, what are the top tier risks that you need to adhere to as an organization, which ones apply to you as a business, and of course put those at the primary point of assessment, and then off the back of that, you can look at other areas as well. As we can imagine, things like ESG is growing at the moment, environmental sustainability is a huge area at the moment that most businesses didn't used to assess for, but you can start to add that onto your assessment profile as well. Good data in, good data out, a very old principle, but really important, of course, to ensure that the data you collect in your vendors is clear, is thorough, is relatable across the business, not just to one department. So really basic things like how do we refer to a vendor, where they're located, who's our contact point, who do we deal with financially, really important, but again, centralization really helps with this and gives you a starting point to be able to share data. Use risk to prioritize due diligence efforts. So again, if I've got a low risk vendor who provides us printing paper, this is a high risk vendor who's in charge of some of our security, in charge of some of our privacy, there's absolutely no need for me to be assessing them the same way, because their service, their product has very disparate risk in regards to how we look at it. So in terms of that, it's also really important that the efforts that you put in are in line with the type of risk associated with the use of that vendor. Quite obvious, but you'll find in some organizations where principles and procedures are being followed exactly the same, regardless of the type of vendor or the risk nature of that vendor to that business. So important to, first and foremost, have the risk matrix in place, how you score risk, how you visualize it as a business, how you treat it, and then obviously off the back of that, that drives what sort of assessment you send out. So there you go, conduct due diligence based on risk level, maximize compliance budget and resources based on the requirement there as well. Centralize information of third parties, so I spoke about this in the beginning, but having inventories that can be shared or that can be called based on need is really important because again, it keeps the consistency in the data, but gives the relevance to that team, that business unit in regards to what they're assessing for. You can also use things like shared assessments, where you block out the specific areas that need to be assessed and you put the stakeholders of your business in those sections, as well as the respondents, of course. So when you send out these assessments, it's one exercise. It's not 5, 6, 7 different assessments for those specific areas, one shared assessment, and you get the information back in bulk. Iterate and improve your program over time. This is an obvious one when you're looking at programs and how they're run. You obviously don't create a program and then just shut it off. You have to ensure that, again, you have an iterative culture in regards to how can we improve, how can we better the way that we assess vendors, how can we calculate risk better, how can we share it better, what tools can we use, any other systems that you can integrate with to get more information from things like cyber risk scores, PEPs, and the like of the things that we've been speaking about today. And then last but not least, it's important to understand where you sit as a business in regards to risk and the appetite. So some of the areas that you see there is what we see in industry at the moment. So ethics is a huge area at the moment in regards to, not at the moment, it's always been, but the assessment part of it has grown a lot. InfoSec, of course, traditionally. ESG, that's, I would say, a new area that's grown a whole heap recently. Security and privacy. So understand where you sit as a business there, but also have the disparate types of assessments that you'd send out and the right contact points to get an understanding of this for you as a business. Also have ways of being able to get this data into the tool, from self-service, integrations to other tools, and bulk importing the existing data that you already have. Because, I mean, it's not very often you have a greenfield implementation for this. Conduct the due diligence, of course, in terms of being able to do inherent risk calculation based on automated screening of some of these existing lists and things. Compliance checks that you can run on a vendor prior to engagement. And then, of course, the actual assessments. What sort of assessments are you sending out? Is it security-based, ethical-based? Is it environmentally based, privacy-based? And having the templates ready to send out to the rightful points of contact. Mitigating the risks, again, important to understand how you identify a risk and also how you treat it. Is it internally, is it externally? And how do we share that back with the vendor? The reporting element off the back of that, have multiple ways of viewing the data, from lineage in regards to movement of data across your business, and then where it goes externally. Any fourth parties that are involved, important again, but of course internally as well. So dashboards, so you can see any of your internal assessments, you can see the vendors that you're using in terms of profile, and also the risks that you've picked up from vendors. And then for the last part, one that we sometimes forget, how do we monitor these vendors and how do we also offboard them and have the right checklists in place if we decide to jump ship from a vendor and move to another one? What do we do in there and how do we show due diligence there? So about OneTrust, we have products to help with everything we spoke about today. So right from the onboarding element in doing compliance checks, whether that's internal with our tool or external to other services that exist via integrations. The risk assessments themselves, if you need to run third-party assessments, we have a library of different types of assessments covering all those areas, from ESG to privacy, security, InfoSec, etc. Vendor PD exchange, if you're looking to find out about a vendor prior to engagement, we've built out an exchange of, I think, about 30,000 vendors now and growing, where vendors can provide a profile of themselves, show you what certifications they have in place, what assessments they already have in place that you can request, rather than having to send a net new one, and then also being able to send the assessments yourself from the tool. And then sustainability and responsibility, of course, this is the area I've just been talking about for ESG. So if you're now moving into ESG and doing sustainability reports and assessments, we've also built in some templates to help you make those types of assessments as well. All right, and last but not least, as a business, we're about 12,000 customers globally now. We have 3,000 3,000 employees, 40% in R&D. So this is what helps us to be really scalable and make new tools and add more to the product, depending on what you require. And in terms of global scalability, we've got offices globally and looking to open a new office in this region very soon when all of this is over. But yeah, thank you very much for your time. I hope you found that useful, and happy to open up for any questions in the room. Questions, all right. Thank you very much. I am still there.
Great. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next session. We are joined by Detective Sergeant Mark Williams, Financial Crime Development Officer at Southeast Regional Organized Crime Unit. He's here to talk about crypto assets and financial crime, how we mitigate risk. Detective Sergeant, are you with us?
Good afternoon, I'm indeed. Hello, good afternoon. As you just heard, my name is Mark Williams. I'm a police officer from the United Kingdom. I'm just about to share my screen and I'll just pause for a moment, see if that's come up.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Good stuff. Okay, well, hello. As I say, I'm a police officer from the United Kingdom, so I'm a financial crime professional. My area of business is fraud and money laundering, but also I have... Can you hear me okay?
Sorry to interrupt you, Detective Sergeant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I think you've swapped slides. The display settings.
My apologies. Okay, I'm terribly sorry about this. What can you see on the screen at the moment?
You just need to click on display settings.
Well, okay, really sorry about this, guys.
No problem, that's fine. We can continue.
Okay, so what are you seeing at the moment?
I do see a screen saying crypto assets and financial crime. And also the other slide at the immediate right, I do have another slide.
Okay, sorry about this. Right, okay, let's try again.
We can still see the screen. We can even continue in that format. That's all right.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very much.
Or you can even try stop screen sharing and try again. Yeah, just escape the presentation and come back to it again.
Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Okay, can you just see my presentation at the moment?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
All good. We can go ahead now. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm terribly sorry about that, guys. What a start. Okay, so my name's Mark Williams. I'm a police officer from the UK. So my area of business is fraud and money laundering, but also I hold cryptocurrency within my portfolio, and that's both strategically and also operationally as well. So what we're going to look at today is financial crime risks associated with crypto and also associated emerging technology, and give some context around the wider crypto environment and talk about risk and mitigation. So whose risk are we talking about and what risk? Well, we're not going to be covering virtual asset service providers or wider digital asset entities, and that's anything built in the crypto space, such as ATMs and virtual asset service providers. And we're also not going to cover digital asset customers, and that's banks that host crypto products for others. So what we will be looking at is indirect exposure by the regulated sector. Specifically, we're going to be looking at money laundering, covering fraud, customers who are victims. Also, I'm going to lightly touch on terrorist financing and sanctions evasion. So first of all, take a quick look at how has the market cap grown? Well, in January 2020, the market cap sat at $190 billion US. When I say dollars moving forwards, by the way, that's US throughout. By January 2021, that had grown to $770 billion. And by January 2022, that was up to $2.2 trillion. So what about market volatility? 2021, May to July, sees a 50% drop in cap and climbs to an all-time high of $2.9 trillion. 2022, the market cap has dropped from 1.5 trillion. That's just by the 24th of January. So the values are increasing, but the volatility is consistent. And we'll return to that a bit later about the relevance of that volatility. So what is in the space? Bitcoin, I guess I don't really need to say any more about Bitcoin. Alternate utility coins and tokens such as Ether, Monero, Cardano, and they make up many of these 6,000 plus coins in this space. Meme coins such as Dogecoin, Shiba, Woof. Now, these are things where we've seen massive gains where, for example, Dogecoin, with a lot of media interest caused by the Reddit community, has really seen that the price rise, and has resulted in a lot of fluctuation, a lot of uncertainty, and again, endorsement by celebrities, Elon Musk in particular, in relation to Dogecoin. Scam coins, a lot of unsophisticated investors won't do their due diligence. They won't read or understand the white papers. So we see a number of scam coins out there where people invest, and through rug pulls, they just lose their money. So non-fungible tokens, NFTs, specifically looking at digital art, I guess, we see a lot of scams capitalizing on the mass interest from this. Money laundering, for example, somebody may create an NFT, they will sell that NFT and they'll gain a profit from that. Well, in reality, they're on both sides of that trade. So they've taken laundered funds, they've passed it themselves under the guise of selling a piece of digital art. It's very difficult to sort of quantify the value, the actual value of that. We see the same with wash trading. So you will take that piece of digital art, you'll move it from one account to another, and each time it passes through these wallets, it has the appearance of being sold on and raising that value. In reality, that's the same person behind all those trades. What they're doing is they're even manipulating the value. They're using it to launder their funds. And you see similar opportunities as tend to be seen in the traditional art market for money laundering, terrorist finance, and sanction evasions. So turning to decentralized finance, DeFi, the use of smart contracts, liquidity pool investing, the ability to borrow, insurance policies. And what this does, this opens up the blockchain technology to a much wider audience. And I guess, there's lots more in this space, but the key is this space is much broader, and of course it's swiftly developing. Key points being, this ecosystem is expanding. It's accessible to a large percentage of the world's population, and they're developing opportunities both for criminals and legitimate users. So how much is criminal funds? Well, Chainalysis report $8.5 billion in crypto being laundered in 2021. Now, centralized exchange received 40% of funds sent from illicit addresses. This is really the point where a lot of banks interact with the crypto ecosystem. So whilst significantly up on 2020, 8.5 billion is lesser than the 10.9 billion recorded in 2019. But this only represents crypto native crimes. And by that, I mean funds generated from sales on a dark web, ransomware's attack, etc. What that doesn't cover is the offline offending, such as the sale of drugs, where that cash is then put through this ecosystem as a way of washing this money. Now, the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime estimate that between 800 billion and $2 trillion is laundered annually in fiat currency. Well, when you go back to the $8.5 billion mentioned earlier, it only represents 0.4% to 1% of that value. So whilst we're unable to quantify other cryptocurrency money laundering, it's still a reasonably small percentage. And when we look at who has access at the moment, about $112 billion is traded daily by 300 million plus users. So that's about 4% of global population. Now, bearing in mind how much this space has grown in recent years, it's reasonable to assume that that will continue to grow at what has been an exponential rate thus far. So what does this tell us? The market cap has grown tenfold in 2 years. There are fluctuations, significant fluctuations, but of course the growth is significant. The quantifiable movement of criminal funds from activities such as ransomware and dark web sales has remained reasonably static over this growth period. So what we see here is the established crime types that have engaged in that blockchain technology at that earlier stage. Whilst that doesn't appear to be growing much, what we're seeing is, of course, this space is really opening up for new crime, new criminals who maybe didn't have the understanding the technology, but also the way the space is developing, it just presents more opportunities for people. And holding and trading of crypto assets has seen mass adoption. So this is corporate, this is individual, this is government. We know that Venezuela have adopted Bitcoin as a national currency. Governments are creating their own digital currency. And this mass adoption, this is both legitimate and criminal adoption. Other non-crypto native crime types are able to exploit this space. It's accessible, it's comfortable, and there's that wider acceptance now. People are just getting used to the crypto space. So I'm just going to cover briefly fluctuations in Bitcoin prices. So 2019, we see lows of just over $3,000 to highs of just under 13. 2020, massive jumps from just under $5,000 to just under $29,000. 2021, we don't see the same kind of jumps, but actually just shy of $29,000 and $67,500. There's that big deviation there. And so far in 2020, I mean, this slide was a week ago, so it would have changed since then, but we've seen fluctuations seeing $35,000 and nearly $44,000. So these gains, they're publicized on social media. People are interested. There are instant updates on platforms. There's celebrity endorsements. And what this does is drives erratic behavior. So it's estimated there are 106 million owners of Bitcoin alone worldwide. Again, it's accessible. It's got potential for significant gains, and it's interesting for a tech-savvy generation. So what are the signs of money laundering? The first one being, are there crypto-specific warning signs? Well, yes, there are some, and these will regularly come and go as the technology moves. But like other transactions, the majority of crypto transactions are legitimate. So the money laundering warning signs are applicable if it's crypto or otherwise. And criminals will capitalize on volatility, opportunity, and the complexity. However, along with that, legitimate investors are also responding to these opportunities. So as such, what you're going to see more of is atypical activity by people who aren't acting illegally. They're trying out an investment space. So customer onboarding and KYC. So an organized and intelligent money launderer will set a legend at onboarding. And the question being, does the organization understand what's being said? Their source of wealth, crypto investments, is there confidence to actually dig into that and understand that source of wealth? And also looking at products, what are the high-risk products? Prepaid cards, for example, pose a specific money laundering risk themselves in relation to cryptocurrencies. Transaction monitoring. So we have 3 broad categories of source. So firstly, transfers from centralized banking institutions where we can trace the source. Secondly, again, traditionally, cash, which is widely regarded as representing a much higher risk and does raise flags. But now we have this third category, and that's transfers emanating from a space that's got regulatory challenges. So blockchain and crypto interactions are increasing. So are automated false positives increasing? Are compliance professionals sufficiently knowledgeable? Picking up on an early question, skill sets in crypto. I'd say there needs to be a good level of understanding, as it's likely to be a significant factor moving forward. But certainly, I would say in-house subject matter experts to help advise team members as we move into this increasingly complex space. And looking at suspicious activity reports. So from a law enforcement side, we regularly see on SARS a limited understanding, risk aversion, and is that key detail actually understood and being recorded? Because ultimately, when that's being shared, firstly, somebody writing a SAR needs to be thinking, does it make sense to me? Do I really get this? And ideally, does it add value to the law enforcement who are going to ultimately read that? So centralized exchanges received 47% of movements, certainly during 2021. Of illicit addresses. And again, this is a point of interaction with the banks, and many regions have poor or no regulation for these virtual asset service providers. It's something that, of course, people are really trying to get to grips with. Conversely, of course, you've got the well-established exchanges that actually are used to add an air of legitimacy. And this is where we see the more organized and the sophisticated criminals actually being a bit more considered about how are they going to use this space, what flags might be raised. So just going to cover a couple of case studies. So this one relates to money laundering case. Whilst the subject was arrested for money laundering, actually related to a drugs investigation. So reviewed a KYC file and statements showed a pattern not consistent with the profile. The police had no prior financial knowledge of the suspect, and no SARS were located. But having looked at the onboarding material, it is quite clear the customer presented what would appear to have been a low risk. So we see regular cash deposits which exceed what the expectations would be. Now, the majority of these go straight out to exchanges. So the account also showed expected day-to-day activities. So what this tells us is that the person is probably an unsophisticated launderer, likely a mule. But actually, when you look at that cash deposits in straight out to an exchange, instantly you look at that and you see there's warning signs of money laundering there. Moving on to an investment fraud case study. This relates to an elderly couple with no history of crypto trading and long-standing customers of the bank. So they made numerous large volume movements of funds out to well-established exchanges. So these movements, they were flagged and they were challenged, but ultimately the transactions were authorized. The bank probably had no reason to actually flag the destination, and moving funds to an exchange is not unusual per se with the elderly. The issue here is the volume and the frequency were the factors that indicated fraud, regardless of the legislation. Having looked at that as a fraud investigator, there was quite clearly a pattern there showing that they're likely victims of crime. Likely, I say. So the tie-up point is these are typical examples of what we see. And the real issues here is the thing that raises the flag is a pattern of behavior. The fact money may have gone into or out of a crypto exchange in itself isn't really much of an issue and could very well be legitimate trading. So I mentioned I'm just going to lightly touch on terrorism financing and sanctions evasion because they do go hand in hand with the AML objectives. So what's the scale? Well, IAML report that terrorist fund financing makes up less than 0.05% of illicit movements in 2020. It's a very small percentage, but still not insignificant. The volumes do appear consistent with other research, but due to the ease and the safety of movement, this is absolutely a growing space. And how is the crypto space an enabler? Well, like for money laundering, many indicators relate to the customer and their account activity. The involvement of crypto, of course, may be an indicator. What it does present is the opportunities to obfuscate origin and destination of those funds. can instantly cross borders in a way which is just unachievable with centralized financial systems. So depending on the illicit activity, the funds may either originate from or flow into that crypto space. So what are the key takeaway points? Levels of crypto-enabled crime remain low. When understanding levels for non-native crypto crime is, of course, less easy to properly quantify, and it's fair to say when you look at those statistics and other statistics you'll see on crypto native crime, there's going to be a lot more out there that just isn't properly quantified and covered. Increased adoption is making a space more accessible to a wider demographic of criminals. And as products and users grow, so will activity that does not fit with the modeled expectations. And of course, some of this is going to be criminality. And what you will see, as I mentioned earlier, you see criminals that maybe didn't have the technical ability, didn't have the know-how, didn't really grasp the opportunities that would sit within the crypto space. But as all these things develop, we all get more comfortable. That, of course, is going to continue to grow. So whilst crypto native crime levels are relatively static, blockchain-enabled technology is rapidly expanding and will present broader opportunities. Legitimate atypical account activity may well be correlated with crypto interaction. So funds moving in and out of this space may well not make sense to a reviewer, but this kind of goes back to the point, what is the wider context? Does it raise those flags? Is the activity generally something that wouldn't look right if you were to take crypto out of the equation? And risk indicators for criminal activity will likely be present regardless of the crypto aspect. Kind of the point I guess I've just made. Crypto is just one of the points to consider with this. And a sound understanding of the space by compliance professionals and well-considered clear sales maximize potential to detect and disrupt. So when suspicious activity is investigated, a clear understanding and a clear laid out SAR really are vital. As law enforcement, we collate intel. We have the ability to follow the funds and interrogate that blockchain with forensic tools. And that's often at that stage where the pieces really start to come together, when you know what you're dealing with. So to summarize, the illicit use of crypto space will continue to grow, and that's as the space grows, more criminals gain confidence in exploiting it. Many users of the sectors are, of course, legitimate, but with that growth and the high levels of volatility, transactions may seem atypical. It's ultimately about the customer and the wider context. And suspicion, of course, is often built on that accumulation of factors. So my apologies for the technical issues at first. That was entirely down to my inability, but any questions at all? After that pause, I'll take that as a no. Thank you very much.
We do have questions for you here.
No worries, no worries.
Hi, my name is Gaurav Khurana.
Hello there.
And, I wanted to ask that which are the ways in which future compliance officers, analysts, teams can, upskill themselves in a way to handle all these kind of risks that are coming up with the cryptocurrencies and, varied cryptocurrencies actually.
Yeah, and that's a super difficult one to achieve, and that's something we grapple with in law enforcement. This is a complex space. There's lots going on with it. With that, I think it's about flexing. It's about having those key individuals who really know actually what's the emerging trend, what's an issue here, what do we need to hone in on? Because the reality is, if you were to just take all your compliance professionals and say you need to understand crypto, it's too big, it's too much to do. So it is about that kind of those key individuals really understanding where is that risk going to be coming from and what do we need to do. And there are certain risks where it's a case of, do you know what, we really don't need to, this isn't something that everybody needs to be aware of, but there are going to to be certain emerging trends where your staff at the onboarding stage are really going to need to know that information. Other things where it's a case of, okay, maybe our key individuals in our compliance departments or our financial intelligence units may need to know this. But yeah, really, really difficult one to grab hold of.
Thank you. Just another question related to, are you handling the cryptocurrency and the transaction from individuals and organization in the same level than government? Because knowing that some countries, I'm referring to some countries in Latin America, are embracing and formally using the cryptocurrency as one of the means to do trading.
Yeah, and again, that's something that's I guess rapidly developing. Only this morning I was reading a news article in relation to countries and their approach to cryptocurrencies, and that's something that does sort of it swiftly changes the space. But from a law enforcement point of view, quite often what we're dealing with is we are certainly at my level, so working in regional crime, we deal with organized crime, but you're dealing with individuals that are using money launderers that exploit that crypto space. So I guess our focus there is quite narrow in that respect. So I think that's beyond that, it's quite a difficult one for me to cover.
Thank you for answering that, Detective Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any more questions? Okay. Detective Sergeant, please be connected to the platform. There are attendees online. I'm sure there are a lot of questions related to cryptocurrencies and mitigating financial risks. So just stay connected to the platform. If there are any questions that come across to us, I will share them with you.
Hello, just a question.
Okay, there's one question I have here.
Thank you.
As a compliance manager, what are the due diligence process that we need to implement whilst we are onboarding clients who are into cryptocurrency? And what are the red flags that we should be looking out for?
Wow. So I'm probably going to slightly duck this one in as much as I need to kind of ground myself a little bit in that whilst I understand my world and I've got an insight into your world, knowing what those processes look like isn't something I'm overly familiar with. So it's a really difficult one for me to answer, actually, what that looks like from your side in relation to what those flags are. But I'd say generally it's that there's not much I've come across where you look at it and you think it is a crypto aspect, which is a real issue here. Kind of going back to the point earlier, it's the pattern, it's the activity. So you are going to see people that are engaging with the kind of the crypto world where they're investing. And I go back to the fluctuations earlier. You are going to see people that are going to invest money and they're going to do really well, and they're going to pull that money out and they're going to have that lump. You are going to see the other side as well. Unfortunately, you're going to see people taking loans out and putting it into that sphere, hoping it's going to make them millionaires, and it's not. It's that general picture, really. Their behaviour, is it consistent with what you might see? And you may see that behaviour is slightly different for people that those speculative investors. There's a lot of people out there that think they're going to become rich, and who knows, maybe they will. But yeah, what that kind of looks like at the point of actually going through that due diligence, going through that, that onboarding, probably can't offer much more than that, I'm afraid.
Thank you for that, Detective Sergeant. So thank you. We move on to our next presentation now.
Thank you.
We will be joined by Mr. Ahmed Buckley, who is the UN expert. Sanctions counterterrorism, sorry. He's here to talk about the future of sanctions. Mr. Ahmed, you with us?
Yes, Regina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, CS Event Management, for having me in the third iteration of the Mena Regtech. It's becoming a delightful ritual for me to be on this forum. And I very much appreciate the opportunity. Extremely happy to see that physical meetings are making a solid comeback. I feel like I've been with you a very short while ago. And it feels like we've been having an ongoing conversation where I can pick up where I left off from when we last met in September in the second iteration of the conference. So I'll make use of the purposefully broad and rather underwhelming title, The Future of Sanctions, to revisit some of the issues that I may have touched upon in the last conference. So in September, I shared some thoughts on the US sanctions landscape because it is one that heavily impacts compliance functions and costs. And it continues to drive other sanctions agendas, whether from the United Nations, Europe, or other allies. At the time in September, we were anticipating the comprehensive sanctions review that was supposed to be issued by the US Department of Treasury. That review was eventually published in October, and we said at the time that we should expect some softer posturing on sanctions, maybe some change in tone, but not necessarily in substance, and that we should expect a re-emphasis on sanctions as a potent foreign policy tool that will continue to be expanded. Sure enough, by the time the review came out, the US Department of Treasury had reviewed all 37 different sanctions programs already in place, and the 170 different authorities that administrate them. And apparently they found them all to be useful because the recommendations of the review did not include the rollback of any one of these sanctions programs. But the recommendations did give a glimpse of where the future trend was heading. So the review reiterated the utility of sanctions as a potent tool of foreign policy to effect a change in the behavior of adversaries. Who were the adversaries? Well, there was ample mention, of course, of Russia and China, but also sufficient mention of terrorists and organized criminal organizations. And these are points I will come back to. The review also noted that sanctions are a finite tool, just like military force. So sanctions are not something that can be used at will, because the more you use them without an overarching strategy, the less likely you will be able to enforce them. The less likely you will be able to bring about global compliance. So sanctions, the review states, should be streamlined according to a number of principles. First, they must be linked to a clearly defined policy purpose that can be easily explained to allies, and they must be reversible if the objectives are achieved. Second, sanctions alone are not enough. They should be coupled with parallel diplomatic efforts to bring about behavioral change, or they should be enhanced using other tools of economic coercion, such as tariffs and export controls. Third, that a multilateral approach should always be favored. So the review encourages joint coordinated sanctions action with allies whenever possible. Fourth, that sanctions should minimize unintended consequences on small businesses, on the NGO sector, on the provision of basic services, particularly to vulnerable populations. And finally, fifth, that there is a pressing need to continue to invest in the people and the infrastructure needed to enforce sanctions, and that particular attention should be given to new technologies to counter their use in sanctions evasion and more broadly in financial crime. Now, we've seen some of these principles play out in the last few months. So for example, on multilateralism, we've noted coordinated sanctions issued in December by the US, UK, and EU and Canada with regards to the situation in Belarus. November and December also saw coordinated sanctions by the US and Canada against individuals in Myanmar, by the US, UK, and Canada against Nicaraguan officials. Closer to home in the Mena region, we witnessed coordinated counterterrorism sanctions between the US and Turkey in October, and between the US and Qatar later in 2021. So there is a trend there on coordination and simultaneous designations, but it is still patchy and seems to be driven by case-to-case assessments. On limiting the unintended consequences of sanctions on aid and humanitarian assistance, this is an area which saw some significant development since the October review. Last time we met in September, I lamented the lack of guidance on the implementation of sanctions in Afghanistan, following the sad developments that took place there in August. But since then, OFAC had issued several general licenses and frequently asked questions about sanctions in Afghanistan, which gave a clearer indication on what is and is not permissible. It was clarified, for example, that moving money into and from Afghanistan is not prohibited if the transactions do not touch sanctioned individuals. Also, some clarity was provided on funding things like educational programs, water, sanitation programs, and other aspects of nonprofit work. The general licenses also allowed for projects that are funded by international financial institutions such as the Islamic Development Bank and the Asian Development Bank. And this was all to minimize humanitarian consequences in a situation that was already bad enough. Also recently, OFAC amended its Syria sanctions regulations with an updated general license authorizing a wide range of transactions in support of non-governmental work in Syria, including, for example, allowing the purchase of petroleum products from the Syrian government and engaging in some transactions with the Syrian government. Another example of this was when the US executive order on sanctions against Ethiopia came out in October. It was simultaneously accompanied by the issuance of a general license, indicating that we might be moving into an area where the unintended consequences of sanctions are embedded into the design and issuance of the sanctions regime, and moving away from the practice where such exemptions were reactionary or were slow in materializing. I believe this should minimize the automatic de-risking and abrupt decoupling from global financial networks that conflict areas often suffer from. On linking sanctions to foreign policy objectives, well, that is quite clear from all the current news buzz about the imminent deployment of a slew of sanctions against Russian individuals and entities and against the Nord Stream 2 project in light of possible developments in Ukraine. Here you can also see that multilateralism is being played out as the US is actively engaged in making sure that new sanctions against Russian officials and entities are coordinated with allies. Closer to the MENA region, Iran is another state where we are likely to see continued sanctions action. Also Lebanon. The US is seemingly set on continuing to apply sanctions pressure there using the broad and global executive order on terrorism, Executive Order 13224, but also, as we've seen recently, using more or exploiting Executive Order 13441, which specifically targets officials in Lebanon. Thematically, the US administration is taking a stronger posture on two areas of rising importance: transnational organized crime and corruption. So on organized crime, the Biden administration signaled toughness in mid-December by establishing the US Council on Transnational Organized Crime. The council is supposed to coordinate and implement a whole of government counter organized crime effort. And we are to expect that the effort will include pursuing individuals and entities involved in illicit activity. On the same day in December, President Biden issued Executive Order 14059, which imposed sanctions on foreign persons involved in the global illicit drug trade. And that builds on previous sanctions authorities, such as Executive Order 12978, targeting narcotics traffickers. On corruption, we're already seeing a surge in the use of US Magnitsky Act for pursuing individuals and officials involved in corruption. In fact, in 2021, the United States issued over 170 Magnitsky designations. This is another area where we are likely going to see more coordinated action between the US and its allies, as the EU, the UK, Canada, more recently Australia and Norway have all issued similar legislation, allowing them each to issue economic and financial sanctions against individuals accused of human rights abuses or of corruption. For reporting firms, this should translate into raising your vigilance regarding exposure to PEPs and into making sure that adverse media screening is continuously robust and up to date. On new technologies and sanctions, well, we've already stated how the review duly emphasized the need for investment in new technologies on tracing, particularly tracing transactions using virtual currencies and new payment methods. Emphasis was also laid on cybersecurity controls and the need for investing in cybersecurity defenses against malicious actors. The sanctions review stressed that these are areas that government agencies must reinforce, but also that these are areas where financial institutions and reporting entities must also build capacity. OFAC issued new sanctions compliance guidance for the virtual currency industry late last year that outlined the requirements, the procedures, and the best practices for firms and for financial institutions dealing with virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. A significant talking point in that space late last year was sanctions that were applied against Suex, a major Russian crypto exchange implicated in the movement of illicit games from ransomware. So this is where all of what Mark Williams mentioned in the last presentation about the need for increasing knowledge about self-education on red flags related to crypto comes in. The US government and governments elsewhere, including in the MENA region, are investing heavily in improving the capability of their agencies in tracing and detecting illicit blockchain activity, and they're encouraging reporting entities to do the same by building their human capacities in that field. And it is a welcome development that several countries in the MENA region are taking very important strides in that direction, including, of course, in the UAE. I've been talking for a while now. What is the takeaway from all of this? I guess that despite all of the talk about streamlining sanctions, they are actually increasing in complexity. The number of significant players is also increasing. It is no longer a playing field dominated by the US and the UN, but the role of other states is steadily evolving. Sanctions are on the rise, and they will continue to pose a heavy regulatory cost on reporting entities. For firms, the rise in complexity means the need for robust sanction screening, payment filtering systems, adverse media solutions, and a constant vigilance regarding geopolitical developments and sanctions action. Also important is having a clear understanding of exposure to sanctioned individuals, sanctioned entities, and entities that are significantly owned or controlled by sanctioned individuals, or that are exposed to heavily sanctioned jurisdictions. A vigilant emphasis, I should stress here, should be given to the collection and updating of beneficial ownership data and to third-party due diligence, as we've just heard from Ryan 2 presentations ago. Payments to and from heavily sanctioned jurisdictions and conflict areas should be rigorously scrutinized. They should, of course, continue to trigger enhanced due diligence and monitoring. For governments, it means updating AML CFT risk assessments and making sure that reporting entities are aware of the risks and typologies and rapid developments in typologies related to sanctions evasion. I think there was a whole presentation earlier in the morning on Mena sanctions compliance by our colleague from Dow Jones, so I won't get into more detail on that. I will, however, reiterate the importance of public-private partnerships to mold, to test, and to recalibrate fintech and regtech solutions in sanction screening, data aggregation, and regulatory reporting, and call upon other countries in the region to follow in the footsteps of the likes of SAMA in Saudi Arabia, ADGM or DIFC in the UAE. Here I would like to commend last month's passage of the law regulating the use of fintech in Egypt. That should pave the way for the expansion of regtech startups in the country. The law allowed the Financial Regulatory Authority for the first time to set up regulatory sandboxes for new solutions on Regtech and FinTech. It is a welcome development and a high note on which I think I will finally stop speaking. Thank you again for having me, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Ahmed. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ahmed Buckley? Okay, I don't see any questions around, Mr. Ahmed. If there is any questions on the platform, please do stay connected. I will again reach out to you if I do have any questions that come across from the attendees. But thank you so much for joining us again. Mr. Ahmed, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So thank you for joining. We look forward to hosting you in the next edition for sure again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next session, which is an interactive panel discussion. We're going to talk about collaboration between regulators and banks. How important is it for Regtech? I'm pleased to invite on stage Mr. Mohammad Ali Khan, Head of AML and Sanctions Compliance at Ajman Bank. I have Mr. Christo, Chief Compliance Officer, Lulu Financial Group, joining me virtually. Mr. Shawaki Ahwash, who is an anti-financial crime professional, joining virtually, as well as Mr. Amit Malhotra, General Manager, Personal Banking Group, Commercial Bank of Dubai. Mr. Mohammed Afifi, Group Chief Compliance Officer at Bank Misr. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Mr. Christos, all over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. How are things over there? Hello, Dubai.
Hi, Christos. I guess I have the whole crowd to me here. We're missing you guys.
Yeah. And the only thing is that I cannot see you. I can see only the podium, and it will be good. Now I can see you. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Mohammed, the pleasure is ours to meet you virtually. But you have the whole audience in front of you so that they will jump on you on questions when there is the right time.
Happy to answer.
I would like, if you allow me, to go around and understand a few things about all of you. Present yourself. I will start with Shawaki.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Really, I miss being in person in Dubai. I'm based out of Beirut as head of AML and Sanction Division, MLRO of a local bank. I am certified anti-money laundering specialist, global sanction specialist as well. I'm a bit dynamic in the training landscape and lecturing on white-collar crime and anti-financial courses. Also, I'm so excited and happy to be joining like-minded career professionals on this panel. And many thanks for Cogent Solution for their cordial invitation, especially Regina for the hard work and Nizamuddin. Thank you.
Well, very good, Shawaki. Mohammed, can you introduce yourself, Mohammed Ali, that you are there? Tell us a few things about you so that we will blend that.
Sure. So 16 plus years in this industry, having worked with banks like Barclays, HSBC, and Standard Chartered, was the head of CDD, was the regional head of GBM, and now I'm the head of AML and sanctions in Ajman Bank. So shift from high-end banks in terms of international exposure to now a local bank where we see that there's a lot of work, lots of work that is required in this industry. So yeah.
Thank you. Mohammed Afifi, back to you. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
No, he has to unmute, I guess.
Mohammed, unmute, please.
Yeah, sorry, apology for that. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mohammed Afifi. I am the Chief Compliance Officer of Bank Misr, which is the second largest bank in Egypt. It's a government-owned bank.
Mohammed, sorry to disturb you, but I think that there is a lot of other voices coming from your mic.
Yes. I can't help this because I'm out of the office, so I'll be back in the office in a few minutes. But anyway, in the presentation, I present myself as the Group Head of Compliance for Bankos, who is the second largest in Egypt, with around 800 branches in the country and few other branches overseas, UAE, France, and next to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Christos, unmute, I guess.
Mohammed, you can jump to your office and we'll catch up in a few minutes related to the discussion that we'll have. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Amit Malhotra. Amit, are you with us?
He's about to join. He hasn't joined yet.
He'll join us shortly, Mr. Christos.
All right, then I will have to start with the two gentlemen that I have in front of me. But before I do that, I want to introduce myself as well. My name is Christos Christou. I am Greek, so hearing from Detective Sergeant, the word crypto means hide. It's Greek. Anyway, so hide. And hiding everything is one of the things that scares the common compliance officer. Crypto is not bad. Money laundering is bad. Different other types of fraud is bad. What do they have in common? Crypto, hiding, that is, or disguising things in order, and data in order to do it. So many years, 15 plus years in the banking and non-banking financial services sector, we are trying to identify what is this data that we are missing, what is hidden, what we cannot see, or what we see, if it is true to see it or whatever. So our discussion today, apart from giving us the different types of data and different types of matters that are related to the regulation and the implication of the regulation, I would like to hear from my colleagues here. First of all, from Shawaki. I will start from the basis, the KYC. We have currently one new methodology of acquiring data for customers, relevant parties, related parties, beneficiaries, or etc., etc. It's called eKYC. Can you please shed some light and tell us, from your experience in your country, is this technology-based documentation or identification of entities and individuals used? And if used, what are the regulations there and how do they help the compliance officer?
Yeah, Christos, just let me pave the way before answering about the regulatory environment for the rolling out of eKYC. Just pave the way for certain basic things about the eKYC and what has been serving as a catalyst to have it moving forward. Basically, the pandemic has put a certain urge on FIs to develop electronic KYC, especially when banks started to lower their person-to-person or face-to-face banking. Also, we are shifting from high-risk non-face-to-face relationship to another mindset. So we can no longer have in our back of mind or our perception about non-face-to-face as something like bad or high risk, because this is the new normal we are facing. And I guess even when the pandemic start to subside or dwindle down, I don't see that the eKYC wave will roll back. I mean, still the electronic KYC will still be on the agenda as a priority for regulators and for banks. Also, I have learned a couple of things about the eKYC regulatory environment within the MENA, because lately I was fortunate to moderate a webinar on how fintech is advancing AML controls within the MENA. It seems that we are starting to see many startups and fintech firms that are aggressive in developing eKYC, especially in Dubai, where hundreds of companies are being established to develop this product. Another thing is the Arab Monetary Fund also is issued like the FATF does. They issued some kind of guidelines which are very helpful for FIs to embrace and adopt when implementing this kind of digital channel. Secondly, we have seen how artificial intelligence and machine learning can be harnessed and well-resourced when applying digital KYC, especially to verify digitally the identity of the customer in terms of sharing, for example, the Uber car that they pick up from home and how they commute to work and then commute back from work to home. So this will serve as an additional verification about the true address of the client through geo location. Also, the UAE has been a pioneering country in establishing the UAE Pass and how that integrate also with banks. Also in Bahrain, we have seen an eKYC platform. Now, regarding the Lebanese context, I guess many leading banks, especially the big banks, are already on this track. But still for others, it is the eKYC, it's still, let's say, in a nascent stage that needs more development in terms of infrastructure and cybersecurity measures, because we know that cybersecurity threats pose a real threat to this kind of e-channel.
Shawaki,
yes.
Shawaki, sorry to disturb you. I would like to hear a few words only about what Lebanon does, because I want to show the different areas within the MENA region. How do they see regulators now wise? What is there for eKYC? Is there anything?
Basically, there has been lately a regulation that was not available or present in Lebanon, which is the electronic signature. Although it was promulgated not years ago, but maybe 1 year or 2 years ago, this has served as a starting point for banks to start a digital onboarding and accepting the signature. But I think the basic challenge for Lebanon is, aside from onboarding digitally natural person or individual customer, is the legal entities. As you know, Christos, identification of UBOs and controlling person is on the rise, and still many work needs to be done to digitally identify these key stakeholders in the account.
We will see, Shawaki, about the automations, and you can refer to the digitalization of the documentation related to corporates. I would like to go to another area of the MENA region. Mohammed Afifi, in Egypt, what are the steps that the KYC regulators or organizations within the financial services industry working on, the KYC specifically? Can you please shed some light for Egypt?
Thank you. But in Egypt, the eKYC is still on process, not yet finalized by the regulator. They have advanced in it, I believe, probably by end of Q1 it might be in place, and it is done in a very good way, linked with the authorities. So when you put the ID number, it goes directly to verify it and see whether it is correct or not. Most of the information are transferred automatically from the government authority into the banks, but it's not yet in place. It's not yet.
Mohammed Afifi, sorry to disturb you. That is for the individuals, correct? What about the corporates? Yes. Is there something similar for corporates?
That will be similar for corporate, but not from the CR itself. Corporate from the CR itself directly, not using the ID. But both of them are on the sandbox yet, not yet finalized.
Okay, from your own experience and what you have implemented or you are thinking to implement, eKYC as a tool for compliance officers in order to get the majority of the data. And with the fear of this crypto space, as Detective Sergeant McWilliams said, crypto space, I believe it's not only related to the cryptocurrency. Crypto space has to do with the majority now of the data that we cannot have are related to the PEPs, related to the people that are related to the PEPs, UPOs, other type of financial data that we can collect. All those, from your perspective, from your knowledge and experience, how can KYC automation help?
See, it's an important tool. It's an important tool, and it's the future tool. And definitely, it is much more reliable than having to collect the information on a manual way. Although that does not skip the face-to-face with the question to the client, the feedback we get from the client, because all are you going to get are information that are kept somewhere and might not reflect the reality. Because I'll give you an example. For instance, when you take the address of the client, you will have the address on whatever is registered, but does he live reality in this address? I don't think so. I myself personally, I've changed my address. Yeah.
Shayaki said that they are going to use now the taxis and the Karims and the Uber drives, etc., or the delivery. I don't know, the food delivery people. They will use to verify those data, and I totally agree. Now with the technology of 5G, I think even the cars will start pointing out the GPS, and you will get that. However, as you said, Mohammed Afifi, it is still at a point whereby the eKYC cannot supplement major face-to-face interaction between customers and banks or between customers and financial institutions. However, thank you, Mohammed. I will go to Mohammed Ali.
Thank you.
On another side. I want to see a little bit differently. Mohammed Ali, having eKYC as one of the developments, technological developments that a bank or any financial services sector is using, and with the experience that Mohammed Afifi has told us from his experience that the face-to-face for banks is not yet completely waived. Do you think that all the other financial service providers, players in a market, especially in the UAE that you are living and working, replace the normal KYC to eKYC? And what do the regulators say here in the UAE?
So I do echo what Mr. Afifi was saying. So of course, it's at its infancy stage, right? But I think in the last 2 years, what we saw was that eKYC was the way to go with offline onboarding, digital onboarding, and so on and so forth. However, I mean, within the UAE market, I think every bank for its retail customers has set up this online or eKYC tool to onboard clients. However, I think each bank differs in terms of what it requires for verification. So I think a standard approach is not there across the market. Yes, the regulator has given a lot of ideas and has given the risk-based approach, but I think every bank, based on its risk appetite, is taking a call on how they want to verify the information. And for some reason, the touch and feel of an application has still not gone. So it is there, and people want to see that and want to see that happening. It's to be honest with the on-ground reality, every bank chooses, as I said, a different way of verification. So some banks who are linked with IDA, the Emirates ID, they are much more flexible, while the banks which have still not linked with them do offline integration. So basically, they verify at the point of delivery. And then there are secondary questions, like Mr. Afifi said, that address verification. Now, maybe IDA has my address, which was there when I got the IDA card 3 years back. It might have changed today. So how do we validate that the address being provided is actually the right one at the moment? So I think those are some challenges as well. But yes, to answer to you, eKYC is the way. And that's where all banks will go.
Thank you, everybody. I will give my own my own experience from eKYC and how do we collect data, verify data wherever we are. I believe that there are 3 steps into this, and technology helps into these 3 steps. Step number 1, ID capture. The ID capture technology makes it very, very simple. Now you can take a picture from your mobile, you can upload it into a software. The software will do the verification based on the characteristics. Most of the times it takes, I don't know, all the face, the eye recognition, different other checks and validations that it does to verify the authenticity of the identity card, I would say. And then there is the verification, the authorization, if you like, from the sources, the regulatory sources, or from the official sources like the EIDA or the registry or whatever we can. These are some technological advancements that we were forced, based on COVID-19 situation that a couple of years ago, we were forced to implement forcefully, and we implemented it in a rush, and now we develop it. But what for me makes sense is that everything is controlled by the compliance risk appetite. And I cannot say that what Mohammed Ali said, every bank, I believe it depends on the compliance officer first, how much he or she feels that what is in hand is indeed what the regulators will like or would like in order for me as a compliance officer or any compliance officer to apply risk-based approach or adequate due diligence. Shawaki, back to you now. And I want you to join the first with the second, because I know that you have some clarifications to do. The first was related to eKYC, and the second is how much more automation can you do in order to help yourself as a compliance officer to take the appropriate risk management decisions?
Yeah, just let me allude or add a couple of points to what you gentlemen have said, that there is an underlying factor which also may push eKYC forward, which is the concern of regulators and government, which is financial inclusion. You know, the more aggressive societies are to include the population within the sector, the more digital channels that we may need. Also, one factor, and maybe this is the reason for the UAE to be very, like, let's say, successful in applying or promoting eKYC, it is related to how much, to the level of electronic governance that you have in a country. The more we move toward an e-government, the more success we're gonna reap or we're gonna benefit in creating digital channels. And what you have mentioned, Christos, the verification of the ID or the photo of the face or the headshot on the ID is sometimes directly checked with the records of the Ministry of Interior to make sure that Mr. X is the one opening the account and he's registered, etc. So these are...
Are we there, Shawaki? Are we there, Shawaki? Is the regulator accepting that as well? Give me these two perspectives. Are we there to what you say? The regulators have it. It is somewhere. There is a registry. Are we there? Do we have developed the technology to do that? And do the regulators know about that?
I guess we're halfway there. Yeah, we are, in theory, maybe we are there in terms of like writing the policy, the regulation. But yeah, when you come to implement, I guess you're gonna see many loopholes and like gaps in the technology feature and how much privacy you are breaching or you are protecting. So I guess, no, we need to develop more. We need more regulatory push or a different regulatory mindset, let's say, in accepting this kind of onboarding, because, you know, regulators still resort to legacy systems, like feeding the paper, seeing the records. But I mean, we're moving towards there, I guess. sooner or later. Now back to your question.
Let's say what we do first, Shawaki, and the regulators, I'm sure, or the government in general, they have their own way to go and own developments. What type of automations you suggest or you are acquainted with and you apply?
Yeah, I guess automation in the compliance field is rather a must and not an option anymore. You know, Christos, the Internet of Things, data analytics, data mining, adverse media screening have pushed forward automation. However, we should be keen that automation in AML CFT covering all the predicate offenses or in sanctioned due diligence does not come without risks. And let me here sound a little bit anecdotal and share with you like a hypothetical case so we can all learn from. Suppose an ex-bank automates its payment system by implementing what we call STP or straight-through processing. So if you have an incoming transfer perfectly with all fields filled in, and you have a correct IBAN, the payment may directly go to the account. But what if this bank, when they automate, they, let's say, forget or fail to identify when the ordering field of the client contains a bank name instead of a natural person or a corporate? For me, as a compliance officer, this transfer may be subject to wire stripping. What if the ordering institution was in a sanctioned country and the correspondent or the another institution wire stripped, taking off sanctioned information and replace it with another information that may not trick the filtering system? So it's not that we automate, we should automate, but keep the control measures, the ability to flag a payment.
You give me the pass to ask you one simple question. I want 2-3 words, okay? Of course, we're not talking about automation of all the procedures without automating the controls. My question was, is compliance in line with all the other department automations, especially operations from the world that you know? Yes, no, and let's move it forward.
Yes, I mean, it is aligned and on par with the automation levels of other departments. And let me tell you about a couple of experiences that I have been involved.
I will ask Mr. Afifi and I will come back for examples, because STP was a very perfect example that you gave. And in STP, I will tell you only one thing. The STP has first and last control as compliance. So let's go to that. First is sanction, last is transaction monitoring. Mohammed Afifi, from your side, EKYC or any other type of automation during the processes of operations, whatever this operation may be, lending, trade finance, payments, account deposits, investment products, etc., etc., etc. What are your experiences there, and what do you foresee in future automations?
I believe automation has to be in place. If it doesn't exist now, it has to be enforced. This is the future, and as Shawi just said, you know, the various products, the financial inclusion, and all these cannot rely on manual. A bank like mine with 11 million clients, you know, you cannot scrutinize transaction manually. It can't happen. Okay, and nowadays with regulator who is asking that the transfer between banks in the same country are done in 2 hours, then you don't have time. So automation is the future. We have to follow it. Now the trick will be, what control are we going to put into these automation? That's the challenge that compliance officers are facing, is to put the certain controls to avoid, you know, skipping any information that we might need. So, but definitely automation is the future.
Mohammed Ali, from UAE and your side, automations. Automation is, as indeed, as Mohammed Afifi said, and what Shawaki has explained also, and I'm sure that you know it more than me. You cannot employ 10,000 employees only just to do the transaction monitoring or the controls. You need automation. It goes without saying. The budget, in the past, we heard a lot about the cost of compliance, the cost of compliance, it goes. What is actually the cost of compliance in terms of automation, Mohammed Ali?
Right, so again, automation is key and cost of compliance is there. Unfortunately, we don't have Amit here. If he was online, he was from the front line and he would tell you how the front line is owning this cost. But again, from the question you asked, there are 3 key automations that compliance needs to look at, and they're looking at with operations. One is your regulatory reporting, one is your CDD, and one is your AML checks, right? So when we look at automation, of course, 2-3 years ago, there was a lot of automation through CDD workflows, so and so forth, where file transfers would happen much easier and speed of evaluating a client had gone up. Then we had automation as a risk rating tool, where you would risk assess each client based on different weightages, right? And again, in all of these automations, I think the key was, what were the thresholds? Were they being assessed? Was the testing accurate? Because you can put a lot of automation, and if the controls on the back end are wrong or the settings are wrong, your results will be wrong. And overall, the regulator appreciates automation, but they want automation with controls. So again, I think as a compliance officer, you have to see both sides. And of course, the cost, yes. With these automated systems, the cost will come down. We hope that it won't result in headcount crunches. But yes, you will have the core speciality of people giving the right advice, what they're supposed to give, rather than doing manual work in terms of collecting data, sorting data, creating big Excel sheets. So I think all of that will go away with automation.
Thank you, Mohammed Ali. I will give you, Shawaki, one pass by telling this. Currently, robotics are in the lives of the financial services organizations, especially in compliance. We use robotics in order to replace minds, but we cannot use it without machine learning or specialized artificial intelligence, which can be built on the model that you apply. In your country, in Lebanon, or in the region that you are acquainted with, how much of that machine learning or robotics is understood by the business, and of course, how the regulators see that?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky question. I guess also this boils down.
I don't do tricky questions. I do double-sided questions.
Okay, this is what's good about being moderating the session, Christos. Let me say also this may boil down to the individual risk appetite of each institution, because even Christos, from our readings or the compliance literature, even they don't send out the message loud that go automate, go use machine learning, use data analytics. Always there is kind of be cautious. Use it, but don't overuse it or don't abuse it, because machine learning sometimes can lead you to unfavorable result. But maybe we can agree on one point which you have mentioned, and it's important. It is the RPAs, or the robotic program or process automation, which is very helpful in the way it mimics the specified, the clear tasks that we all do for whether for AML investigation or for sanctions due diligence. These are the primary or the ABC steps that we all do to discount an alert or to escalate an alert, to scrutinize a transaction, to scratch a little bit below the surface. So this is a good technology that we must reckon on as we go in the future. However, one limitation is that this can save you some time for a straightforward workflow, but it cannot come up with the judgment the human can do. So this is a good step in eliminating tedious, repetitive work. However, it's able to collate and identify the needed data on which the compliance officer, which we still need his or her own analytic mind to see this
analytical
data,
thinking,
analytical thinking, and to see all this data in one page and come up with the right decision. So I guess RPA is a helpful tool when used properly.
Thank you, Shawaki. Mohammed Afifi, to you. One last point here. I totally agree with Shawaki, and you being a very experienced and exposed compliance officer many times, there is a percentage of fear factor towards leaving or robotics or automation take over the decision-making process. From your experience and exposure in the country and from the regulators aspect that you see, do you still believe that you can leave percentage, and what is that percentage of decision making on robotics or machine learning?
You know, a percentage, I can't say a fixed number, but as Shawki said, you know, the artificial intelligence will help, especially on monitoring a mass the traffic of messages going in or out. So you just parameterize it correctly, let the flow run, the artificial intelligence or the robotic works onto the parameterization you have done it, and then it comes results. You take those results and the human intervention comes here. I would say 80-20. I would say 80-20 because, you know,
that's a very good one.
Yeah, I would take 80-20 because normally when we do a monitoring nowadays, how we do it, we take samples. We say we'll take how many account per day, how many, I don't know, transaction per day, what type of transaction you take, some from here, some from there. It's at the end of the day limited. The artificial intelligence will give us a wide. You can take all of them. You can take even the 100% of the population, but you run it through a certain script. And on that script, you put certain criteria. The computer might take it out, but you won't understand whether this criteria is correct or not. That's need the human intervention. I'll give a very simple example. You say Persian carpet. Computer will stop the Persian carpet because he will think immediately that it belongs to a sanctioned country. Exactly, Persia. The human intervention will come and allow this and let it pass. That's it. I would say in the beginning it won't be less than 80-20. Otherwise,
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm cautious of time. I'm cautious of time. I don't want to delay the rest of it. Mohammed Ali, back to you with a few seconds, please answer for the following. Definitely robotics, machine learning, automations, compliance, analytics, analytical thinking, all these come into play, and you need an advanced machine called fully compliant compliance officer in order to be there and manage all those. From your side, automation without management or manager without automations, whatever you can see it. Is it possible today?
Not really. And again, to the answer that Afifi gave of 80-20, I would say that we have to consider, as you said also, Mr. Christos, that the risk appetite of the bank, right? And the kind of tools and the kind of scales of data that they're dealing with. So yes, I believe 75%, 25, 70, 30, 80-20. I think these are the three norms I've seen in most of the banks where I have worked. And I think that is the approach, that you need to still have the advisory lens, the lens of the compliance officer who ticks the box by saying this is okay to go ahead or not. And I guess automation just does remove the false hits. It helps us negate a lot of keywords. So I think whitelisting is also very important. You know, a lot of systems we use, we go on negative listing people, but we don't whitelist people. So I think if we start whitelisting and create a thorough list with the correct reasoning behind that, then we can lower the hits that we get. And that is, again, machine versus manual, right? So the human intervention is still required to take that decision. So yes, in my 20, 30 seconds, this is what I believe, that we definitely need human intervention.
Thank you, Mohammed Ali. I will close this session with one very simple recap of what we have discussed. Number one, we have discussed that eKYC is a must today, and it is something that came and will still go and will never go away. So the first step of data collection, identification, verification, authorization, or whatever, in order for us to do our job, is fully or should be fully automated, or automated at the point whereby the majority of the controls are not violated. When you see a violation, and based on the regulations also that we have, definitely we have to intervene. There are different regulatory regimes related to KYC and automation, and we heard from 3 different countries within the MENA region that there are different levels of implementation. And finally, automations in operations should come with automations within the compliance department and the function. So the majority of automations we can implement based on the risk appetite of the bank, or based on the financial assets that will be invested in automations, and generally help, which is mandatory to have automation at some point in time, to help the decision-making process from the compliance officer. And definitely robotics and machine learning help in taking proper and faster decisions in order to take the outliers, as Mohammed Afifi said, the 20% of Pareto or whatever thin layer we leave out, in order for the people and especially the compliance officer to apply the business and experience logic in order to deal with all those. Shawaki, Mohammed Afifi, Mohammed Ali, thank you very much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience and for being with us. The floor is yours for any questions.
I guess we have lost a lot of people to lunch. So, so I mean, if any questions, happy to take. Otherwise, I think we'll close the session.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Christos, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Shawaki, and Mr. Mohammed Ali Khan.
Thank you.
Yes, we are running out of time, but yes, there are attendees on the platform who will reach out to you, I'm sure, for questions. So you can stay connected. If not, I'll reach out to you on email. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are starving, but trust me, this is the last session before lunch. So we'll be joined by Mr. Tom Devlin, Senior Director, Regulatory and Product Design at Risk Screen. He's joining us to talk about the benefits of a true risk-based approach to digital onboarding. Mr. Tom, you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Yes, I can see you as well.
Here I am. Okay, I'm going to share a screen with everybody, and then we'll get going. I'm conscious that it is way past lunchtime, so we'll keep this pretty short and sweet. I don't want to impinge on anybody's tummy rumbling. So thank you very much for having you with me. I'm sorry not to be there in person. I've been to a few Regtech events in the MENA region, right back to the original Regtech MENA conference run in Bahrain and then in Dubai back in 2017, 2018, and to other events in this line. So I'm familiar with the landscape, but today joining you virtually. And I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed the panel discussion that we've just heard. I thought it was fascinating, listening to the learnings from different panel members about robotic process automation and digital onboarding, and really the art of the possible. So I hope no one will object, but I decided at the last minute to substitute a talk which I sometimes give about risk-based digital onboarding for an advertised talk about screening in the program. If you would like to talk to me about screening, I'm at your disposal after the session. Many things I can say about it, but today I think digital onboarding may be of more value. So I hope that's okay. Why is digital onboarding at once the solution to all of our problems and also the problem that we wrestle with so deeply? Well, those two words, digital onboarding, they conceal an ocean of complexity, particularly if you operate, as many of our clients do, at the far end of the telescope from retail banking. Now, I'm not saying that retail banking is easy so far as onboarding is concerned, but acquiring a current account customer or a mortgage customer is a little different from onboarding a corporate relationship with 7 layers in its corporate structure and 25 directors and UBOs hanging off it. Everybody finds that difficult, and I mean everyone. A close family member of mine was until recently in charge of the business banking effort at Revolut. Some of you may have come across Revolut. They have perfected retail customer acquisition. They managed to do that years before the market caught up. You can be onboarded as a retail customer at Revolut in about 2 minutes, and it is the most painless, slick experience you'll ever have. But they are still struggling to do the same for corporate banking and corporate onboarding. And I think this is something we all recognize, right? Despite all the promise of digital onboarding that's been laid out before us, it can still feel like there are significant gaps, bits of the process where rather than being strapped to a rocket speeding off into the sky, we are still plodding behind a document-bearing camel or donkey going rather slowly through the desert. So if life is complicated enough, why don't we stick to just getting digital onboarding right? Why do we need to introduce the risk-based approach as well, additional complexity to the already massive topic of digital onboarding? I'll tell you why. We've been doing digital onboarding for a while, and we've learned quite a bit about the space and the process. It is complicated for many of us precisely because it is not risk-based. An inability to fully embed the flexibility that the risk-based approach gives you means that too many prospects get pushed down an onboarding journey that is simply not appropriate to their true level of risk. And that means wasted effort, wasted time, customer drop-off, needless complexity. Now, technology gives us a golden opportunity to combine two of the great glittering prizes of the last 20 years in relation to KYC. The first is providing each customer with an onboarding approach which is truly bespoke to them, to their characteristics, their products, services, risk factors, and delivery channels, while, and this is number 2, keeping central control and oversight of every stage of the onboarding process. So that, whilst it's fully tailored to each prospect, you get all of the high quality data items that you need on every customer to manage your AML responsibilities. And that's hard, right? That's hard with a traditional process, particularly if there are manual elements to it. It's very time consuming and it's often not consistent. Before digital onboarding came along, you could often have one or other of these things. So a customized onboarding experience for each customer or reliable data coming in to the bank, but not both, not reliably and consistently. Technology makes that possible, but you need the ability to perform a robust risk assessment right at the start of the onboarding journey and to keep it updated throughout if it's going to work. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. I'll say just a very, very brief word about us. RiskScreen, we operate a platform called KYC 360, which I know some of you are members of. It's the world's largest knowledge hub for compliance professionals. It has over 30,000 members. We have quite a number of customers in the GCC region, and we have around 900 corporate customers globally. And we provide them with screening technology, digital onboarding technology, and lifecycle risk management solutions. In doing this, we have global partnerships with Dow Jones, with Refinitiv, WorldCheck, and Salesforce. And our CEO and founder, Stephen Platt, was the original co-founder of the International Compliance Association. If you hold an ICA diploma in money laundering, he wrote it. He was the original author of that qualification and has many happy alumni out around the world. So we like to think that we bring a bit of subject matter expertise to the topic. I myself am a regulatory lawyer, and I spent over a year back in the earlier part of the 2010s in the GCC region conducting a very complex investigation into one of the large retail banks on behalf of a financial regulator, so I'm familiar with the territory. What I want to talk to you about today, though, is two things, really. First, the results of a survey which we did of around 50 large banks and financial institutions. And second, what that means for digital onboarding platforms and technology. So the survey, first of all, we found from talking to banks at scale that the biggest concerns around AML compliance that they had were as shown here. So legal consequences from getting things wrong. Over almost 2/3 of respondents were concerned about that, and closely following reputational damage, after which poor quality data and information and legacy or poor processes were highlighted by survey respondents. 83% of respondents said that the compliance function was labor intensive. And it is, right? We know this. If we work in compliance, it's hard work. And I don't know about you, but I can remember 5, even 10 years ago when AI and the blockchain were first being trotted out. They were going to come riding over the hill to our rescue from drudgery. Well, I've got news for you. It hasn't happened yet. Not for 83% of us. We've learned that it's not that there's no shortcuts. There are shortcuts in terms of technological solutions that reduce the amount of manual effort we have to put in, if you know where to find them and how to use them responsibly. And the panel discussion was really good on this subject, I thought. But there isn't a silver bullet. There's no magic box that you can turn on to just take all the pain away. Gains are made by a fusion of people, process, and technology, not by any one of those things on its own. And that's a theme to which we will return. We asked our survey participants what the return on investment they were looking for from new Regtech was, what was most important. And there were two very strong results from this. The first was cost savings in compliance process, because compliance is not immune to the budgetary round and the rest of the business. And level pegging with that was meeting new regulations and the prevention of fines. And this is a hot topic in the GCC, right? Particularly in the UAE, with forthcoming FATF inspections and a real focus on making sure that new regulations are fit for purpose and that everyone is doing as well as they can in meeting the compliance standards. We asked people about their current platform and where it was falling down, and I thought the findings here were really quite interesting. 2/3 of respondents from the 50 banks that we asked said that customer risk oversight was an area that was underperforming in their current compliance platforms. And a further 1/2 said that adverse media screening was an area where they had deficiencies. And then finally, we said, what are the most important features you look for in good Regtech? And this also, I think, is really interesting and worth bearing in mind if you're assessing vendors or solutions. The top result here was not how clever the solution is or how wonderful the vendor is or even what the solution does. It's flexibility of configuration. There is nothing worse than buying a solution that is then ossified, that cannot be changed without expensive development requests, that is not flexible to your requirements. So having a solution that you can flex, you can amend was top of the priority list, followed by the vendor themselves. And this is how credible they are, how well they support the solution in practice, how well they implement it. These are the things that people really care about. So what are the takeaways? I think the takeaways from this is that for many people, preventing money laundering feels like an infinite challenge, which you've only got finite resources to respond to. But actually, I don't agree with that. I think complying or stopping money laundering is an infinite challenge. That's something which we all have to do our best at, but none of us can solve alone. However, the challenge of meeting your regulatory obligations, your AML obligations, is a finite challenge, and it is possible to meet them in full. But that can't come from technology alone. We need to have this fusion of the three factors: people, process, and technology. If we don't get people and process working together, then it's useless to buy an expensive technology solution. It won't deliver the results that you want. Your people are your greatest asset. You have to nurture them. You've got to take them with you on the journey of change as you introduce technology. If you don't do that correctly, then they can be quite formidable barriers to change, even when it's within their own interest. But there are good ways of doing this, and doing this correctly is fundamental, it's vital. The second is your processes. These are like computer programs for your people. They tell them what to do in particular circumstances. And like the best computer programs, they need to be flexible and easy to use if they are to succeed. We all know, for example, that most people, myself included, respond best to new information when it is presented in bite-sized chunks. It's why we've got PowerPoint slides rather than one big image containing all the info for today's session. And that's the model that your processes should follow. Intranets or Confluence are perfect for this kind of thing. Small bite-sized chunks of information that explain what to do in any given situation, with clearly defined steps for each action that may fall to be taken. And the third element is technology. It's a force multiplier. It's not, and it can't be, the solution on its own. It can't take decisions for you, but it can implement rules, and increasingly it can make helpful suggestions. It can also provide the best route to guide your people through the correct decision-making process. To do so, however, it needs to recognize in its design that people and machines think and operate in very different ways. And a big, complicated user interface with lots of options is unlikely to produce the best result. So I want to share with you briefly the philosophy that we adopt when we design a new solution. This applies to all of our solutions, and we adopt this philosophy because the heritage of our company is in conducting regulatory investigations of businesses that have failed, that haven't succeeded in meeting their AML obligations. And we've analyzed why those failures occur. We've distilled them down to a series of causal factors, and we've sought to address them. So we think that if you want a solution to perform well, it must do three things. It must show your people what they need to do in any given circumstance. It should be obvious what the escalation path is to take the correct next step. And that sounds simple, but is very complex to achieve in practice. It must also be easy to do the right thing. So it's one thing knowing what the right thing is, but if you don't make it easy to do it within your solution design, then some people will take the path of least resistance and may end up doing the wrong thing because it's easier. So you have to make it the easiest thing to do, the right thing. And then when that thing has been done, whatever the action is, you need to ensure that people, and by extension your business, gets the credit for it. There is no point in doing the right thing if there's no evidence to show that that is what you did. So I'd like to move on now to a solution of ours which seeks to embed these ideas within it. And it's a solution which relates to digital onboarding called RiskScreen Onboard. It dovetails very nicely with what was being discussed in the panel discussion around how you reach out to customers to collect data, what you do with the data, where you can apply robotic process automation, where you need the intervention of individuals. And the key to this system is that it combines a number of different disciplines inside one single package under one license agreement. And at the core of the system is a sophisticated risk rating engine. As soon as you obtain data from your customers, the risk rating engine is using it to create and maintain a risk score, which then guides the onboarding through a series of steps which are themselves risk-based. So those steps might include electronic identification and verification, EIDV. They could include electronic verification of address. They might include screening, sanctions, PEP, watch list screening. They could also include the sign-off and approval process. And that's risk-based. So at every stage, the journey, the decision tree that your prospect follows is responding to what the risk scoring engine is indicating about the customer's risk. And the second key element here is that we incorporate within our solution a web portal which is flexible and which you can use to go out to your prospective customer to obtain any data that you need from them. And that's fully integrated with the onboarding platform. So you get the data in one place to the required standard at the time that you need it. And we've linked that portal to KYB, Know Your Business data, so that at the same time as reaching out to your customer, you can be looking up company registry information, you can be looking up unstructured beneficial ownership data, or any other information you might need to resolve and identify corporate entities as well as individuals as you take them through the onboarding flow. And this is really where the risk-based approach comes in. So once you have the data, you use the risk engine to determine a high, medium, or low risk score, which then guides the onboarding through the subsequent steps that it takes to get to the approval point. And the degree of robotic process automation or the degree of manual intervention is determined by the risk model and what it finds. Now, we operate all of this from a single platform under a single license agreement, fully integrated with our other suite of compliance tools. And we'd love to show it to anyone who would like to take a look. So if you'd like to organize that, please do get in touch after the session. I'm very conscious of the time. I don't want to take up any more before it's lunchtime. So I'm going to finish with just a quick slide, which shows one of the views from within our onboarding platform. This is a UBO discovery view where we've looked up an entity, which is at the center of the graph here. And we've been able to add different connections to that entity through one of our KYB data providers called Sayari. And if you're not familiar with Sayari, I'd very much encourage you to take a look at them. They are phenomenal in terms of the beneficial ownership information that they've been able to assemble from open source data. It's very, very impressive what they've been able to put together. And they can quite often resolve beneficial ownership in circumstances where a company registry is not able to give you the required amount of information. Within our onboard platform, they are fully integrated into the onboarding process and form part of the lookup where you have a corporate to bring on board. So we're up to time. I'm going to close there because I don't want to keep you from your lunch for a moment longer. If there are any questions from the floor, I'll be very happy to tackle them. But if you have other questions you'd like to ask offline, please do contact us, sales@riskscreen.com, Tom Devlin at riskscreen.com. Or find us on LinkedIn and say hello, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Thank you for that presentation there. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Tom? Okay, everyone is hungry, they just want to go. So Tom, please do stay connected to the platform. If there are any questions, audience will reach out to you virtually. If there are any questions, as mentioned to all the speakers, I will reach out to you on email. With this, we will break for lunch. We will be back by 3:45 for 2 more sessions lined up on compliance, leveraging Regtech, as well as we talk about reducing overall cost of sanctions. So thank you so much for staying connected until now. We look forward to 2 more sessions. Thank you.
Mic testing, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2. Mic testing. Testing, 1, 2. Mic testing. Mic test. Mic testing, 1, 2. Hey. Testing, 1, 2. Mic testing. Speak.
Mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test. Testing. Mic test, mic test. Mic testing, 1, 2, mic test, mic test. Mic test, 1, 2, mic testing. Mic testing, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2, mic testing. Mic testing, 1, 2. Hey.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I'd like to move on to our sessions for the day now. We do have Mr. Joseph Yuso, Head of Business Development, KYC 2020, joining us virtually. Mr. Joseph, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Joseph. You are able to hear me now, right?
I'm hearing you, yeah.
Perfect. So Mr. Joseph is here to talk about reducing the overall cost of sanctions and adverse media screening with smart data and decisioning technologies. The floor is all yours, Mr. Joseph.
All right, thank you. Let me just get my share screen here. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are. I'm out here in Toronto, and as the description is, we're talking about reducing the overall cost of sanction screening, PEP, adverse media, and smart data and decision technology. Again, I'm Joseph Yuso, Head of Business Development. Oops, the button's not working. There we go. I'm the co-founder and head of business development at KYC 2020. Been there since 2016 when we founded it. I also have various other positions as Chief Compliance Officer in CAMLO for fintechs and cryptos. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian MSB Association, and I actively participate with the Canadian regulator FinTrack. I have about 30 years or more plus experience. I'm dating myself now in banking, retail banking, payments, prepaid, and crypto. If you want to reach out to me, there's my email address, Twitter handle, and our company's ones as well as the LinkedIn. If you're going to hit me up on LinkedIn, please do send a message because I get a lot of requests a day, and I have no idea who half these people are. A little bit about KYC 2020. We're ISO 27000 certified. Most of our senior staff have CAMs. The rest of the staff have B-Skill certification. So we're all AML trained to make sure that we all understand what the impacts are. We have over 60 years of experience in various other products and services. Our head office is in Chicago, with offices here in Toronto, where I am, and the development center in Delhi, India. We have over 250 global customers, which we really help these customers, for example, regulated entities with their online screening and making sure that it's a cost-effective and low friction interface. We also help compliance solution aggregators with our quality data through major investments of building our data PEP list, regulatory lists, and adverse media. And that data is actually normalized, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then we also help financial institutions improve their efficiencies through scale and being able to build them decision sciences and engineered for human factors so that those solutions are robust and efficient and scalable. Our agenda today, quickly, is we're just going to be talking about cost of sanctions, why so many false positives, why AI won't solve the problems, all the problems, and adding human intelligence to the equation, and give you some key takeaways, as well as I'm going to mix in some case studies and things like that. So the cost of sanction screening today, despite all the hype in AML, the screening costs still remain high, and this is really for several reasons. Even if you use AI, there's more and more data being imported. Just alone the data leaks and the Panama leaks and all those leaked ones have millions of people and data points that you may or may not need to check. There's no real industry standard for the data. The lists themselves, they vary from first name, last name, to full name, to all kinds of other different fields. And there's no real standard. You get XML, HTML, PDF, it's all over the place. Regulators are really pushing for entities to do fuzzy screening. And most of the solutions that come out to handle that are AI, but it doesn't really solve all the edge cases. And with that, human time increases or still stays the same for some, because you got a lot of false positives to review. The other things are cross-border transactions where you have multi-language between English and, let's say, the Philippines, or English and Asian, English and European. So there's a lot of challenges there when it comes to multi-languages. And then the global adverse media screening is starting to become the norm, at least for the customers we're seeing. So what are the real costs? And I wanted to go through an example of one of our customers where we're trying to articulate the real costs of screening. And so you have your data screening, menu review, and ongoing monitoring. For your actual screening costs, on average, for a customer that's doing 1 million screens a year, we just average this out at 10 cents per. And then if you just look at a simple false positive rate with AI and all that other stuff, at best you're going to get 10%. We've seen customers actually higher than that, but this is just on the conservative side. So it's about 36% of your total costs. And then you look at the time that you're spending on manual review. And if you look at a full-time resource fully booked and at the low end at $25 an hour, and you're screening about 10% of them, that's costing you about $1.25 for each of them at 3 minutes per, and some of them even take longer. So if you average that out over the million, you're looking at another additional 12.5 cents, or another 46% of your costs. And then ongoing monitoring, although it's somewhat smaller, you still get about 2% of the alerts that are false positives that you have to review and document them and make sure that you're reviewing the recurring hits on your list. So altogether, you're looking at a total bundle cost of about 27 and a half, 28 cents, or if you look at it another way, 2/3 of your cost is dealing with the manual reviews and the resources that are required for that. So a lot of companies think that they're getting a great price on the screening, but at the end of the day, you're also spending more money as your business scales and grows. So why is it that AI can't solve these problems? It does a really good job, but when it comes to name variants, it can be very tricky, especially when you're trying to translate, let's say, Indonesian names where they're sunshine and moonbeam and all kinds of different names that in the English language are adjectives and verbs or nouns, and they don't really make sense to translate. You also have multi-part names where you have middle name, two-part last names, initials, all kinds of other weird deviations in edge cases. And most of this comes from what we've seen now is the identity solutions where they're taking the ID and they're taking the whole full name. When most people, when they fill it out, they'll just put in their first name and last name. But when you get the ID now, you're getting a full name. So it creates a lot more headaches with searching. And then you also have gender issues, like for example, Mario versus Maria. They're both the same, just one letter difference in A and an O. And it can make a big difference for screening, but for a human, it's easy to see. But for a machine, it's trying to get those deviations and those variants. And so there needs to be some gender matching as well. And then I already talked about it, the geospecific nomenclatures with regard to those names. And then another one is the individual versus entity recognition, where you have, for example, a name like Daiwa Solutions Consulting versus Daiwa Shipping Company. And so those two are two different types of businesses. So you need to be able to recognize the types of businesses and what you're looking for. And the other biggest one is there's typos on both sides. If you think about your keyboard when you're typing in a name and you accidentally press the letter K versus the letter L or some other ones that are close, you got to be able to account for those typos. And it happens on both sides. I've seen it both on the CIA list, the OFAC list, and then you see people typing it in wrong. So you need to be able to go from screening to decisioning and to solve the problem. And what I mean by that is rather than trying to get a risk score on the results, because you'll start getting a lot of them that are very similar but very, very big deviations, you need to start adding decisioning to that process. So what does that mean? Well, I've got a couple of case studies. This is the first one. We had a client that was in the DeFi space and did a soft launch. And they initially got about 100,000 clients right off the bat, and they had 30% false positive rates. And that's using some of the best technology out there to screen. And so their onboarding slowed to a grind. There was probably weeks of human effort just to try and figure out how to clear up. And they needed a rapid way of clearing those false positives at scale. So they came in and talked to us. And we basically looked at it from an automated decisioning system with Decision IQ, where we gave them pass or fail results. And then we have risk-based tuning that was injected in there. Those are rules that are what a simple human would deal with. For example, the name variants, Maria versus Mario, or the middle initials, or the middle names. So we leveraged our rule-based tuning system to help them clear those false positives. And at the end, they got manageable and measurable results, lowering their overall costs. They didn't need to hire more people. They were left with about 3% that were manageable. And they ended up being able to scale because they used our rapid clearing system. So at the end of the day, they were happy because they had accurate, audible results to keep the regulators happy. They could prove what they did. It wasn't a black box. And so another problem we've seen with AI systems is they don't actually document what they did and how they came to those conclusions. So we make sure there's audible results. And that really just comes from the CAMLO and me trying to make sure that when the regulators or examiners come, I have the proof to say, hey, yeah, we did the search. Maybe it's not right, maybe it is, but at the end of the day, we can justify the result that we got. So why AI alone won't solve the problem? And this is really despite all the advancements. The names are so diverse. The edge cases are what kills you. It's all the different things that AI gets confused with. And it's not that AI is bad. It's just, there's just, when you're thinking about millions of screens, even at 1%, that's a lot of stuff that you have to review. So trying to solve using one method doesn't work. And then there's also an overabundance of caution with compliance officers and CAMLOs to ensure that they're not missing those true positives. And sometimes it's tough to distinguish between business names and human names when they're embedded into the name of the company or entity. So we have a second case, mostly merchant services, where, again, this is going to be more of an entity matching. And again, they had about 10,000 new merchants a month. Similar rates, 30% false positives, and that they really needed to make sure that they had the proof of decision for the results when they came back, and they needed to be able to rapidly screen those for automated boarding. So again, we did the same kind of thing. We took their data and helped them do name resolution entities. We automated the decisioning through Decision IQ with risk-based tuning based on their parameters and what they felt were good human overrides at the end of the results. Then we gave them a rapid clearing system for those reviews and to be able to annotate those decisions. And at the end, they had measurable and manageable results that lowered their overall costs because they didn't have to hire more people to review these things. And they were also able to onboard faster because of the results were coming back as pass and fail rather than some sort of scoring system where you had to make those decisions. So they ended up with about 9% left of manageable, and that's sort of indicative of entity matching. Names are a little bit easier than entities because entities you have a lot of same names but have different types of organizations where they're either a shipping company or consulting company or technology company or a doctor's office. So you got to think about that when you're looking at entities. So after all the AI is done and after you've created those rule-based engines, you still need some sort of human intelligence at the end of it to clear those false positives. And a lot of those can be spotted very easily by humans, but not so much with technology. So we ended up adding at the end of so we have rules at the beginning, then we have the decisioning system, and then we have a human intelligence or a rule-based system where it would spot the outliers. It would basically try and start looking at what humans do at a basic level to clear those results. So those edge cases a machine sometimes can't really solve until you tell the machine to solve. And so we had to understand all those and make simple rules. And that's really the equation that we figured out at the end. So I have one more case, case study 3, where we did prepaid card offerings, and we had a client that had over 500,000 prepaid clients a year. They are actually really good. They had about a 3% false positive rate. And that was really because they restricted the lists and made sure that they were only dealing with the lists they want. Again, data is your big problem. You have all these lists, you're going to get all kinds of false positives. So if you can restrict your list to what you're really required to do, it'll significantly reduce it as well. So they came to us and said they were scaling to have another 1 million new clients in the next 12 months, which means at their false positive rate, they had to hire 2 more resources to be able to clear those results that came back. And they also required a proof of decision and ongoing monitoring component. So we applied the same techniques that we did with all the other customers. We basically took their data and made sure that we screened it properly. We created automating decisioning through Decision IQ. And we tuned their rules at the end for a risk-based approach based on what they felt comfortable with. And then we gave them a rapid review system where they could clear those false positives using the API so they could do their onboarding rapidly. And at the end of the day, they didn't have to hire more resources. They were actually be able to clear those false positives and keep the resources down. So what are some of the key takeaways? My co-founder, Rashid, put this in here, and I thought it was pretty apt. Self-driving cars are still a long way to go, even though they can handle the majority of roads and drive around pretty safely. When you start adding the edge cases in there, they're not ready yet. And so even at a 1% hit rate or failure rate, you're going to get a lot of crashes out there, even though it's mostly because the humans or other things in the environment that act on it. The machine just can't deal with it, and it's going to take it some time. And the same thing here, you got to be able to embrace the AI and decisioning technologies for screening, but you need to make sure you invest in better interfaces so that those screenings that you're getting, you can deal with them rapidly. You don't want to abandon rules-based systems. You need to make them smarter and put them in where they make sense. And you need to make sure that everything is auditable so that when your regulator comes back and says, how did your system come up, or how did you come up with these decisions? It's not a black box. It's actually wide open so you can see those results. And at the end of the day, what we discovered is you always got to be learning. There's always new edge cases. There's always new data. There's always new ways of looking at this thing to make it more efficient. And I think with that, I'm like 2 minutes short. So if there's any questions, if not, there's my information again. You can email me. You can find us on Twitter and LinkedIn at KYC 2020, or you can ping me up follow me on Twitter and look me up on LinkedIn. Is there any questions out in the audience there, or did I go that through pretty quickly?
Do we have any questions? No, I don't see any questions here, Mr. Joseph. So if there is any question virtually, it'll come to you on the event platform. But yes, and if there is anything that I receive on email, I'll reach out to you. Thank you so much for joining.
No problem. Have a great day.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come towards the end of our event with a panel discussion, which is going to focus on leveraging Regtech. We talk about evaluating compliance and operational excellence. We will be joined by Mr. Adil Mirza, Head of Compliance at Delma Exchange, Ms. Sayeda Meher Zera, MLRO and Head of Sanctions Compliance at HBL Currency, Pakistan, Mr. Tanse Kora, Product Development Director at Phoenixes, and Mr. Saleh Al-Mahasin, Director, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism Department at Capital Market Authority at Saudi Arabia. All of you to study.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Regina. How wonderful it was. Today's session, really, so much information, new ideas, new software, a lot of data has come. So in today's session, we will be discussing about the regulatory changes due to pandemic, the AI and data analytics role in the financial service industry, and some solution service provider feedback from one of our respected panelists. We'll start with the introduction. First of all, I would like to start with Mr. Saleh, our regulators.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Salih Hassan. I'm the director of the anti-money laundering at the Capital Market Authority. It's a pleasure to talk to you all, and it's a pleasure to participate in this workshop. Hope that we could provide value and knowledge for everyone. Thank you.
Sayeda?
Hi everyone. My name is Sayeda Mahajara, and I'm working with Digital Currency Exchange, and it's good to see you all on this forum.
Hello, my name is Tunjay, working as Product Development Director at Finexus. We are developing financial messaging systems and AML solutions, including blacklist filtering, know your customer, and transaction monitoring system.
All right. So, I mean, everybody has seen, I mean, the negative impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on, I mean, personal lives, governments, I mean, global economy. Lots of, I mean, new financial crime have appeared. Firms are struggling to maintain the same amount of, I mean, the work-life balance previously. New, I mean, methods of fraud are coming up. So in this regard, I would like to ask Mr. Saleh, I mean, what new regulations have been introduced by the regulatory authorities to fight the financial crime, especially the fraud prevention?
Well, first of all, the Capital Market Authority of Saudi Arabia and regulators at Saudi Arabia has started issuing circulars to market participants and different audience. The main objectives of these circulars is to raise awareness that there are multiple cases of fraud and fraudulent cases where you have fake websites acting as financial institutions or fake individuals who are trying to reach to financial information of different investors. So the awareness was the first step that we started with. Second, we have issued a list of all companies that or websites that were fraud and that were accused of fraudulent acts. Also, we have reviewed a number of our regulations where we extended a number of deadlines and where we adjusted a number of regulations to include technology aspects of the regulations. So we have introduced more of the, I would say, asked companies to rely more on technology. We asked companies to use the Abshir system, which we have in Saudi Arabia, where the government help you identify the individual and make sure that this individual is the same person as per the government databases and contact info that the government has. So we try to use all these tools, and we are working now on improving and developing the technology used by the market to help avoid such fraud and misuse of financial technology in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have seen the, I mean, the technology has really, I mean, helped us to fight the financial crime, especially the fraud. In your opinion, what's the, I mean, how technology is helping the e-KYC process and the, I mean, the risk assessment from the money laundering perspective?
Well, this is, I mean, we have, at Saudi Arabia, we have reviewed the practices of several countries in that. And you can see that some countries use the centralized KYC, India, for example, where they have one center that includes all the databases of investors or individuals who has bank accounts or even investment accounts. We believe that there will be in the future more reliance and heading that way. Systems or e-KYC systems are used for risk assessment, client classification, so that it could help you screening the names of individuals or even classifying their risk as depending on their geographic location, type of businesses, depending on the different algorithms that you will use based on artificial intelligence and patterns that could be recognized by private businesses and governments as well. So we believe that the eKYC will make the process easier in the future and will help reduce the burden of compliance. However, that is not enough. A judgment call must be there. An expert opinion needs to be there as well. Thank you.
Of course, I mean, the eKYC or the automated tools are there, I mean, helpful in the not only operationally, but also, of course, fighting the financial crime to, I mean, implement the controls. My next question will be for Ms. Sayeda. how AI is helping the assessing the data and generating the more better results, more better reporting from your point of view?
Thank you, Adil, for the question. First of all, I want to share that since morning I'm attending this conference, and every moment is just recalling me the day of my university during my engineering, where we used to have, I think in the last semester, we were having the course of AI. At that time, our instructors used to tell us that there will be a time come where machines will be replaced by human. And I think this is the era we have entered now. Everybody is talking about AI, everybody is talking about robotics and machine learning on all the technologies. And if we talk about, if we look just back, I think 8 or 9 years back, compliance were more manual, I guess. And in today's era, every process of compliance and financial crime compliance field is getting automated. And I think here technology, artificial intelligence is playing a very key role. And I think for the current time, I think AI needs more time to get mature. Currently, what applications are running after is more on machine learning, as we know that learning is based on experiences. And therefore, when we talk about machines, they are more dependent on the data we provide. So I think AI technology is the key role to enhance efficiencies, and the advantage of the all the technologies. Whenever we have seen when there is era of introduction of the computers, and now the advanced technologies are coming in, it definitely reduce time, cost, and increase efficiency and accuracy. But at the current time, we see that AI is basically support major three important business needs. So it's fulfilling basically the automating the business processes, gaining insight through the data analytics. It's more than become a buzzword these days, and engaging with the customers and the employees of the organization in order to automate and transform and enter into the transformation era. And as far as this AI, how AI is helping the business processes, and in order to report for the compliance departments, I think the solutions are more faster and smarter, and it's important for the solutions to have pre-built regulatory analytic algorithms, and they must have data integrity with the compliance solution. And I think here the important part is the quality and accuracy of the data. It's very important for this for the applications to be provided with the quality data. This was definitely this will definitely help in reducing the cost of the compliance by automating data exchanges between investigations and the reporting process. So I think these applications will definitely help in enhancing the quality of reporting and meeting the timelines and the regulatory requirements.
Yeah, obviously throughout the day we have seen that the new technology, I mean AI, machine learning, I mean robotics, I mean they will really gonna help the compliance in fighting the financial crime. In your opinion, how it will gonna help us to streamline the data and be more compliant with the regulatory requirement?
Yes, definitely it will help it will definitely help to meet the regulatory requirement, because these applications have you can say the global coverage of the regulatory reporting and formats and the requirements, and they have the predefined information mapping between investigation and reporting modules. So I think this while the reporting to the regulators, and the ability to and it must have the ability to interact with the third party softwares, because what we have seen, I still remember that when we used to investigate the alerts during my career when I was working with as analyst. It restrict with some of the applications where we were not able to investigate the transaction. For example, the transactions of the credit card or the transaction of the SWIFT, we were not able to access. So I think application should have, you say, they must have a combination of the to collaborate with the third-party softwares, and definitely the comprehensive workflow and audit functions. They must also fulfill the audit requirements, must have the audit trail and all that.
Thank you, Ms. Sayeda. Let's hear, from our service provider, how AI technology can help us in fighting the financial crime.
Thank you. Well, I think first we need to understand what artificial intelligence is. In simple words, it is ability of computer to do tasks. It can be weird, but it is not a new technology. Actually, it is a very old technology, probably invented in 1956, I think, by John McCarthy. At that time, supercomputers have been used to process that complex calculations. Thanks to hardware technology that now we can take this advantage of AI technology in many areas. Even we can use in our phones, actually. There are some important, it's weird. There are some important key drivers for this emerging technology. It is increasing efficiency, enhancing quality, and optimizing resource deployment or planning. Now, let me give you an example related to AML protection. A standard FI has thousands of transactions per day, and some of them has millions of transactions, actually. And all of these transactions should be checked against blacklists. And maybe some of them can be done manually, but it is not an effective way. What we can do here, it will require too many users and it will take too much time. And even it is not an easy process because we are not looking just for exact match. Similarities should be evaluated as well. By the help of effective computer calculations and well-designed algorithms, now we can get results in milliseconds. True. It is very good, but is not enough anymore.
Yeah.
Because of high-value data and because of this similarity issue, there can be many false positives. So the next step is artificial intelligence and machine learning. By the way, machine learning is a line of artificial intelligence which includes training part of AI.
Yeah.
By the help of this AI, we can reduce false positive. What we have mentioned before is AI is ability of computer to do tasks. This manual process can be done by well-designed AI algorithms. So we can reduce to false positives and gain time. Additionally, AI is a key point for transaction monitoring systems. Besides false positive reduction, we can implement anomaly detection, which may be more important because this can provide to catch true negatives.
True.
And in summary, I can say that we are facing AI in all parts of our daily life now.
Yeah.
Of course, financial world is more conservative, actually.
Yeah.
But we need to get benefit of this AI to make financial system more clear and clean.
Obviously, the number of regulatory requirements are increasing day by day. Of course, the number of transactions, the number of customers which are being faced by the financial institution are increasing. So manual process is no more a solution. Obviously, we have to move to automation and better automation, smarter automation system, of course. In your opinion, how a good transaction monitoring system can help fight financial crime or money laundering?
According to FATF, TMS is important due to three aspects: volume to handle large amount of data, velocity to process data at a high speed to detect money laundering, and variety to process data and analyze data received from different sources. Therefore, transaction monitoring is a key point here to reduce financial crime by detecting suspicious activities.
Obviously, good TMS, of course, will gonna reduce the cost of non-compliance, of course, which will be a really difficult for any financial institution to deal with. So we are coming to an end of our session. I would like to ask from Mr. Saleh, first of all, where do you see we are heading in terms of compliance and technology? What future do you see? Where will be after some time, maybe 1 year, 2 years?
Well, I think we cannot segregate compliance from business. And if we want to look at the businesses today, we can see that companies are trying to expand their geographical outreach. They are trying to create more complex and technology-reliant products, let's say, algorithmic trading or these robo-advisory. So we're seeing more and more changes heading to the fintech world. We know that many regulators today are treating fintech as fintech labs with a very light regulation, or I would say very high level regulations and specific conditions for each product. I believe that the future of compliance could be linked to that. So we will see more and more challenges when it comes to compliance officer or money laundering reporting officer performing their job, relying to, let's say, onboarding clients without meeting them, onboarding clients from another country without knowing them, trying to use different softwares for, I would say, ID verifications, biometric technology. So those are the challenges that compliance officers need to take now moving forward when it comes to anti-money laundering and counterterrorism. Of course, that could be linked to monitoring as well. More complex transfer of cash would be there, or more complex transfer of money would be there. So those are the technology that the industry need to focus on in terms of compliance and anti-money laundering when it comes to the artificial intelligence and the future changes. Thank you.
So yeah, we have seen now not only the industry, but the regulators are also going towards the technology. They are adopting new technology, AI as well. Let's hear from Ms. Sayyeda. What do you think about the compliance and the technology? What is the future?
Yes, what I see is currently, as we have seen, there was a shift from non-compliance to compliance business models during the past decade, and now going forward, what we are shifting from systems to automation. And definitely it will take some time, because not only organizations and regulators, but I think the end customer has also have to learn about using, for example, the plastic money. They has to because as we have seen, there's an era which is coming for financial inclusion. I think for AI and the transformation, as we say that we are entering in the era of transformation, that has to be, you can say, not only the organization, employees, and the regulators, and definitely the end customers has to also play their role in adopting the technology, the digital products which organization and financial institutions, and especially the non-financial sector as well, when it enter into the transformation globe, it will definitely, it will take some time.
Okay, thank you very much. So what do you think, I mean, from, solution provider side, where we are heading, what is the future we see in terms of, technology in fighting the financial crime?
This relationship is very important. I think the bond can be strengthened because the daily transactions count is always increasing.
Yeah, true.
And we cannot handle this process manually. And even traditional systems is not enough for that. Technology is very important. It has a critical role on AML for operational efficiency, false positive reduction, of course, and detection of abnormal activities.
Mm-hmm.
But when it is supported by artificial intelligence.
Of course, yeah. So technology, of course, is being adopted on both sides. Regulator side, the industry as well, and of course we see that the future is the artificial intelligence and automated tools. Of course,
yes, of course.
And the more smarter solutions to be there. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Saleh, Ms. Sayyeda, Mr. Jay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for your time, and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adil, Mr. Saleh, Ms. Sayeda, and Mr. Tanse. Mr. Saleh, I do have a question for you before I let you go. Yes, no problem. I was joined by a lot of authorities from UAE today to talk about the anti-money laundering initiatives. As you represent Capital Market Authority, I know Saudi Arabia is doing a lot of initiatives to combat anti-money laundering within the region. What change have you seen post-pandemic, or where are we heading in the future in terms of terrorist financing, or any important regimes that we need to make a note of, or what's happening in terms of curbing these situations with money laundering activities in KSA?
Well, as a regulator, the Capital Market Authority and other regulators in the country has been focusing on using more technology reliance supervision. I know that the Capital Market Authority and also various other regulators, they're trying to use technology and new systems for risk assessment of the financial institutions, as well as at CMA, we have established, we have upgraded our IT team. So instead of general department, we have them now as their own deputyship. So that we have allocated more resources. Even the name has been changed to the digitalization and information technology. So we are exploring the ideas to increase our own knowledge when it comes to the potential use of artificial intelligence in compliance, reporting, and monitoring. And also we're trying to come up with our own systems to help us identify risks and monitor activities of financial institutions and other entities in the kingdom.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for answering that. Definitely technology is playing a part in curbing or reducing these harmful practices going on. Where do you see AI in the future? We discussed a lot about it. Do you see AI having a future when it comes to regulatory technology for Regtech or anti-money laundering?
I believe, yes, it's going to be a very big aspect of regulatory tools. It's depend on how efficient the technology, how the technology moves fast. I mean, you could see today that artificial intelligence is being used at different various parts, whether at businesses or regulators. So regulators use it for monitoring transactions or even reading some financial reports that related to the financial capabilities of firms and their compliance with Basel requirements. And you can see it when it comes to business for monitoring client transfer or their cash movements when it comes to the bank level and trying to identify any unusual activities for clients. So I believe that that would be a very big, huge tool that would be used in the future. It's depend on how efficient regulators are developing those tools to help them match up with the development, the future development of the business itself.
Great. Thank you for your thoughts, Mr. Saleh. Pleasure having you on board, Ms. Sayeda, Mr. Adil, and Mr. Tinsa. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the forum. Oh, we have one question, sorry. Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all four of you. Very nice regarding the artificial intelligence and all. I'm thinking about the one thing. We all are now we are heading to the advanced things, right? Even in the transactions, all the things, RTGS, everything is there. All the things are in the life only based on internet, right? One day it happens if the internet is blocked. What will happen to the economy? The economy of the world, what will happen? Alhamdulillah, now the things are going on nicely. It's good. But the internet is in the hands of private people. If it blocked one day, what will be happens? If the economy, any purchase, selling blocked, no issue. We can survive. If the entire economy of the world, if it is blocked, how come I will get my money? Just I am saying in the, if anything is wrong, just correct me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I understand that you are saying, we are relying a lot on technology. What happens if this technology doesn't work, or if all of a sudden it stop working? Obviously, there are risks in every process. Risks are there in manual process as well. Of course, manual process has more risk than the technological process. Human error, corruption, fraud, mistakes will happen also. It's costly as well. When we are bringing the technology in any process, obviously, it will come with controls as well. It can be, anything. It can be, software can be, hosted online, on cloud, or on hard drive at your office, in your company as well. So, as the technology will improve, we will see more and more control, more and more fail-proof, processes, just to avoid this kind of catastrophe. I think, you can also, comment on that one.
Yes, I agree to you. So, of course, that can be end for the technology, but currently we are covering it, and we can increase it in vertically or horizontally, and we can even use cloud system to get performance for the systems. So I don't think that in near future we have that kind of problem.
Mr. Saleh, would you like to add a few comments?
Well, I think I would share your thought. At every business, as you said, there are risks. Believe that as a major event like that, everyone has to deal with it. We had the pandemic, everything was shut down, everyone worked from home. Expect maybe security forces and healthcare professionals. However, the business is still, the world is still going, markets were there, people were trading, we could get our money, we could even get groceries while we're sitting at home. So I believe that countries would be efficient, people are efficient, and there is always ways and solutions to deal with such events.
And the best example is the pandemic, where everything was stopped working and we have to work from home. And technology was there to support us. Yes. Okay. Any other question?
Great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Before we go, we have a little token of appreciation for our attendees who are still with us throughout the day. So before we go, we'd just like to do a small draw. I'd request my CEO Nizam to be on stage with us. He will present, or he will pick up a winner for me. The rule is whoever is in the room will win it. So let's just see who is the lucky one.
Okay, I'll repeat the name again. Okay, it's Sukanta Kumar Jana. Senior Insurance Consultant, Alliance Insurance? No? No? Okay.
Yours. Thank you for giving us your valuable time. All our attendees, thank you so much for being here. So we have ended the Mena Regtech Forum. I hope everyone has had a fruitful day. The aim of this event was mainly to talk about the role of technology in enhancing regulatory processes. I hope the sessions throughout the day have been of some help to our attendees here. As I always say, attendees, sponsors, and my speakers are the ones who make this event successful. As an organizer, we're truly happy to see the number of attendees that joined us today. Thank you so much. We look forward to hosting everyone for the 4th edition. Wish everyone a wonderful day, and thank you again for your time. Take care. Bye-bye.